Hello, hi, sorry I'm a little late. Hi, Frog, thank you, appreciate it. And you're right. Absolutely. Do not advertise yourself in somebody else's chat. That is rude. Anyways, check a few things. Okay. Hi, Anime Fan. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello, Dot. Need to look at my requests real quick. I didn't even check them. No, we're fine. We're completely fine. Okay. Perfect. Where's my cat? Stop it. Kitty, stop it. Okay. Almost ready. Almost ready. I'm a little late. Mainly because I needed to help. Today is grocery day. Yeah, that has some form of priority, dare I say. In a way. Damn, I think my phone cable finally reached its freaking limit. I think. Slowly but surely it has. That's not good. That's not good at all. Hi, tourist. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. I need to quickly still adjust a few things, but then we're ready. Again, that is absolutely rude, Josh. That is rude. You don't do that. Think I've ever recommended anything for a while? Could be. I don't know. Wait a second, tourist. I'll add that. I'll add that. Okay, what if you lived... I think my last one was a few weeks ago. Actually, last week, wasn't it? Okay, let me see. Which one? Billion years ago, what if? Okay, not bad. We're gonna throw that in there. Why not? Looks interesting. My voice is dying. Help. Help, help, help. Need to add that. Yeah, I may need a new... Mars 1 billion years ago. Okay, perfect. Throw that in there. Neat. Neat, neat, neat. Okie dokie. Apologies, I don't know. Very sorry. I hope you can forgive me. Yeah, it's just like, I don't do that. I don't do that. Self-advertisement, I am not too happy about that. Oh no. Yeah, my phone cable is going into the trenches, I fear. I fear. Okay, slowly it's gonna get better. Or not. Because I need my phone for my chat, because I can't keep both up. It's a bit frustrating. So I need to fix that real quick. Okay, that works. Won't do again? Good. Alright, we got this. Good. Okay. Woke up yesterday, my left eye was swollen shut, no clue why. Some infection? Why is it tangled? It's not tangled, it's just like damaged. I've used it way too much. And I need a new one. That's really what it is, I need a new one. I'm gonna get a new one. That's a bit frustrating, but you can't change anything. It is what it is. Okay. Real quick. Let me see. Well, what would I want to start with? Let's see. I also have a crazy one that Samax recommended, which is the Shrek fanfiction, erotic Shrek fanfiction. But I think I have the one we start with. Because I haven't caught up on that situation yet. I'm pretty sure I haven't. It's also kind of warm here. Fuck. Oddly enough. Sadly, nobody has covered the artist drama. Unfortunately. Not yet, at least. Sadly. Shrek is love. Shrek is life. Yeah. Careful with that. You might eat those words. You might eat those words. Anyways, we'll jump over. We will jump over into this situation. Yoink. Now we're over here. Anyways, this one. Ratman is getting sued. Yeah, I know. Our favorite, the Roach King is getting sued, I'm aware. Wait a minute. I need to click on it.
Nina Lynn says she...
This situation, we need to look at this. We need to. Because I've been talking about this situation earlier already. So we need to look at this again. I don't know what happened, but that's gonna be interesting. Anyways. Disgraced streamer crashes out at Asmongold by Here Hey. Basically, if you don't remember what the situation was about, I don't think Here Hey will talk about it again. But basically, what this situation was, if anybody remembers, the Zoe and Nina Lynn situation, where they essentially SA'd a dude on stream, and she was basically banned for like a week, not even. I think she was like initially banned for a day, then banned again for a week, and she was making crazy comments like it's embarrassing for the guy to get assaulted by a woman, and now she's going against Asmongold apparently. Yeah, you get the idea. You get the idea. I have bugs. I have stream issues. Yay! Once more, I hate it. Can't change it. Anyways, we'll look at that. We'll look at that. This is gonna be interesting. What she's gonna say.
Nina Lynn says she got a call from TMZ this morning and they wanted her side of the story. Well, who the heck is Nina Lynn? Oh, it's that streamer who was in the news last week.
The woman that basically, what's the word? Yaps is Asian, but yaps like she grew up in the ghetto, and I'm absolutely believing that's not the way she normally talks. I am absolutely certain that's not the way she normally talks. Sorry, but I'm absolutely certain that she's playing a role 100%. You see the reporter trying to shame Sydney Sweeney in an interview. Was this situation about the fact that she was like caught kissing in or was it because of the ad, right? The jeans ad. Because there's like two situations with Sydney Sweeney. One where somebody crashed out because she was spotted making out with her man, and the other one was because of because of that ad again.
For essaying people, including Disguised Toast. And this is just such a weird thing, dude.
Resurfaced clip shows She-Man. Nina Lynn SAing Disguised Toast. So another one. That's another one. The jeans ad, okay. That's another one. That's the second one we can put on that list.
The essay, obviously, and also just her. Because in this clip, you can see Toast lays down, expecting to get a massage from someone that he actually knows. But instead of getting the massage from someone he knows, Nina Lynn comes up and starts doing this to him, and he has no idea who this is. She's just like interjecting herself, trying to get some sort of like publicity from Disguised Toast's stream. You can see Toast elaborate on that right here. He says, I was trying to get a massage from the physical therapist when Nina, an IRL streamer that I've never even met, pushed aside the therapist and started grabbing at me, you know, and...
Yep. And what is Twitch gonna do? Nothing, because you can SA people, and what did they get at first? A day ban. 30-day ban. Right? It's just, this is such a funny shit show. Yeah. Once again, it's good that I cover stuff like this as well, right? Considering that it is Men's Health Month.
Doing all this stuff to dude. So you can see originally her Twitch channel was banned on October 24th after videos resurfaced from a May 2024 live stream showing her touching another streamer, Zoe Spencer, and a member of the production team named Saeed without his consent. This resulted in a mere 1-day suspension, but when Disguised Toast came forward and talked about the clip that resurfaced of her also touching him, well, then she got a 1-week ban. And she's saying she really learned her lesson, but it seems like she hasn't, because now she's all mad at Asmongold for talking about what she did. How dare he cover this? But before we take a look at her statement to Asmongold, let's...
It's just so disgusting that this is totally allowed. Again, a man is the victim, so nobody cares. Hi, Mr. Isaja. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. Because the man is a victim, people don't give a rat's ass. That's the problem.
See what she had to say after that more recent suspension. Actually, my bad. I think this is her statement from after the first suspension. Nevertheless, take a look at this.
Me realize, bro, that I gotta do better. I gotta do better as a person. I got people supporting me. I got people looking up to me, and I gotta do better, bro. And if things happen,
if some of you who watch her actually look up to her, you need to reevaluate what you consider good. You need to reevaluate what you think is a moral good person. You need to reevaluate just the entire life. Just reevaluate all of it. Like, what do you mean? There's people who look up to her. There's nobody that looks up to her.
you know, instead of just wondering if it's really wrong or not, I'm just gonna go up there and say, yo, bro, that was my fault. And I'm very sorry for traumatizing you.
That is a freaking crazy way of putting it. Hey, yo, bro, I'm sorry for like traumatizing you.
Hope he's doing okay. Shout out you, Saeed. Generally sorry about everything I've done to you. And I'm always open to talk. If you don't want to talk, up to you. Everything's your comfort level. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to force you to do nothing. And shout out to everyone that's supporting him right now.
Yeah, she's trying to sound ghetto. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sorry, Mr. E, but if you cannot behave in this chat, you just get wiped and that's it. I got no time for this. Goodbye.
Now, even though they're coming after me, I don't give a fuck. I think it's good. I think he has a good support system. I think he should have that. You know what I mean? And I'm glad that now he's finally vocal about it. I'll be honest. I truly had no clue. Bro, no joke. I had no clue. But now that I know, we got to fix the issue. You know what I mean? It's not even about content. It's not about how people think about me. I'm not gonna lie. I never give a fuck what people think about me. From the day I did social media to now, I never give a fuck what no one think about me, bro. Genuinely, bro. Genuinely. This is not for content. Then me saying this shit is not to get bonus points, bitch. Genuinely, I hope he's doing okay. I really do. And
I kinda don't believe you. I kinda don't believe you. I just don't believe her whatsoever. I don't. You're a repeated offender, and I'm gonna guarantee you guys. I'm gonna absolutely guarantee you guys there will be multiple clips. This will not be the last clip of her doing some weird ass shit. 100%.
Yeah, that's it. I love you guys so much, bro. Hope everyone has a good night.
It comes off like she put way more effort into trying to convince people that she really doesn't care what people say about her than the effort that she put into her so-called apology. The thing is, it seems like she actually does care, that she does care a lot about what people are saying about her. As we've got Nina Lynn here just seething, raging at Asmongold for...
People call you out for saying somebody. Yeah, if you seethe about that when you were clearly in the wrong, yeah, she's hard to understand. She can't finish her sentence before starting a new one. Yep, also that. Probably not the brightest candle on the birthday cake, as I like to say.
Having the audacity to talk about what she did.
Now, I'll say one more thing, and y'all know who this is, bro. That weird motherfucker that lives in the basement of his mom's house that be chatting about me all damn day long, you are obsessed with me. I think you in love with me. No cap. I genuinely think you get no pussy and you in love with me, bro. Like, you gotta chill out. It's been way too many clips I've seen you, bro. Like, you low-key obsessed. I'm flattered.
That's ironic from the person that needs to force guys to be with her. That's really ironic for somebody that can't keep her hands to herself. Huh.
You gotta chill. No cap. Heard you don't even drink water, too. You gotta fix that. I'm not gonna lie. You're like 47 years old. You gotta fix that. I'm sorry.
Well, so much for her whole speech about not caring what people say about her. That was quite short-lived, wasn't it? And for the record, I don't think Asmongold even really said all that much about her. You know, there's like a 2-minute clip on his Asmongold's Clips channel.
Yeah, I think he basically like just said that she's disgusting, and that's it. Which, yes, she is, 100%.
And he's made a few tweets about her, but she's saying that Asmon talks about me all day. He's like obsessed, bro. Very much a reach. But here is what Asmongold did say.
This is the girl that went around like, we're not gonna.
As usual, it appears that Attitude is on sale recently. It appears that Attitude is on sale.
Show the clip, but it was like really weird. She's holding this guy down, real weird, like sexual assault. And so she actually got banned yesterday on Twitch. Any length of time that she's banned for, that is not a permanent ban. I mean, committing a felony on stream, I feel like that should be an instant perma, right? The person who is the victim right here says thank you.
It's okay now. Nobody making fun of you ever again, you heard?
You guys literally saved me. I'm not even joking.
Nigga.
I was at the lowest point of my
and
life.
I'd do it again and again and again if I had to, bro.
So she did try to reach out after.
Huh. I haven't seen that clip. That's a new one that he broke down in tears. And remember, she essentially shamed him. That it's embarrassing. Huh. Weird.
Obviously, people started talking about this. No surprise here. Nina is asking me for your number. She's just trying to do damage control. And this is her talking about it again.
I'ma always be all right, bro. Trust me. But I want to make sure.
Well, not really, though, because you just got banned.
And during the situation, I genuinely 100% thought it was a joke. Yeah, I see. It is wrong. It is really, really wrong.
Nah, because if you thought that, you wouldn't have said that it's embarrassing for him to get upset about it after the fact.
Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy. Why was he a bitch?
You don't go and then try to degrade his masculinity in order to deflect from your own accountability. Like, that's the reason why you know she's lying. A whole video of her admitting that she would beat her little brother. It was so bad that CPS got involved.
But I have.
What the fuck? Perma right now? If a dude did that on Twitch, he'd be gone. He'd be gone with the first clip. What do you mean? This bitch is disgusting. She's so nasty in Asmongold's chat that doesn't even describe it. What do you mean? This should be a ban, a permanent.
Relationship problem was my little brother. He was like 6, so I beat him until he was like 15 or 13, all the way there. And like Child Protection Services came. We had to fly to China to evade the police.
Homie's face. Homie's face says it all. Homie's face says it all.
Bro, look at their faces. They said, what?
What is it with these fucking male streamers trying to piss off female streamers? Like, why are you so emotional? Like, yo, if you
Bitch, relax. Just stop sexually assaulting people. Like, god damn, it's not a gender thing. Just
True. Stop SAing people. Just stop. People getting emotional about you SAing somebody. Oh my god. Who spoon-fed this woman such attitude? Who spoon-fed this woman this kind of... Is it narcissism? What are we doing? What the fuck?
for a while. Just stop touching. Keep your hands to yourself. You can't stop touching your brother. You can't stop touching your fucking other people.
Bro, you didn't have to put that in. Oh no.
And then okay, cool. They get emotional and cry. Stop being a crybaby. You a pussy. Okay. So then when they fight
I cannot wait to see the video of her crying about her career getting destroyed by this. This is the problem, is that people like this, they are only like this towards other people that they can take advantage of. There's tons of people that got it rough. But the moment that you go and you put yourself in a position where you're hurting another person, my sympathy for you goes to zero. Obviously, he's got a lot of friends around with him, but if he needs help, you know, funding any lawsuit or anything like that, lawyer fees, just
yeah, it's just like she the diddler master. Well, she's going after adult men, so we couldn't put it like that. But yeah, it's just like interesting again that this is totally tolerated. As far as I'm aware, she's unbanned now completely.
hit me up. I can get you in with some other people that make sure it happens, because it's just what has to happen.
Dude, this is kind of gross. I apologize, but I almost spit out my drink when I heard that part about her talking about how she abused her brother. She just says it like, dude, from what did she say? From like 6 to age 15. And then she said they had to like run to China to evade the cops or something. And so Asmongold addressed her response, and really he's just pointing out the double standards with Twitch. This is yet another example of their overt double standards. And people are bringing up Tectone, saying stuff like, Tectone was banned for 2 weeks for calling Frogan fat. And Nina Lynn gets like,
we have to consider this, right? America deserved 9/11. Totally fine. Nothing happens. Shocking your dog on a Twitch live stream. Not a problem. SAing a dude. Not particularly an issue. General animal abuse. Not a problem. Calling a fat woman. 2 weeks banned. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. VTuber hips. Banned.
a 1-day suspension and then a 1-week ban for essaying.
And the worst part is, the dude originally, right? The dude that assaulted Emiru initially got a 30-day ban on Twitch. Consider this before getting permit.
People.
Yeah, ask the CEO of Twitch. I mean, I would love to hear Dan give an explanation for why you've unbanned someone who's committed sexual assault live on camera.
What the fuck? It just flipped over like a burger.
2 times. Everybody.
I have a theory, but you won't like that theory. This man meets an awful lot of amount of time. Women decades younger than him. I have a theory why that is. And I have a theory what is happening there. You won't like my theory. Probably. Some of you guys won't like my theory. But they're not going to dinner, that's for sure.
Knows if a guy did this to a girl, what do you think would happen? His life would be completely ruined.
Asmon did have a bit more to say too. You can find the full clip over on Asmongold Clips, and I will also link that one in the description for you. Asmon really does often get some very bizarre people going after him, that's for sure. Let me know what you think about all this in the comments. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the coverage. I'll see you here. Also have.
What can you say? Give this 2 weeks. It's completely forgotten. It's completely forgotten. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Give this 2 weeks, and nobody cares anymore. Nobody cares. That's it. Nobody cares. That's really just it. That is, if not another clip resurfaces, where she essays another streamer. It's weird how she can't keep her hands to herself. Anyways. Like, comment, and subscribe. Dude. Since when are we in the SA streamer meta? Since when? Since when? Since when? Since when? I find it funny how the other women haven't even yapped about anything. Because people move on to the next drama. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Alright. Okay. Do my video poker, please. Sure, we can do that. Sure. Anyways, hopefully I don't get nuked, because usually these are kind of dangerous. We'll see. I don't. Okay, I don't. The problem with such professional channels is that I might get fucked. That is usually the problem. Let me see. Let's see. But because that's the problem with such high value, how do you put it? Professional productions. I don't think I want to touch this, honestly. Hi Yuri, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Okay, yes, mystery. Because I usually am like careful with these. Is there any channel reacting to this? Just to make sure. Let me see. Not really. Nobody's really reacting to this channel. I have a theory why that is. I have a theory why that is. Huh. Because I don't want to get the stream nuked. That's usually the problem. That's why I don't watch these. Let me look through this. There's even official, I would say do one of mine, but I can't remember if there's any video left. I don't think so. Because that's the problem. Yeah. They told me that tomorrow we'll have a typhoon that'll affect the areas in the Philippines. Yikes. Hopefully you're safe. All the areas? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Because there's a fit also like NASA interviews in there and such. So I don't know if I want to touch this. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna I don't think I want to touch this one. Because the B one, I also got fucked for the B one. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Do I like... We can try, but if I die, I die. You know that. And then I may need to restart stream too. So I don't know. We can try. But yeah, good. There's a really high probability that the stream is gonna get shut down. Really high probability, I'd say. Really, really high. Really, really, really high. So that's the problem. Oh wait, the best of Dr. Victor you haven't done? Yeah, true, true. You're right. Some of my family members are in areas that'll be heavily impacted by the typhoon. I hope they're safe. I hope they're safe. Hopefully. I don't know, because nobody react. It's a big channel. 8.77 million. And nobody reacts to this channel. Yeah. Nobody is reacting to this channel. And that's usually a sign that if I watch this, I'm gonna get nuked. Yeah, I feel like I'm not risking this. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk this. I'm in fact not gonna risk this. Cheese for saying this on your stream. It's fine. I'm not gonna risk it. Nope. Actually, I'm not gonna risk it. I will not risk it, no. This is too dangerous. That's just too dangerous. That's just too dangerous to do that. That's just too dangerous. I'm not gonna risk it, sorry. That's too dangerous. You should leave if it becomes too dangerous. Yeah, true, she should. Well, she can't. Yeah, this one's too dangerous. I'm not gonna touch that one, actually. I feel like this is too dangerous. Usually these channels are gonna fuck me. Yeah, maybe next time. Channels like these are just, if there's no reactions of any of a channel of this size, then you can probably tell that you would get nuked. Well, we do have another crazy streamer though.
Hey, what's up, guys?
We do have another crazy streamer. Well, we do have Hassan here. We do have another insane man. We do have another insane streamer though that we also need to talk about, because I've talked about this dude as well a while back. Damn, cat! Stop! Why are you two fighting? Man, cats. We do have another crazy streamer. That is not Hassan. Twitch's richest streamer crashed out after Asmongold exposed him by ref. This is... I forgot the guy's name. But he's an ultimate weirdo. I will go along. I have watched a video before covering something that he does. But he's a weirdo. And by weirdo, I mean... he makes weird sexual content, and you can catch him on stream occasionally receiving intimate acts of women under his desk. That's all I'm gonna say. You can figure out what women are doing under the desk. You can figure that out by yourself.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today we have a lot to talk about involving some drama and other things I know you guys will find interesting. We're going to talk about Asmongold once again dunking on Hassan Piker in a very hilarious fashion.
And we have Hassan, as usual.
And then we're going to talk about Hassan Piker and some lies he's been exposed for. I know, Hassan Piker getting caught in a lie, I can't believe it. But this time it's really hilarious, and the memes coming out of it,
Yeah. The fact that he said he was dead broke, but he's actually not dead broke, and he's his mom's a landlord, his father has a $4 billion company, his uncle. Yeah, you get the idea. You get the idea. This is not surprising. If that man says he has been dead broke, that is a freaking lie. That is an absolute and utter lie. That man is not broke.
Just chef's kiss, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing what we're seeing here, but there's one other situation we're going to talk about, and that involves the Nina Lynn individual who's been banned on Twitch yet again after a resurfaced clip showed her what many people believe is assaulting another male streamer. This would be the second time this has happened to her. And now, after the second ban, she's finally saying she's sorry. She's so sorry, guys. How many streamers have I covered this week who are dodging accountability like this?
It's mostly women. I'm sorry. It's mostly women. 100 women versus accountability.
It's crazy. But the first thing I want to talk about today involves a very funny situation where this streamer named Deshay Frosts came...
Yep. I think Cameron made a video on him as well. And he showed zero accountability. Not zero. He showed zero accountability, by the way. None. And he also tried to copyright strike people covering him. I feel like I've seen this man from somewhere else before, aside from like streams and YouTube and stuff. Maybe was an actor somewhere? I have no idea. Good morning, Poco. How are you today? I'm doing great. How are you, Diagonal? How are you doing?
Came out flexing on people, showing off his revenue on Twitch for the last month. He comes out and shows this, claiming he made $300,000 in 1 month on Twitch, despite having 8,000 subs, which is a very impressive amount of subs.
How is Is this max viewers per stream? How is there 17,000 people just sitting there? Almost 18,000 people sitting there watching this man.
But people are like, how did you produce 300,000 out of that? And honestly, if it was real, you know, I gotta up my game. You guys gotta help me out. You gotta like, comment, subscribe, boost stuff like this in the algorithm. Super thanks, anything. We got a long way to go. We're getting absolutely blasted out here, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, you know, jokes aside, you can see the note down here. Something wasn't right, and it was Asmongold to come out and prove that this is very likely a fabricated screenshot.
I'm not saying that he's lying, but here's what I am saying. Why is it that this 0 is not the same as that 0?
Yeah, that's a he might be lying. He might be lying. True. I'm doing good, just relaxing today. Nice. Enjoy your day. Bots. I mean, yeah, bots, very likely. But at this point, you don't even know what a bot is and what's not a bot because, well, you don't even get shown your actual viewers on Twitch anymore.
That's crazy. What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Like, what is this? Now, maybe it's a different amount. You know what? I'll pull up mine right now. How about that? Let's pull up mine. We can see, and we're going to look and find out whether it's the same 0 or not. So what page is this? This could be, it could be on his phone, so I might not have it, but this is on the desktop. I'm assuming the font's going to be the same. Let's look at this 0. Okay, there's this 0. Which 0 is it? It's the other one.
Yeah, that one's fake. This one's fabricated 100%. This one is fabricated 100%. Look at this. The zeros don't match. Yeah, it's fake 100%. How can you do this and be caught in such an obvious lie? Why would you do that? What is the point of this? People are gonna know.
Yeah, it's the other one. You changed the font, buddy. You changed the font. And does anybody even know this?
Yeah, this wasn't looking good from the jump. I mean, this looks like one of those situations where someone gets like a 70 on their test and they have to go get their parent to sign it. So they try to like arc the 7 into a 9. And no matter how hard you try, it just doesn't look quite right. So I think what Asmongold's showing here is pretty definitive proof that he was fabricating this screenshot, which, you know, if you really think about it, why? Like, the guy's clearly making good revenue, like having over 8,000 subs.
Like, why do you have to essentially flex money that you don't have? Like, people can, like, tell. Why would you do that? That's surprising, though. Me, I feel like I'd fall for it. There's probably a few people that did absolutely fall for it. 100%. Sure. You can make it look believable. You can make it look believable. That's not what he did. It's the triple reactception. True. It's like, okay. Okay. Like, yeah, you can make it believable, but he didn't do that at all.
He streamed a very large amount of hours in that month. I'm sure he was juicing as many ads as he could possibly do. That's not even throwing shade. That's just how people function on Twitch. So I'm sure he made a lot, okay? But he's clearly exaggerating, which is kind of sad. The fact that he can't just show off what he already did. He has to exaggerate to a ridiculous total and Photoshop it in the process. Not looking great, but hilariously enough, this Deshae guy, he would come out and respond to Asmongold and basically claim he only went after him because he is a black streamer and also because
nobody cares that you are black. People care that you are retarded. Does this on a cable look believable? Yes, 100%. It does. It does. Like, people don't care that you're black. People care that you are retarded and lying. Stop using your skin color as a defense. We are over, like 2015 called.
Asmongold is jealous and broke.
Just because, bro, you not making $300,000 a month, like
This is ironic considering that Asmongold is probably very likely swimming in money. Asmongold is swimming in money. This doesn't even make sense. Asmongold is swimming in money.
me, I'm the richest streamer in the world. I'm the richest streamer in the world. You're broke. I'm really the richest streamer in the world, bro. For real. And it's like, when they see another young black man really try to thrive, it's like, why are you on my ass? Why are you on my ass?
You are not the richest streamer in the world, not even by a large margin. What are you talking about? What is this, bro? This is pathetic. This is so pathetic. Dude, this is probably the tiniest dick I haven't seen, but I can hear it.
You, Jesus? Why you on my ass? I you. I'm a young black man trying to get out here. And you over here getting on me about the zeros and the zeros. I came from zero. I came from zero.
Well, there he goes, pulling out the race card on this situation. There's no rebuttal here to what Asmongold is saying. He's not trying to debunk the screenshots and the comparisons. He's just saying he's doing this because he saw that I was a black streamer succeeding. And then you start thinking about things like the claim that Asmongold is broke, which is complete.
Which is like crazy, right? Twitch, see, the thing is, he can't even make this amount of money, considering that he makes more on Kick than on Twitch. That does not, while also having more viewers, while also having a little less streamed hours, but regardless, that is already,
completely insane, okay? You don't have
like, we can look at the numbers here, right? Almost 20k viewers, I think this is. Let's say 7,000 subs. We have 187 under 67 hour stream, right? Right. And he made 20k. Mathematically, whatever this Deshae Frost is saying does not add up. You cannot have almost a similar amount, but what? 15 times more? That does not make it doesn't mathematically make sense. Isn't Penguin Zero like in the top 10, if not the top 5 richest YouTubers? Yeah. Yes, he was also up there back when he was on Twitch. Absolutely. Yeah. Penguin Zero, right? He showed like what he was making, right? What was it? $35 million? Which is like insane. Maybe he just needs someone to talk him out of it. Yeah, I don't think this man, anybody's talking this man out of it. He made some really how do you put it, disgusting videos, and also had really disgusting moments on stream with women.
to be a glazer of this guy to understand he makes a lot of money. In fact, he's very transparent. I think mainly because he just doesn't care at this point what kind of revenue he makes. And he showed off his Twitch and Kick earnings for October. He made $165,000 on Kick and $20,000 on Twitch, which that's an interesting side by side. But also on top of that, people really do forget he's got 2 YouTube channels. He has the Clip channel, but mainly the Asmongold TV main channel. I mean, look at this, 150 million views this month alone. That is a lot, okay? In fact, I would be confident in saying that number of views in the last 30 days is probably at the least more than the Kick earnings, if not multiple times. Now, I also know that he, I think, shares the revenue with his editors, so he's not receiving all of that, but that just goes back to the fact that he really doesn't care.
Yeah, as calling Asmongold broke is like calling Hassan not rich. Like saying Hassan isn't didn't grow up affluent. I really hope those women are doing well now. They were part of it. They liked it. They liked it. That doesn't excuse the fact that he essentially had these women under his desk on stream. Under his desk doing stuff down there. I can't be more descriptive than that.
Care that much. He seems like the type of guy who hasn't looked at his bank accounts in like a year. You know, money never really seemed to be important. And also just think about his sort of upbringing, right? He you can see it. He's living in his upbringing, right? To act like he doesn't understand what it's like to come from nothing or whatever. It's pretty ridiculous. But Asmongold would confirm what this guy was claiming. And he says, in a response to a clip sharing this situation, he says, he's right. I did this because he was black. And then he would respond on stream, elaborating on that point.
And so anyway, I said he's right. I did this because he was black. I think this shit is so funny, bro. Giga Rich Man, everyone. He's got to be. He's got to be around. I think this is funny, right?
Yeah, they were slobbing on Bob. Yeah, that's how you also can put it. He's up. No, I can't be more explicit than that. To put it simple, he had essentially sex with women on stream. Not the full way, not so you could see anything, but the where they were under his desk doing stuff down there. Yeah, actually, respect Charlie. He didn't have to remove super chats and memberships, but he did. Basically, you have too much money spent in my lifetime. Stop giving me money. I mean, to be fair, he does make it like most is that he makes comes from ads anyways, so it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, I myself am already uncomfortable if people donate anything. That makes me uncomfortable. I don't like that either, but it is what it is.
And at the beginning, I was like, geez, like, I don't know really if this guy's being serious. Is this guy just a moron or like what's really going on here? I think he's just around. I think he's just around, but it is funny.
All right, so this was a different clip he was reacting to than the first one we saw, the first response from Deshay, okay? And when he said he's doing this to a little black man, I think it all clicked. That whether this started off as a serious effort or was all an elaborate troll, I think at this point he's just rage baiting, and this whole situation is really funny. Because there's people out there who would unironically try to say this about Asmongold, criticizing him or her, and we're seeing this guy just playing with it and just trying to make fun of the whole thing. I think this whole situation is just funny, to be honest with you, and one of the more light-hearted beefs / drama you'll see. I don't think any of this is really that serious. But anyways, let's move on to Hassan Piker, who's once again getting clown.
What is this meme, bro? What is this meme? Holy shit, what is this meme? So we got Kaya getting shocked, Fish getting pulled on his tail. Oh my god, what is this meme, bro? What is this meme?
On for what? Well, openly lying and getting caught in 4K. Now, the other day I briefly shared this clip. We talked about it for a little bit, but since then there's been a note attached to this tweet that is really, really funny. And to sum up this clip, basically, he came out with this rags to riches story. Yes, Hassan Piker is trying to, in this clip, to say that he didn't grow up wealthy, and that at one point he was dead broke, and then he turned it all around, and now he's this rags to riches story. And
sure, buddy. Sure. Sure, that's the thing. By the way, that S, by the way, stands for shock and not for super. I usually have a highlight message on my stream link to PayPal Patreon, but I never pointed out. I have a Ko-Fi and a Throne, but I don't advertise that whatsoever. I used to really dislike Ref for the merely fact of being a drama VTuber, but then other VTuber drama popped up at VTuber channels, and Ref turned out to be the most composed and respectful of them all. Yeah, yeah. Hero does also a pretty good job. I would even say that Hero is also very fairly neutral most of the time. But hi, Rips. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. I Poke randomly did a single pull on Umaban and got the wedding dress version of Maya on a Top Gun. Nice, nice. Also, hi GT. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, actually cosplay Superman. Poke, you know he compared himself to Superman in the past, right? He did. That does not fit him at all. He is not Superman.
It's funny on its face, but it's even funnier because since, like I said, the last time I talked about this, it got hit with this note. And they came prepared with multiple receipts, beginning with this saying Hassan is lying.
When you grow up affluent, as I did, right? By the time you get to college, even if you go to college in America where you get a slate wiped, basically, because you have no network in the same way in the United States of America, I still did not have to work to ensure that I took care of my family. That would have over my schooling in the process. You know what I mean? There's a tremendous amount of different societal pressures that I did not have to withstand as a consequence of growing up affluent. Even if they had no money by the time I got to college, it still doesn't matter, right? Because I got a tremendous education.
Yeah, so literally from his own words,
I grew up affluent. I didn't worry about making ends meet or having to take on the job or anything like that. I got a good education. Sounds weird. Do you think that people that are broke can pay for a good education? Do you genuinely think that? Do you this is, you know what we call this? Champagne socialist. I parade the words of a socialist, but not the actions. Classic. That's a superhero, as if he's a superhero fighting for what? Right? What's right? Fight for the weak? Yeah, sure. The only thing it fights apparently is his dogs. And Asmongold occasionally. I'm good, and the S stands for supervillain. True. I'm gonna give you a job working at Young Turks. Like, he grew up in a rich family. Maybe not. People want to put him like billions, right? But obviously he didn't really grow up in billions with billions, yeah. But certainly wealthy. This person, to be honest, confusing. He's a Twitch streamer who abuses his dog on stream. He also calls for violence against people that he doesn't agree with. At the same time, he has opinions that he himself doesn't follow through. He lies a lot. Pretty much. In my country, we call them caviar as a play on how expensive they are. Ah, okay, yeah.
he says that he grew up affluent and didn't have to worry about making ends meet or having to take on a job while he was getting his education, a very good education as he describes it. And people are finding some old pictures of Hassan, and wow.
Wait, these are actually Hassan pictures? Like, this is actually, yeah. Bro, absolutely. Bro, absolutely grew up poor. Guys. Who of you has ever had, as a kid, the money to go horse riding and wear something like this? Also, as a boy, he was kind of chubby, not gonna lie.
AI couldn't even generate an image this good. People are definitely clowning on this image, and the jokes are, well, they're really funny. But let's continue on. The other parts of the notes here, we already knew this, and I mentioned most of these in the last video. His father was extremely wealthy and is extremely wealthy right from the jump. And also, he was hired by his uncle, Jank, who is on Young Turks, who helped him get a really good gig right out of college. You know, Nepo baby
let's a quick reminder that Schenk said that it would legalize bestiality, not like sleeping with an animal, but getting it off. Let us remember that. Let us remember that. Let that not be forgotten. The streamer that we're talking about, the guy that said, the guy earlier with the yellow mic, that's Hassan. Hi Shine Duck, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Type stuff. And also his mom is a commercial landlord, which again, as I pointed out last time, is very interesting given the fact one of his most viral posts or clips ever is him saying we need to soak the streets with the blood of landlords because capitalism is bad. That's the type of stuff they need to work out in therapy. You know, that's none of...
Capitalism is bad unless I can buy a $3 million mansion. Anyways, I'm level 30 Fortnite. Nice. Just got off my VR. Okay.
None of my business beyond this, but from there, Hassan would go back and tackle politics. And of course, anything he tries to do these days with that is getting clowned on because, well, Collargate has continued. But anyways, you have this individual saying, is it just me? Or does it feel like every content creator above the age of 30 is doing this political commentary BS? I swear, you guys were playing games, not complaining about this stuff just 2 years ago. What happened? And Hassan says, Trump-era anti-woke backlash made it much more profitable to be a right-wing commentator without social stigma, and it doesn't require any reading or critical thinking to blame everything on woke and gay, and you have an automatic audience of receptive dullards. Yes, this is the biggest cope I've ever seen. This whole thing is gigantic cope. I think a lot of people, to address this post up here, as we've talked about recently,
I don't think that, like, the reason why this is happening is very simple. Because now people aren't, as afraid anymore to state their beliefs. We have seen that. People are more, now more encouraged to state what they believe in. Because if you did that before, you were cancelled on Twitter. As we have just recently witnessed. With an artist. Huh.
There are people who covered gaming news and anime and other things like that, myself included, who saw politics drip into our hobbies.
That's also a reason. I never wanted to talk about politics. But the politics came to me, not the other way around. But yeah, if you don't know with the artist situation, there's an artist, a Muslim artist, who essentially just declined somebody because they requested a queer art. Not because the client was queer, but because the art was queer. I hate that word, by the way, just saying. Regardless. And she was dogpiled, harassed, death threats were sent towards her. It was huge fallout for that. It was huge fallout. It was, and now she has she jumped from 900 followers to almost 9,000. She's probably, as we speak, already approaching 10,000, and tons of commissions probably. But yeah, this is what happened. We had another bake the cake bigot situation. Huh. Draw the art, bigot. It's creeping into anime, video games, etc. Absolutely. Politics, you mean?
And that's why we talk about things that are a little more political than we might have a couple of years ago. That's just the nature of things right now in many different industries. But when we look at Hassan's part right here, talking about how this anti-woke grind and being a right-wing commentator is just so easy. It's just this revenue machine. Meanwhile, this guy has basically just been doing his whole gimmick of orange guy bad for what, a decade at this point. Like, what is this guy talking about? That has been his meal ticket for the last decade. And of course, Asmongold would come in with this reply. Yep, he's basically creating a post for himself. Many such cases. But let's move on to an update regarding the Nina Lynn situation and also Zoe Spencer.
I will never, I'm going to say it again. I will never, ever, ever touch Twitch. Ever touch Twitch. Ever. Because they tolerate SA on stream. They fully tolerate SA on stream. They do. They do not care. And again, my theory is that absolutely 100% Dan Clancy is sleeping with the young women that are streaming on Twitch. That is 100% what I believe. I do not care. Most definitely.
As well. I talked about this. You have to use a freeze frame, but there was this Saeed individual who was assaulted by these two. She was grabbing him by the neck while this girl was twerking on him, and
there was also a clip of him breaking down in tears. So yes, he did not want this.
Later on in the clip, they pin him down. They're like sitting on top of him against his will. He has spoken out against this and said he did not like this. It was uncomfortable. And yeah, this was a big set of controversy for Twitch, especially given the fact that both of these individuals, after these clips went viral, were banned for less than 2 days. Yep, they were banned and unbanned in less than 2 days for doing this live on camera, by the way. But the Zoe Spencer one, the one who was twerking on this poor guy, she went out and basically said that this incident took place back in February, and she already apologized for all this, and yada, yada, yada. And she says her apologies have always been sincere, and she's taking...
I do not believe you. The only reason you're apologizing is because your career was quickly in for a short time in danger, but that's it. You didn't mean it. You made zero amends. You even made fun of him, called it embarrassing that he was that this is considered SA for him. You said he should be embarrassed. Liar, absolute liar, and you should also be permanently banned. Committing a crime on stream should technically warrant a permaban.
Taking a lot of time reflecting and learning and growing from her mistakes, and I still don't think a lot of people are buying it. But let's talk about Nina Lynn. Okay, she's someone who not only did this, but when she was confronted with that viral clip, she said not only that she didn't do this, lying right to your face, she also said it's embarrassing for a man to be assaulted. Obviously, that didn't really go over very well with people. However, since then, she got banned again, and this time, it's because a different clip has resurfaced, this time
she's unbanned again,
involving disguised toast. And again, can't play it, it's just the way YouTube works, but I'll describe it. He lays down for a massage, and he has an actual professional.
He lays down for a massage, there's an actual professional there, supposed to massage him. She pushes the dude to the side and starts giving toast the massage without him knowing, without him consenting to that.
Person doing it, and she basically secretly pushes that professional away and then starts rubbing on his behind. Right? He didn't consent to this. He was clearly uncomfortable. You can see it. And he would come out with a statement basically saying that he was very uncomfortable and he felt very uncomfortable even trying to speak up about it because he didn't want to escalate the situation. And it's just kind of sad that this has happened for a while now to multiple male streamers and people featured on Twitch, and it took like this recent movement, this recent momentum to get anything going on with these situations and to get some actual punishment, which again, who knows how long that's going to last. But Nina Lynn, after the second ban, would finally say those big words, sorry. Yes, she would basically say that her actions and words are inexcusable.
Again, you are not sorry because you think you did something wrong. You are sorry because you were caught. Very simple. Totally simple.
And that she is in no way defending them, and the comments she made about Saeed were completely misunderstood by the public. It was never embarrassing to be harmed or to speak out. We heard the clip, guys. I've played it before. She clearly, that's what she was talking about, all right? And then she goes on further to say, in regards to Toast, I was also out of line. Although I did not move the massage therapist out of the way like he described I had, and I asked for permission from Toast before he lay down, I still shouldn't. So she's deflecting blame and basically saying he asked for it, which she doesn't have anything to prove it. But
The classic. This is like the classic for male victims. He wanted it. He asked for it. If he didn't want to, why did his dick get hard? Same energy. This is literally the same energy. So stupid. Yeah. A classic.
But yeah, that's that update. You can probably guess how well this apology is going over with everyone. But this just kind of plays into things we've talked about the last couple of days with Twitch. We talked about that big round of layoffs at Amazon that has trickled.
Damn. Twitch XX slams Amazon for cutting 14,000 jobs in AI shift. Robots don't give a fuck. True. Twitch is facing another brutal round of layoffs as parent company Amazon slashes tens of thousands of corporate jobs amid a major pivot to artificial intelligence. This platform is cooked.
Down into Twitch, and another person at Twitch has jumped ship. They did not get laid off. Instead, they have left the company to pursue new opportunities, and this time it is Twitch's global head of communications. So a pretty major role. And the Nina Lynn and Zoe situation.
There was also another dude fired or let go that actively hunted down VTubers, like no joke. Bro was only banning VTubers and nothing else. Really funny.
It really is just another example of Twitch's total incompetence, and I feel like people are starting to realize, especially after the layoffs, that yeah, it might be time to jump ship on Twitch. We've seen a lot of content creators do it, and now I feel like we're seeing personnel doing it before they get laid off or this platform goes completely under. But anyways, that's going to do it for the situation. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
My beliefs are incredibly simple. Shut it down. Shut it down. Of course, this is sad for a lot of the smaller streamers, but at this point, looking at how badly it does numbers-wise, I'm absolutely seeing this platform shut down in like the next 5 years or so, and deservedly so. With this kind of reputation, I'm surprised that Amazon has not pulled the plug sooner. Or just absolutely nuked the shit. There's two options. Either you start actually properly enforcing your TOS, you fire Dan Clancy, and you rebuild your reputation from the ground up, or you just shut it down at this point. At this point, shut it down. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. My ESP teacher taught me that humans can fall for sin. Nowadays, humans have realized that they can go anonymous online and use it for their own gain in order to indulge themselves in their fantasy. So they've been teaching us about the dangers Weekly masses in Monday. So sorry if this is a personal. Well. Being anonymous isn't always bad because, well, while the internet has a lot of problems, it can be used for a lot of good. Like organizing protests, organizing pushback against governments and generally just bad people. Without being anonymous, you could not do that. Though that's eventually dying. Let's face it, privacy is dead. Privacy is soon completely dead. Digital ID is coming everywhere. Slowly but surely. It is coming. And then nobody's safe anymore. Okay, something less depressive. Let's look. I think I've been talking about at the 90s. Let's look. I got something. Yeah, this will not be good. This will not be good. This will not be good. I can promise you this will not be good. Actually, I should wait until Samix is here. I should wait until Samix is here. I should. I actually should. No, I should wait until Samix is here. Do you see the new site? Wait, what? What? What Shadow Eclipse? I'm confused. We're gonna hold off on that. We're gonna hold off on that. We're gonna hold off on that for a bit. USP means education, basically teaching us how to be good humans. So ethics, essentially. We're gonna wait until Samix is here because I'm pretty sure she wants to see that. I'm pretty sure she wants to see that. Let's do something less controversial or crazy. Let's do something something more normal. Do I even have anything normal? Do I even have anything normal? I kinda don't. Discord. Sure, I'll look at it. Give me a second. Sure. What is there? What do we have here? Oh, Pomu. I gotta go. Take care, Yuri. Have a good night, I think. Pans. Deal site launches otaku-friendly Twitter clone. It's already becoming a haven for adult-themed artwork. A lack of normal videos. That appears to be the case. I also heard that on Pomu, I've already seen Nick Fuentes make a certain, you get the idea, certain gesture. So I don't know. That's rough. That is rough. Even the Ring doorbell camera has been out by the government, which is thought to be the plan from the conception of it. Yeah, it's just like slowly but surely the government wants to know what you do around the clock all the time. Well, I guess this is fairly normal. We can do this. I haven't done the It's a Gundam video in a while. And this came freshly out of the It's a Gundam factory. Why not? And also, we don't talk that much about anime anyways. So yeah. Anime, the last bastion of creativity and the Western problem by It's a Gundam. Well, I wonder if the Western problem just involves tourists who cannot differentiate between reality and fiction. There's been a lot of talk about Frieren recently. What is it with weirdos empathizing with demons in Frieren? Like, why are you putting yourself in their shoes? Demons in Frieren are absolute and utter evil. They have no humanity. Weird. Weird. Why are you putting yourself into, like, self-inserting yourself into them? That's a bit weird, would you say? Anyways, like, if you've seen the British interview, they interview a 100-year-old guy that took part in World War II. Yes, I have seen that, and basically, what it came down to, that he basically said it wasn't worth it. That is basically, like, if World War II veterans say that it wasn't worth the war, it wasn't worth defending Britain, if that is what we're getting now, that should make you think, or rather, that should make the British think.
It's a Gundam. He's just a piece of crap.
Since when is that? Since when did that one drop? Since when does he have a new intro? Right now.
In the last decade, anime and media from Japan as a whole have become the last bastion of creativity and art the Western world consumes. Thought-provoking TV shows and movies that change your worldview, remind you that you're human, or that something is beautiful in the world. Better yet, possibly inspires you. This is something that we are so sorely lacking in the age of AI and modern Hollywood.
Max Lord, you're putting yourself and everyone else in grave danger.
What the fuck? Wait, is that Pedro Pascal? Wait a minute. Why does he... Bro needs his beard back. What the fuck?
I need you to give me this.
In Dostoevsky's novel, The Idiot, Prince Myshkin says, "Beauty will save the world." I believe this to be true. Even if you were to take the quote at face value or hyper-analyze it, it cannot be denied. Whereas to Hollywood has been churning out reboot after reboot, remake after remake, reimagining after reimagining.
And it gets worse every single time than the original. It gets worse every single time. Any reboot, any remake, any reimagining, it gets worse every time. And not only that, we seem to be incapable of preserving the originals. Have you looked at, like, have you looked at, like, when you have the original there, right? You have, for example, you have, like, the original Blu-ray of something, and then you go on a streaming service and you compare the two, and, like, the one that's on the streaming service is significantly less quality than the one you have on the Blu-ray. It's, like, interesting. The further media gets repurposed, the original media gets repurposed, the less quality it'll have. Audio issues, like frame issues, picture quality, everything just gets worse the more it gets spread out. Why is this happening? Shouldn't the quality actually, in fact, get better? But it gets worse. I wonder where that's coming from as well. We lack even the ability to preserve our old media.
Safe bet after safe bet that barely breaks even at best. Films and television have lost all meaning. Shows are as soulless as the streaming providers that they're on. Gen Z and Gen Alpha no longer care about Hollywood movies, and they know it. That's why they're slow.
Why would I? It's slop. Why would I? Why would I? Why would I care about a Hollywood? It's just the same story repurposed over and over with gender swaps, race swaps, I don't know. It's just the same story over and over again. Give me something new. Give me something that inspires me, not just the same slop over and over, because apparently millennial writers cannot seem to come up with anything new. What is this? What is this? Like, you know what I've also noticed when it comes to quality? Lighting. Compare old movies, not all of them, of course, but compare older movies and compare modern movies, and you can clearly see that whoever was making these older movies knew how lighting works. That's what the Blu-ray's for, though. Sell it in perfect quality. True.
Pivot shifting to streamers as the future of entertainment, which is really sad.
God help us all.
The MCU is a walking corpse, feeding off the flesh of the comic book source material for almost 20 years now, and still not translating it correctly. Demon Slayer Infinity Castle grossed more at the box office than Superman and the Fantastic Four, Marvel and DC's heavy hitters, the massive summer movies, and they still couldn't beat anime. In fact, things are so bad after Superman not exactly being the most.
In fact, they not only can they not beat anime, they try to infect it as well. They try to infect it as well. That's why Crunchyroll and Netflix are desperately fighting who has the most market share. You know what the crazy part is? Why I'm so afraid that Crunchyroll has now about half of it? Of the entire market share for anime here in the West? Because they get to decide what gets made and what not. And once they can decide what gets to get made and what not, you will see less and less what's the diversity for that. Actually, I can't use that word, diversity, in what shows can be made. And it is happening 100%. There is a manga out there that was funded by DEI money, and it did so terribly in Japan that they're selling it here in the West. And guess what the manga is about? Microaggressions of a darker skinned character. Yeah, that's definitely gonna make so much money here in the West. Absolutely.
Multi-billion-dollar film, Warner Brothers is up for sale.
Oh no! What happened?
Have you ever caught yourself reaching for a bad habit without thinking about it? Maybe it's out of stress, boredom, or just wanting to fit in. Well, that's where Fume comes in. It's not about quitting, it's about replacing. Fume is the sponsor of today's video, offering a simple and enjoyable way.
We are skipping the Fume because Fume is disgusting. Fuck Fume.
Role boss on the blockbuster implications of Demon Slayer Infinity Castle. It's now undeniable how big anime has become. The latest summer box office has delivered an unlikely juggernaut, Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba. The anime epic has stormed past $555 billion worldwide, making it the highest grossing Japanese film of all time and the top.
Also, can we stop calling the Devil May Cry show and the Castlevania shows anime? They are not anime. Both of those shows feel like whoever made them got all of their knowledge from Reddit, and that's it.
Earning anime feature ever released in North America. Where anime movies were once relegated to the margins, Infinity Castle has stunned with $140 million in 2 weekends, by far the biggest US theatrical run ever for a Japanese title. Given the anime fandom's penchant for repeat viewings and the rumored Chinese release still in the works, there's no telling just how rich Infinity Castle's worldwide haul might become.
I've seen all these movies, and the only one I cared about was Demon Slayer. Superman was like a fart in the wind, and Fantastic Four was so predictable I felt like the writing was done by AI. Meanwhile, Hollywood box office movies are dropping 60 to 80% after release weekend, being the...
Surprise, surprise. See, what I also find funny, you know, it's really interesting how even China is stepping up to fill the void that we can't seem to fill in the West, especially with video games. Yes, it's gacha slop, but China has shown that with Wukong, they can absolutely produce AAA, high-quality video games. Back to how they got an anime name. Invincible, for example, didn't call it anime. Well, Invincible isn't an anime. It falls right into the category of cartoon, right? Invincible is like based on a comic, right? I know they are not taking all of it in there, but nobody's calling Invincible an anime. But there's people absolutely calling the Netflix show for Devil May Cry an anime, and I'm like, that's not it. It's not an anime.
Norm now, or flopping so badly they get put on ice. Goodbye, Tron. What was it, Tron Legacy, Tron Ares? You'll never see it again. Kevin Feige and those like him are no longer heralded as saviors or sages of Hollywood, but the harbingers of creative doom. In 2020, the COVID pandemic exposed new people to the joys of the niche hobby known as anime, manga, model kits, and even Warhammer, just to name a few. But as in all things, once they become popularized or mainstream,
The hoodweep epidemic base that he puts that in there. Good that he puts that in there, yes. Hoodweeps are essentially just anime. Well, there are oftentimes just depicted as black anime watchers who only consume shonen and nothing else. Usually it's also it usually also comes with like shaming for watching anything that isn't shonen.
they are ruined by the casuals that only enjoy them for their popularity and demand that the new hobby
This video was so horrendous. They couldn't even like remember how they put Astro Boy into F tier? Ugh.
is reshaped around their worldviews or sexual orientations more often than not. This has eroded the American anime scene at an alarming rate. Popular streaming sites are starting to go down, leading to many classic animes that were never localized to the West being lost for probably all time.
Operation Anime shuts down 16 illegal streaming sites. Japan and Brazil have teamed up to fight piracy by shutting down anime streaming sites. If you woke up this morning hoping to catch up on One Piece or maybe some Jujutsu Kaisen episodes on your favorite illegal streaming site, you've probably had a rude awakening.
See, piracy isn't see, piracy oftentimes is a service problem. The show isn't available, so people are watching it illegally. It is a service problem. That's what it most of the time is. Sure, I have to say that piracy also happens because these streaming websites are incredibly greedy, right? Isn't it funny how we have tolerated it? Like, and when everyone was like, "Oh, streaming websites, crazy, right? Netflix, Amazon, Crunchyroll, right? We don't have to pay for cable anymore because cable's so expensive." Oh, congratulations, you morons. Whether you pay for cable or for streaming services has no difference. In fact, you may be paying more nowadays because you need to have like a bajillion streaming services at the same time. Same with like video game stuff. We're paying for online. If you have like 2 consoles, that means you pay for like Nintendo Online and for PS Plus.
You probably discovered that the site doesn't exist anymore.
Yes, this has happened to me, and it was a terrible, terrible day. I've seen some of my favorite sites that I have used for years that had some of the rarest anime that an American can see get taken down. And I know I'll never see these shows again. The probability of finding them is little next to none unless I go to Japan and pick up the language, which I'm just too stupid for. But this is the price of mainstream appeal. Once companies realize there's money to be made, they make sure they control every avenue to said product. But there are still some pirate sites that remain, and they pull massive numbers.
The world's largest anime piracy site has surpassed both Disney Plus and Crunchyroll in
Base, the unknown website. We know it. Well, the unknown website. Well, they don't want it to be taken down, so smart to say unknown website. 364 million comparison to Disney Plus and Crunchyroll. The new massage harem isn't available anywhere. Interesting. I've seen like some. I don't know the name, but I've seen something cute with a cute elf lady. It also like the style looks a bit like older anime. I forgot the name, but I might need to look at that. Economic lesson 101. If you get something for free, you're paying on it in another way. Yep, that's also true. Now it's also like we tolerate fucking ads. We went away from cable to avoid ads. And now we have still ads.
monthly visits. The unknown site is doing 364 million, Disney 343, Crunchyroll 125 million.
Crunchyroll sucks, and so does Disney. It's criminally ass. With big companies taking more interest in anime streaming like Warner Brothers and Netflix, I think even Disney's getting into making some anime shows. Ugh. Crunchyroll is slowly becoming an anime monopoly, which you might not think is a bad thing till they drop a show you.
That is absolutely 100% a bad thing. Monopolies are never good. Never. Because then they decide what shows get to be made. There might be a manga that's absolute and utter peak that could get an anime. But because it's not profitable enough, it will never get one. That's the problem. I don't trust Crunchyroll with nothing. Pirate sites only place to watch it at this point. That's like I said, it's a service problem. Right? Same with piracy of video games. It's a service problem. It is. Absolutely. There's probably lots of people that would pay to play Pokemon, the DS games, on modern hardware if they offered it, but they don't. And the funny part is, right? The funny part is, especially when it comes to video games, even if I buy them physically used, right? Even if I buy them physically used, it's not going to Nintendo. The money is not going to Nintendo. The money is not going to I don't know why these are even mad. They could be mad if it was actually available to buy, but if I buy Pokemon Ruby used, that money's not going to Nintendo. Why are you mad about that? Money's not going to you. You will never see that money. Why are you mad? MC from Monster Musume. Okay. Market with such players as possible is the best. Our market has less players than possible at the moment. Yeah, like, so Amazon has a deal with mostly Crunchyroll, so that doesn't work. Then you have Netflix. Then you have Disney Plus, and then it's over.
And Lord knows, some anime DVDs, trying to find them is like trying to find a rare Pokemon or something. And the secondhand market for your favorite niche anime, you know, the ones that nobody really talks to.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, $300. Go ahead. Pay almost $400. Go ahead. Pay that. Go. Pay this down here. Pay it. See what happens.
Too much about like Asobe Sen, something like that, dude. It's $400 for the box set. Dude, you can't get season 2 and season 3.
What the fuck? For $500? For Hajime no Ippo?
3 of Hajime no Ippo on Blu-ray right now. It's $200 a piece. For a DVD, it used to be $30.
What? You motherfucker!
It's 477. 477. That's a lot of money.
Oh my god, you son of a bitch!
Crunchyroll removes 2 animes from the platform, Death Paradise and 91 Days. They removed a...
Wait, Death Parade got nuked? That's crazy. Not only... Wait, yeah, right. Claymore got nuked as well. Claymore got nuked as well. You feel like they really compete? Companies you mentioned. No, they're not competing. They're not competing because... Sorry. Have to yap real quick. They're not competing because, as we can know, Crunchyroll has about 50% of the market. It has about 50% of the market, and it's gonna grow. And it's gonna grow. It's 100% gonna grow. That's the Blu-ray version, yeah.
a lot more than that. Like Claymore, you can technically still watch them via their Amazon video channel, Roku channel. Claymore, the anime, has officially been removed from Crunchyroll and no longer any platforms that stream it legally.
Of course, because Claymore is one of those great animes. Slash manga, but manga then anime. You know what I'm saying, right? It's one of the best to come out there, and it is a crime that it never got a full anime.
Oh, and did I mention that the localization for some of these major streaming sites have gone to translating through AI?
I'm dead inside.
Crunchyroll ran embarrassingly bad ChatGPT subtitles on new anime series.
Oh yeah, this is German. Yeah, I've seen it. That when he, okay, so basically what they did is the German subtitles for this anime were so dog shit. They also were really dog shit, especially for like stuff like Dragon Ball Daima as well. Funny how this, yeah.
The streamer previously said it had no plans to use AI in the production of its anime program. The subtitles for one of Crunchyroll's newest anime series make it pretty clear that the company is going all in on ChatGPT. This week's viewers logged in to Crunchyroll to check out the studio Gokumi's Necronomiko and Cosmic Horror Show. Many were surprised to see that the series subtitles were filled with typos, grammatical errors, and explicit references to ChatGPT.
See, the problem is, so if AI does it, you get grammatical errors. If a person does it, you get ideological bullshit. Pick your poison. Pick your poison. At that point, pick your poison. What do you want?
The subtitles seem very much like text that have been generated with AI and slapped onto Necronomiko and Cosmic Horror Show without first being reviewed and edited for accuracy.
Money, please.
Holy Jesus. You know that site pulls in millions of dollars a year, and they couldn't even be bothered to double check this.
Corporate anime streaming sites always looking to add AI and not hire real humans. But to be fair, localization has been so bad, fans have begun to complain to Japan about anti-censorship of the anime on Twitter.
My colleagues around the world have told me
Yeah. Japanese politicians have acknowledged that there's censorship going on in their works here in the West. Let that sink in.
about many examples of censorship in the name of localization. I'm often surprised by them, and I think the Japanese people have been slow to acknowledge this issue. However, in my recent years, it's become a very important topic for Japan, which aims to be a nation built on content culture. Japanese people also read the messages in the reply section. Please continue to tell us about it.
So you're in a rock and a hard place if you're an American. If they hire someone to localize it, you gotta pray it's not some person that feels the need to rewrite things and reinterpret it.
Or you get ChatGPT.
Wait, I didn't even read this. Wait.
You gotta pray it's not some person that feels the need to rewrite things.
Netflix English localization of One Piece anime changed term new comma into new trans. Yeah. Really interesting was that One Punch Man. I'm sure I've seen some of its animation. It's just interesting. It's just interesting. It's also funny how this specific group likes to insert themselves as really ugly characters. I find that very, very, very odd.
Things and reinterpret it.
Or you get ChatGPT. And then, if you want the fan subs, which are far better, the fan subs do everything. They give you the lyrics to the anime song and who did it. If there's text on the screen, they translate it. This corporate crap, they do the bare minimum and want to be paid for it, dude. And it's not limited to anime either. Even video games like Dragon Quest deal with Western gender politics or the culture war that we're locked in that they feel needs.
Body type A, body type B, a lip censored on a troll. Other censorship on characters' clothing. There's a reason why I will not buy the Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 remakes. 2D HD remakes. Because there's censorship. And I will not support censorship.
to be projected onto content from other countries.
Creator of Dragon Quest, Yoji Horii, I probably got that wrong, explains how the West is forcing him to censor Dragon Quest III HD Remake in order to conform.
Yeah, by the way, this interview was quickly pulled down. This interview was quickly taken down because I covered this as well. Yeah, it was incredibly quickly taken down because you can't have things that shouldn't be.
to gender ideology and how it negatively influences Japan.
あとすごい話題になってたそのコスチュームとか当時とそのままなのかどうなのかみたいなのがありましたよね。また。
まあね、いろいろ規制もあってね、露出してきちゃいけないとかね。
そこまあちょっとあんまり深掘りする気は。
コンプラっていう名のね、やっぱりね、ある種のね、なんだろうな、絶対心というべき。
It's like an absolute god, an evil disguised as good. That is how he describes it. You can't see the full subtitles, but that is how he describes it. That should give you enough of an idea.
の名を借りた悪みたいなのがある。全員が不快感を覚えないなんてこと。
There's no such thing as content that doesn't make everyone uncomfortable, which is very true. And I feel like if something makes you uncomfortable, you stop engaging with it. That's the simple idea. If something makes you uncomfortable, instead of crying about it, wanting it censored, wanting it banned, you disengage with it. The problem is that these people can't do that. Because for one, then they're not the center of the attention. And then also, they must desperately get their way because they want to dictate what you can and can't consume. In addition to that, they simply cannot stop engaging with things that make them uncomfortable. Look, you forgot the oh so annoying convenient beam of light. Oh yeah.
はないわけ。だって不快なことを覚えるどうこうでもいいわけよ。だって綺麗汚いとかさ、善悪って人それぞれに感じ方があるわけじゃん。で、
because beauty and ugliness, good and evil, are different for everyone. Very true.
物事はやっぱり根っこにあるのはやっぱり
There are a few things that absolutely must not be done. As long as you follow those, you're free to do the rest. What he talks about here is the ideological bullshit that is inserted into our media nowadays.
絶対やっちゃいけないことだけいくつかあって、それさえやらなきゃあとはいいじゃないって、そういうのがないわけよ。だからやっぱり英米の方から来てるその宗教的な概念から来るその正教徒の
There is a religious concept from the West, especially in America, that influences their approach to sex education, right? He literally calls it religious, which is interesting. And it kind of is, because it kind of is like a religious cult, right? This behavior. Oh, it's cold all of a sudden. What the fuck? Hi Joe, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. It's for me. It's warm. It's today is a warm day. I say no issue, buddy.
考え方ってアメリカにあるじゃない。彼らのコンプラの考え方って本当ね狭い。でだから向こうでコミックスだけに全部その
their approach to what was it? Their approach to compliance is really narrow-minded.
本当ね狭い。でだから向こうで
When selling manga in America, everything had to be categorized by age groups.
コミックスだけに全部その年齢で区切ってやらなきゃいけない。少年ジャンプの漫画だったら13アップ、13歳以上じゃないと出せ。
For shonen manga, they couldn't be sold unless they were rated ages 13 and up.
私は全部リテイクでなきゃいけない。でそれを訴訟が起きるそのために保険も入らなきゃいけない。もうこんなねバカな国とね。
Fan-effing-tastic. That's right. Here, negatively influences Japan. Imagine these creative titans being forced to conform to the mental midgets that would find their work offensive because it...
Mental midgets. That's an insult that I'm gonna write down. F you and your nice weather. I'm sorry, it's nice weather.
Doesn't affirm their worldview. This shouldn't be happening, but it is. And this is why I don't want Western influence in Japanese entertainment. We as fans of anime and manga want to escape our culturally and spiritually bankrupt society in the West, since we don't have enough money to flee the country. I forgot to mention a few more stupid points of Crunchyroll, because I'm a petty bitch, so I'm gonna give them to you now. On October 30th, Crunchyroll started removing shows, so people started unsubscribing. Crunchyroll then made it as
Good decision. Absolutely, 100%. Here's also the thing. There's many large anime content creators who do not get the concept of tourists or misunderstand it. Tourists aren't new anime fans. Tourists are are people who barge into the media, consume the media, dislike it, and unlike others who would be like, okay, I don't like this, I'm gonna stop engaging with it, they want to change it to their liking. Like, they come in and be like, I'm like, this, that is problematic, that is very problematic, and we must change all of this. That is what they do. That is what they do. Mental midget is nice, but it's a bit of a softball. Still useful.
miserable as an experience as trying to get out of your Adobe contract early.
Crunchyroll membership and being asked to provide bank statements. I want to cancel my membership. I did not want to dispute a charge, nor did I say anything to indicate that. I couldn't find a cancel membership option in the settings, so I contacted support for help. The support agent asked for my name and email associated with the account. Reasonable. Then the support agent asked for the card type and the last 4 digits and expiration of the card. I don't think I have ever had to provide this info to cancel an account, but not unreasonable. Then the agent asks for a screenshot of my bank statement showing the charge from them. That seems really strange to me. What could they possibly need that info for? Same happened with me. I want to change my username and they asked for the screenshot of the transaction. Provided them that and they changed my username.
You might say, Gundo, you're biased. Okay, check this out. Crunchyroll's customer service is handled by mostly AI bots now. Ironically, it's as if they didn't learn the lesson from AI translation on their anime, but whatever, right?
Stupid account management. I want to increase my membership so I could read some manga, but was informed by Crunchyroll's AI help bot that I have to cancel my membership and wait for it to expire before I can upgrade. This is asinine. If I have to cancel my membership, I likely won't be renewing it at a higher tier. Crunchyroll is making it intentionally difficult to give them more money, and I'm betting it's because they are trying to make it harder to cancel overall. I can't believe that such a stupid, unforced error would be made. This is how you lose subscribers, not keep them.
Shut up and buy more, Shadow. One thing is crystal clear. Hollywood is coming for anime, and I do not think it's a good thing.
Sony Group deepens its investment in Bloomberg anime sector. With Japanese animation forecast to become a $600 billion business by 2030, Sony is leveraging its assets behind the category. We are very bullish about the overall growth of anime and what that means for us.
You know, years ago I would have thought this was awesome, but after seeing what happened with One Punch Man Season 3, I'm very pessimistic for the future. Now, if they went back to...
I do not trust Hollywood. I do not trust Western entertainment at all. I am 100% assuming that they're malicious.
You know, hand animation like in the 80s and 90s, I'd be down for that, but we're not getting that. We're gonna get slop 2D, 3D animation. What a stupid time to be alive. Anyway, Sony passed up buying Warner Brothers to focus on anime. That is a clear sign that superheroes are dead. And when you think about it, so's Harry Potter.
Sony announces it won't be bidding to buy Warner Brothers because it's focused on the growth market like anime.
Who wouldn't be?
We have no desire for big mergers and acquisitions, deals in the US film industry right now.
Because they are not doing that well.
Simply adding together the current movie studios doesn't strike me as leading to a big gain in profitability, for which scale is everything, so it can create its own position even without becoming one of the top players. The global market for anime is just drawing right now and will continue to grow by double digits for a while. We are focused on growth markets. It's important to have corporate relationships that foster original works. Yeah.
Goodbye, Batman and Superman. James Gunn might be fired soon.
Japanese anime boom is attracting wealthy investors. major conglomerate. From Hollywood,
I don't like investors either. Yes, they're needed to make money, but if their only focus is money, we're gonna get slop. We're gonna get more solo leveling, essentially.
giants to loaded conglomerates, everyone is investing in anime.
Hollywood wants to make more live action movies and shows made for streaming based on anime. Just a crazy idea, but why not just invest in anime?
Netflix My Hero Academia movie is taking inspiration from the unlikely show. The film's writer Jason Fuchs also happens to be
Live action My Hero Academia. Why? Why would you do that? Oh, this is gonna... Okay. Bakugo X Deku is gonna be a thing. If Americans take this on, 100%.
showrunner for it. The screenwriter best known for Argylle and Ice Age, Continental Drift, serves as a co-showrunner for HBO's It prequel series.
Oh my god.
Here's a crazy idea, Netflix. Hear me out. Instead of doing a live action My Hero Academia that will obviously be 100% garbage, if not 70% garbage, Sword of the Stranger, do sequel films to that. Get the original animators in studio. That would be hot. Not this. This is not hot. There are a few shows like this in the works, including the live action Gundam with Sydney Sweeney, and God knows why she's in it. I guess it's because she's got nice knockers.
Sydney Sweeney in Final Talk.
Gundam, live action, Sydney Sweeney. Huh? When did that one happen? What? Huh? That's a new one. That's a new one. I've never heard of this. What? When did that DLC drop?
For the Gundam movie at Legendary.
There's a good shot these live action films are gonna eat ass, and I will squeal in horror. And frankly, it's clear the writing is on the wall. Superheroes are out. Shonen is in. Hollywood doesn't love or respect these IPs. One look at how superheroes are handled, and you can see that. The never-ending quest to appease the modern audience doesn't lead to creativity. It leads to stagnation. Shows and movies ruled by committee. My God, the Secret Invasion's already lining up to be trash. And as someone who enjoyed the Secret Invasion comics, everyone should be fired for what they did to the Skrulls. These companies see anime and manga only as something to make money. It's no longer about telling a story or even making art. It's about content now. That permeates the industry like a wet fart, just stinking up everything.
True. Content. We need more content. Everything needs to be content. It needs to be entertaining. It doesn't need to be... It doesn't need to look beautiful. It doesn't need to promote good morals, values. It's just so tiring. Good messages, inspiring. That's just not needed anymore. That's just not needed. Good genes. What can I say? I wonder if she's selling it in her resume. Good fat distribution. True.
So bad you can taste it. They are no different than miners drilling into a mountain or a piece of land for rare earth minerals. And once they've all been collected, they move on to the next big dig site. And all that's left, in most cases, is an unlivable mess for the wildlife. And I hate to break it to you. You are the rare blue jay that will be displaced by this mining operation of trying to make money off of things that people actually still care about, because the creatives today aren't that creative, and the people who put money up are too chicken shit to put it into something new and interesting. Everyone's just trying to get as much as they can before Terminator Judgment Day comes to pass. And on that note, I'm out of here. Adios, bichachos. And remember to subscribe to this crap just so I could stick it to the people at YouTube. Once I hit 1 million, we're going to do something really sexy with motorcycles.
Pause. Okay. Pause. Black screen? Black screen.
Can I have some puppy?
Anyways, regardless. Need to have three. It only needs to have 3 things, maybe. Good story, company that knows how to make it cinematic, not erase budget or animation. What, you don't like characters sliding across grass? I'll go and watch One Dance on Crunchyroll now. Okay, have fun. See, it's gonna get worse from here on out. It's just gonna get worse. It's just gonna get worse. It will. Original Tom and Jerry was better than this shit. Yep. Yo, have you seen what they have done to Adventure Time? Have you seen what they have done to Adventure Time? They have done horrible things to Adventure Time. The sequel series, whatever you want to call it, is horrendous, buddy. It is horrendous. It was sarcasm, Poke, sure. It is horrendous. It is. It is absolutely. Fiona and Cake, yeah. It's essentially just Adventure Time for 30-year-old single women. It really is. It really is. It is. Fiona and Cake, yeah. I've seen some clips and I was like, yep. Puke in the creator's mouth, true. Hi, Ty, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Yeah, but it is 100%. It's just the absolute and utter and crazy slop. It's still gonna get watched though. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Water. I need water. Guys, should we do the Shrek one? The Shrek one? The Shreks? We could do it. We could do it. Anyways, I'm taking a quick break. I'll be right back, and then we'll watch another video. Sorry, took a little longer. Took a little longer. Anyways, had to real quick do something that was important regarding college. Look at that document. Anyways, the Victor Blame one is over 30 minutes. Also, I'm always concerned that with these channels I might get copyrighted. I have no idea. I'm just careful. Whatever. I'm just careful. Hello. Drop frames. Anyways, Shrek. We're gonna do Shrek. Get ready. I won't do this long today anyways. I've got something else I want to do. So yeah. Anyways, this is not gonna be fun. This won't be fun. Get ready. I read the erotic Shrek fan fiction So You Don't Have To by Sean McComb. I am incredibly concerned. We're gonna jump in, but I fear for my life. I do. Anyways, time for Shreks. Get in My Swamp, an ogre love story. Goodness.
What are you doing in my swamp?
See, the thing is, I am very concerned about the Shreks thing. Shrek is love. They took it too literally.
Hi. So the other day I was scrolling through Instagram Reels, as one does. One popped up that caught my interest, which I guess I'll just play.
We all had a crush on Shrek growing up, but I wanted a version of him that called me a good girl and ducked me in the blood of my enemies. So I took it in my own hands, and I wrote a loose Shrek retelling.
A loose Shrek retelling. A loose Shrek retelling. A loose Shrek retelling that is horrible. That is atrocious.
And I truly thought for the first time, wow, the Instagram algorithm has gotten it right. It got it right. Because normally it is, like my Explore page, it's a lot of like, porn, but it's also a lot of like conservatives and like people that are freaking out about woke, shooting Bud Light cans with their machine guns, which is very not me. I want to put that out there. That's not the type of person I am. I don't know what, okay, so I got it. Get in My Swamp, an ogre love story by G.M. Ferry. So this is like a fan fiction kind of inspired by Shrek.
Why would you do that? The question is like, why would you do that? I'm concerned about anything. You will be. You will be. You will be. Shrek is life. Shrek is life. But this is not it.
Ogre from the animated movies. Which was like, growing up, being born in the early 2000s, fucking huge part of my life. Humongous part of my life. So I thought it might be fun as an adult to experience Shrek in a very different way. Let's just say that. So this is about Leona, who stumbles upon Beck and becomes his prisoner. She's determined to get away, but it doesn't take long for things to start heating up between the two. Beck is trying to protect her, and Leona can't help her body's reaction to the buff green monster. The lines between captive and captor become blurry, and the passion becomes a raging fire neither of them can put out. Sounds great. And I thought it could be fun.
Women. Women. Gay. Except that this is not a gay fan fiction, my friend. This is written by a woman, once more.
If together we just read this little fun, less than 200 pages, little story together, and we could experience what I'm expecting to be a masterpiece together. So it's currently like 1 a.m. So I might start this tonight, but tomorrow, bright and early, I plan on starting this and just kind of giving you the highlights of Get in My Swamp, an ogre love story. Cause that could be fun.
So I just started. I just want to read you the first sentence.
Most young women don't imagine their bachelorette party at a swamp in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Florida.
Florida. Why is it always Florida? Florida man, Florida woman, Florida ogre. Why? Why? Don't get into the swamp. Get out immediately.
Unfortunately, I don't live in Florida, so I don't really live by a swamp. But I thought it would be fun if I just came to this like little lagoon. Chill the fuck out, man. Leo is going crazy swimming. Look at him go! Go, 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 go. But this is so Shrekky. Like, look at the green, clear water. Got like a little bit of a swamp over here. Logs. Slimy logs. And I'm gonna go swimming. I think I'm on page like 30. I think I'll be able to finish it today. Can you chill the fuck out? It's quite shocking so far.
What the actual fuck is going on? That's not what I subscribed to. I thought I would get Shreks. Where's the Shreks? Not a man swimming. Okay, what idea with a bit of work for your own video? I'm good. But I'm good. How long is this going on? Goodness. I want the Shreks. I think I'm gonna skip a bit through the video. Let's skip here. Here's gonna go back to yapping about the Shreks.
So embarrassing. I'm currently cooking some yam fries in the hot air fryer, as my mom only calls it. My mom never says just air fryer, she only says hot air fryer. I'm sure it's a surprise to a lot of y'all that I have a mom, because I get a lot of comments being like, is he real? Does he exist? No. Redact everything I just said. I am asexually reproduced. I just like form out of mud and dirt. And I'm immortal. But I'm currently on page 50. It's the next day. I got home from the lake yesterday and I had a massive headache and I just needed to chill. And I just want to quickly kind of go over what is occurring. So we have Leona and Beck. Leona is on her bachelorette party, but her fiance's sister is her best woman, or whatever, the housemaid. What? I'm gonna go check on these French fries. It's got 5 more minutes. So her soon-to-be sister-in-law is her best woman. I don't remember, bridesmaid? Yeah. And no, what is it called? And she is like a LA, Los Angeles health freak, very like spiritual, very like privileged. Like she's got time to like buy crystals and fill her life with like health and
Why do you explain us this? We want the spicy stuff. We want the Shreks. We do want the Shreks. We do. We absolutely do want the Shreks. Where's the Shreks? Maybe rank top 10 scary things from what you exposed to. Can be top 10 funny, weird, or whatever you want. Can't even remember the most things. Present them with pretty minimal explanation, but as you said, you're good at just suggesting things as the usual. Feel free to ignore the cricket. go into the corner of ignorance. I don't know.
Wellness because she's a privileged, wealthy white woman. Sorry. And she decides to plan this bachelorette party in a swamp, a silent swamp retreat. And Leona is like, fuck this bitch, but like, I'm getting that bag because she's very poor and she's just like faking it till she makes it by marrying this man who's very wealthy. He's in like real estate or something. The family's very wealthy. So she just goes along with it. But the entire time she's like, this is so fucking stupid. Like, which it is. Very stupid. A silent retreat for a bachelorette party. But like, it's fun. You gotta admit, it's camp. It's campy. So she's in this swamp retreat. She gets fed up one night and decides to go for a walk. Now, Beck is an ogre. Just a like 7-foot tall green guy with like tons of muscles.
Finally, we get into the juicy stuff. The Shreks. Lots of people reacted to the doctor video. Should be fine. Okay.
Like Shrek, but sexy as hell. And it's kind of like the Smurfs. Like they live in this community of mutants. Like there's gnomes and centaurs that live in this swamp. And it's just like this very tight-knit community, but they don't want humans to know about them. That's like the #1 rule. And sometimes humans will come into the swamp and they just kill them and eat them. But Leona goes out into the swamp, gets lost, stumbles upon this little shack, and she thinks,
oh, there's gonna be a grandma in there like making cookies and she's gonna help me.
Runs toward it, falls in his trap, and he goes out to see her, picks her up, takes her inside, puts her in his cage that he has, that he stores livestock in. It says that he likes his meat fresh, so he keeps a cage beside his bed. It says that they have Wi-Fi and cable. I don't know how the fuck that works. I don't know how you have Wi-Fi and cable, but you can't have like a freezer. This monster Smurf little community is so... like it has like a board. It's like a little town. Beck is super sexually attracted to this woman. Well, more than like it alludes that
here we go. Finally.
He is kind of falling in love with her just kind of by looking at her. Like not a single word, just looking at her being like, wait, have I heard her talk? Do I know her name? No.
Basically, he fell in love with his food? Hasn't happened to me yet.
But this is the woman of my dreams. She does describe herself at one point as, let me look for it. She says, I've got huge boobs, porn star lips, and an ass that won't quit.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Alright. And that's only on page 6. And then the monsters have this monster meeting because they heard Leona scream when she fell into Beck's trap. So
well, for one, you might get monster meeting or monster meat. It depends. I love salmon sashimi. Can't relate. Sure.
like, we need this woman to die and we need you to kill her and eat her back. Don't you want to do that? And he's like, no, I want to have sex with her. And they're like, okay, you can keep her as a slave. So that's kind of where we're at here.
Sex slave. Cinema.
Leona and him are just in his little house. She's tied up in a cage. He is trying to win her over, I think. But Leona naturally hopes to escape, and her plan to do that is to seduce him, get out of the cage, figure out a way to flee this 7-foot man. But the most recent chapter I read finishes with, I think the feminist gods will forgive me if I use a little seduction to get out of the clutches of an ogre. Fuck that guy. Operation Pussy Trap commence.
Just why? Who wrote this? Who wrote this? This is Quan Milt's level cringe.
So basically we've got Beck, who's trying to get this woman to fall in love with him, but then we've got Leona, who wants to fuck this guy in order to escape. Or not guy, ogre, sorry. I'll be completely honest, I'm really enjoying it.
Is this what Limbo feels like? is this like what happens after your death? You just start reading ogre smut, Shrek smut. This fucker censored his feeds. He knows. He knows. How long is it? Oh, it's almost done.
Okay, so we've got some major updates. Major updates. I'm on page 115, and there's like 180 pages, I think. So they have been having a ton of sex. They've been, yeah, like falling in love, which I expected, obviously. The sex bits have been real fucking crazy. I don't read or like watch any like erotic things, media, because I'm just like not a fucking weird pervert like some of you guys. I'm just kidding. But I do understand the appeal. Like, I get it. It's leaving me speechless. Like it
Bro has read man-made horrors, or woman-made horrors in this case, beyond our comprehension. This man read one of the worst fan fictions in human history. Can't say I've been lustful with food, but I've had a garlic cheeseburger that was so good that it completely 180 degrees my horrible mood that day. Crazy.
It's very visceral, and it's described in ways that are just like so fucking wild. But also, I mean, this book is satire. It's very clearly satire. It's supposed to be funny, so the sex scenes, although yes, they are like my eyes be bulging.
Start talking about it.
Up my head, awooga, awooga. There's also like little funny bits too. Like she's talking about her pussy purring. He's an ogre. He's
Bro.
7 feet tall. So he has got like a dong. The member is membering. It's like comedically big, and she loves it. Yeah, for like about 50 pages, they've just been like doing sex. She tried to escape. He caught her, pinned her to the ground, and that was the first time they went all the way. This is like so crazy. Like, I can't believe I'm putting this on the internet. Yeah, they just did it on the ground, and then they went back to his little shack, and they did it again. But through their little journey, he ripped her clothing to pieces. So he took her to the village, the fairy tale village, and he's buying her some clothes, or Gilda, the fairy godmother, runs a shop. It's like the fairy godmother from Shrek. Didn't she do something with clothing or something? I don't know. But while they were in there, she went to the back to try on some clothes with Gilda. And Beck stayed at the front of the shop. And I don't remember his name, but a wizard, a young wizard.
Now come on now.
Walks through the doors. He's described as being young, hot. He doesn't have a silver gray beard, no droopy top hat, no robe.
She becomes the village mattress? Is that what you're saying? Implying she's going to turn out to be the village mattress? Welcome back, Shanduk. Today I hurt the inside of my nails, and it started bleeding. Yikes. My bad, I'm in mood, but I'm sure you knew that. Yeah.
I'm imagining like Henry Cavill, Superman, Man of Steel. So my brain immediately is like, okay, so this is some competition. And we're about to enter a love triangle. But then he tells Beck, I keep on almost saying Shrek. The wizard tells Beck that he has a potion that could wipe her memory clean. Which means Leona could go back into the real world and just continue her life as it was before. And Beck doesn't want that. Beck wants to keep her. Beck loves this girl. And they're creating, I mean, I think it's only been one night.
One night! Over 50 pages! What has this man been reading? Yo, if I read this out, I get banned. I would get banned.
But things are moving quickly between Leona and Beck. So Beck takes the wizard by the scruff of his shirt and lifts him in the air and pretty much is like, this stays between us. You don't tell anyone about this potion you have, especially not Leona, because he wants to keep her. But obviously, what's gonna happen is she's gonna find out about this potion. She's gonna find out about Beck trapping her. And then Leona's gonna be like, oh fuck, what am I gonna do? Like, Beck took her choice away, but she's falling in love with him. And at the end of the chapter,
I have an idea what's gonna happen. And it involves complete memory loss.
she comes out of the back with Gilda. She's got this fantastic new white dress that shows all her curves. And she says to Beck, okay, let's go home. And Beck thinks she just called it home. I don't know.
This man is broken. The face is peak. Bro regrets it. This is the face of regret. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the face of regret. This is the face of regret. This man has seen things that he cannot explain. This man has read things he cannot explain.
This
made Horace beyond his comprehension. He's so done.
It's probably been like 5 minutes since that last clip. What I just read, that was like four pages. I don't think I've ever felt this from a book or any, like, that was so incredibly disturbing. That was the craziest shit. Like, who the fuck wrote this? Who is GM Fairy? I know that's a pseudonym. I need the
Psych ward. Psych ward. Immediately psych ward. Open up the psych ward. Psych ward immediately. 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 Therapy.
legal name. I need the God-given Christian name because I got a few things to say to them, to her, to him. I don't know.
Let's admit it. This is a woman that wrote this. A woman wrote this.
Okay, let me try to explain. Leona is naked in the lake, and then this centaur, which is in the beginning of the book, it's Beck's friend, and it very clearly is like Donkey's counterpart. His name is Donnie, like from Shrek. Donkey, Shrek's friend, the donkey. So he comes out of the forest. Leona is like, what the hell? Like, I'm naked. And he says to her, like, don't worry, we in this community are very open with nakedness. So she's like, oh, okay. And then randomly he just brings up Beck's parents. Beck's mom has been mentioned, I think once, when Leona came to the village and they had the board meeting. They were like, well, what happened the last time with your mom that, like, we let
Women. What is your obsession with minotaurs?
a human in or whatever. And Leona is for some reason aware of this, of the fact that Beck's parents are both dead and they died quite tragically. But then the centaur, Donnie, tells Leona how Beck's parents died, which is, it's not funny, it's really crazy. This little human boy came up on the ogre's house when it was Beck as a child, and then Beck's mom and dad were living in the shack. The mother sees this little boy and thinks, oh crap, I don't want to kill a little boy. I'm gonna take it back to the humans. She walks with the little boy outside of the swamp, but then the little boy's father isn't long behind. I guess they were hunting, or I guess it's, I don't know. It's Florida, so everyone's got guns. So he shoots the mom, but the way Donnie says is... Beck's dad heard the commotion and ran out to find his wife with her head blown off. And then shortly after that, Beck's dad shoots himself, and he tells Leona that Beck is the one who found his dead body. So Leona's like, oh my god, fuck. But then absolutely out of nowhere, Donnie, like, the donkey of this book, tries to rape Leona out of nowhere. Beck hears this, runs, beats the shit out of Donnie. He gets covered in Donnie's blood, and this turns Beck and Leona on, and they...
What the actual fuck? Who is the twisted, degenerate mind that wrote this? I need to know. I need to know. This is a public safety hazard now. What the fuck?
have sex right beside Donnie's unconscious, bloody body, and they get covered in Donnie's blood. And it's the character.
Psych ward. Immediately. Psych ward. Greek mythology created Minotaur. It was a creature that brutally off you. 1,000 years later, Minotaur is a sugar daddy.
Character development is real crazy. He was fucking his sister.
Incest. Cool.
So... to make a long fucking story short, he was fucking his sister. Beck gets freaked out about this situation with Donnie, and he thinks, damn, like, the community of mutants or monsters, whatever the fuck, are not gonna see you the way I see you. And this is gonna happen again. So you gotta take this memory loss potion and get the fuck out of here because I love you. She doesn't take the memory loss potion, but she does leave. She like storms out of the shack and is sitting on a rock pondering what she should do because she's thinking, do I love Beck? Do I not love Beck? Do I only love Beck because it's like Stockholm syndrome? And as she's...
Is she half ogre? Is she half ogre? Is that where the Fiona part comes in?
Thinking this, she hears someone calling her name, and it's not Beck. Turns out, it's Lawrence, her fiance. So he finds her and says, you're coming with me. And she thinks, maybe some time away from Beck will be good. It will show me whether or not I love him. Do I love him because I'm here and I can't leave? Or do I actually love him? So she goes back to LA with Lawrence without saying goodbye to Beck. After a few days of living in LA, she decides to go surprise Veronica, Lawrence's sister, with lunch, some poke bowls. Unannounced, unwelcomed, goes into...
Oh, never mind. The fiance is doing with his sister.
her apartment and finds Lawrence in bed with his sister. I'm telling you, HBO. HBO. Y'all love your incest. This is the next big HBO miniseries. I'm telling you, Emmy Award winning. I've got like 20 pages left. I think she's just gonna go back to Florida and spend the rest of her life with Beck. But we'll see. This has got me. This is...
A half sibling is still biological, which equals just no. That was not just half, that was full on sibling action. This broke this man's spirit. It broke this man's spirit. This guy's cooked.
So, last
Last night I finished Get in My Swamp, an Ogre Love Story by G.M. Ferry, and I just wanted to quickly tell you how it ends and give my overall thoughts on my experience with this book. So, Leona finds out that Beck is having sex with his sister, half-sister, sorry, and she is a woman with morals, you know, so she just...
A woman with morals, half-sister. Did I understand that correctly?
Experience with this book. So Leona finds out that Beck is having sex with his sister, half-sister, sorry, and she...
Yep, that is still full on wincest.
She is a woman with morals, you know, so she decides, I'm not marrying this fool. And she gets a studio apartment in Los Angeles. She says that she would go back to Florida to see Beck, but she doesn't have any money. So she's kind of just like trying her best in LA. And I think she's planning to go back to Florida. But then one night she's crying. I think she's like touching herself, thinking about Beck. She hears a knock at the door. And then all of a sudden the door blows open and it's Beck. They immediately start having sex, like right away. Very
Man reading women's smut. That man, look at him. He's done. He's broken. They broke him.
graphic, very, very detailed. They're doing some new positions that are very exciting to read about. But the entire time I'm just thinking, wait, this is a studio apartment. I think he like blew the door off his hinges, and for like hours they just go at it. I think with the door just like wide open. So then naturally you think, how'd he get there? He put sunglasses, a hat, and a mask on and just went on a plane. I guess it's like during COVID time, so like a face mask, but his skin is still green. So, and then they just go back to the swamp and live happily ever after. Now,
at least it has a happy end. I guess. It's a happy end.
This book, it left me speechless. I still don't know how to feel about it. I know that I had a lot of fun. I know that it's meant to be satire. I'm like 95% sure. But they're all...
Why? You never know. You never know. You don't know that. Think I blame Game of Thrones for the rise of incest. True, this could be the case.
Also, there's a lot of real aspects within it. Like this little world that Beck is a part of was honestly super interesting. It felt like something that because like I used to write stories when I was a kid, like fairy tale, fantasy stories, and it felt very much like that. Like I was reading it and I was like, this is totally something I would have wrote when I was 10, minus all the hardcore sex. The writing was nothing special. There was definitely a couple grammatical errors. It felt like I was reading the writing of a 10-year-old me. The erotic bits were really, again, I'll say I don't read any erotica. That's not a world that I'm a part of, but I feel like they were done really well. They were fucking crazy. Like, I don't know what else to say about them. They just like were so graphic, so in detail, but also at the same time, it was always quite funny. Like, it's like, this is a giant green ogre and like a supermodel in a swamp. I don't know. It just like was
a woman riding Quan Mills. That is really what it is.
The mix of so many things and in such a short amount of pages, like it's only like 180 pages. My brain was just going everywhere. The one constant was that it was going to return to sex. Like, and that sex was gonna last like 10 to 20 pages. But then the story, it progressed in a way that I was really quite fond of, and it kept my interest the entire time. Like, it is sensory overload. And I truly, genuinely want this to be adapted into like a movie or a mini-series so bad.
No, we are not doing this. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. No, we're not getting this adapted into a movie, TV show, whatever.
Like, I think it could be so good. Think like The Idol on HBO. I've not seen a single episode of that show. I've heard a lot about it, and I feel like it has the same vibe as this. Like, funny, dramatic, disturbing, sexy as hell, nasty and fucked up, but also like kind of heartwarming and bad, but like good. I don't know. I guess I'll just say thanks for watching.
I'm good, buddy. Just 180 pages to get out of my swamp, donkey. Literally. Or get into my swamp in this case. Yeah, nah. I'm good. This was horrible. Horrible. Psych ward. Ban. Immediately. Straight up. Send this woman into the psych ward. Immediately. We good. We good. Banned. Goodbye. No, we don't need another Twilight. 50 Shades of Grey. This is 50 Shades of Green, my friend. This was 50 Shades of Green. What do you mean grey? Clearly green. Anyways, we're doing something funny as well. Need to click on something. Nope.
What kind of therapist?
That's interesting. Green and brown. True. Green and brown. Anyways, we're gonna watch this one. We're gonna watch this one. Something funny as well. This therapist got cancelled for telling the truth. Best of Dr. Victor Blaine by AGC Andy. We're gonna look at that. True crime. We can do this after this one. We can do your true crime one after this one. Sure. But first, we're gonna do this one. I know I'm a degenerate, but what the hell?
What kind of therapist calls his client ugly? I dare you to come look me in the eye and say that. Yeah, sure. Which one?
This is Dr. Victor Blaine.
I know some of these clips, not gonna lie. I know some of these clips. I do.
A therapist with a 0-star rating on Yelp, which he claims is because clients don't like hearing the truth.
This therapist told me boys don't date me because I'm a 3 out of 10 with a body count that's 3 times 10. I hate Dr. Blaine. That's okay. They hated Jesus for telling the truth too.
I wonder how the world would look if people told each other more often the truth.
We asked Dr. Blaine how he'd describe himself. He said, "Imagine if Abraham Lincoln and Kanye West conceived a child. That would be me." Not sure I want to imagine that, but okay.
Ugh.
My ex was so abusive.
How often did he hit you?
No, he never hit me. He was verbally abusive. He would call me the B word and other mean names.
Bitch, I think you might be at the wrong therapist.
Due to constant public backlash, Dr. Blaine hired an assistant to help him steer clear of controversial comments like these.
Ever since I got paralyzed, I've been bullied nonstop.
Listen, man, sometimes you just gotta stand up for yourself.
A classic. This is me, basically. To be fair, I'm like that too.
What Dr. Blaine is trying to say is, you don't have to give these assholes the time of day. There's nothing stopping you from just walking away.
Well, there is something stopping him. You could roll away.
I mean, yes, he can.
We later asked Dr. Blaine, why even hire this assistant if you're going to continue making offensive remarks? And he simply responded, because she has a nice rack. This is the best moments of brutally honest therapist.
So basically, hire her because she's got a nice ass. Classic. Actually, this is basically Australia in a nutshell. Interesting.
Victor Blaine. My ex-wife called it a highlight reel of misogyny. So I called her a bitch. Add that to your fucking highlight reel, Barbara.
You're the worst therapist ever, so we're canceling you.
Wait, guys, actually?
Yeah, it's already trending on Twitter.
No, like, do you actually think I give a
Meet Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist who is currently being canceled, which he claims is because clients can't handle the truth, and he refuses to lie.
So you think you don't deserve to be canceled?
No, I'm just saying if they're canceling me.
They even staged this that he is on a that he is a Joe Rogan. That's funny. Okay, that's good. That's funny.
For calling a fat client fat, then they need to cancel their fucking mirror too.
Nah, you're getting 2 weeks banned on Twitch.
Dr. Blaine is unfazed by hate comments and hashtags, but this scandal has made it past Twitter.
Refund us! Refund us! You guys are still out here? How the hell do you have this much free time on a Tuesday morning?
We need that $200, and we'll do whatever it takes to get it.
Yeah! All right, fine. Here, have this. It's worth way more than $200.
What is this?
A job application.
When hashtags and protests didn't work, Dr. Blaine's ex-clients were left with one option, slander.
148. That's the number of clients that told us you confessed to the murder of Ronnie Ransom. So either you tell us the truth or that lie detector over there will. Where were you the night of May 8th? Your childhood home. F***ing your mom. Okay, yeah.
The lie detector's gonna tell the truth. You can handle the truth, but from which movie this line is most famous? I know what movie you're talking about. I just have no idea what the movie's called.
Real fun.
He's telling the truth.
No, he is not. My dad would have crushed him. Nah, your dad was the one who came up with the idea.
Yep, he's telling the truth.
His free.
Your dad's a cook.
Freaky ass was watching from the closet.
Yep, that's true.
Okay, stop!
Unfortunately for this detective, his mother confirmed that Dr. Blaine's alibi was rock solid.
It's not my fault I feel like this. The cold weather triggers my seasonal depression.
Then put on a fucking coat.
Meet Dr. Victor Blaine, a controversial therapist known for being
crazy. I can't believe you. It's called A Few Good Men. Maybe I have to watch that movie. I just don't know the German name for it because they have different names, obviously translations. That's not how seasonal mood changes work. Like winter depressions.
brutally honest with his clients.
If you have a headache, drink some water. If you're hangry, eat some fucking food. Just because I believe in common sense doesn't make me mean.
And I don't mean to trauma dump on my friends, but I just get these intrusive thoughts.
Hey, here's an intrusive thought. You should just shut the fuck up. Okay, sometimes I'm mean.
Dr. Blaine describes himself as the Kanye West.
Oh, I have so many intrusive thoughts. I have so many intrusive thoughts. I'm just like, I can't be saying these. I need to shut.
Of therapy, whatever that means.
And I feel like my boyfriend cheated on me because I'm ugly.
Whoa, wait. You're not ugly. You're mid.
Excuse me?
Don't act like you didn't hear me.
Great. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm gonna keep that one if somebody talks about being ugly. I'm just gonna call them, nah, you're not ugly, you're mid. Who say German, it's eine Frage der Ehre. Ah, that could be. By the way, for future reference book, it's called seasonal disorder. Interesting, I didn't know that it was called that. We call it, like, literally just, winter depression.
Me with them big ass ears. Now, can you finish up your little yap sesh? I'm trying to go play Helldivers. I'm tired of my clients playing victim in all of their problems. Oh, you had a traumatic childhood, so you came to therapy? Well, Bruce Wayne had...
Wait, his name is a play on victim blaming.
Had a traumatic childhood, so he became Batman. Maybe the problem is you.
I am so fucking ugly.
You're not ugly, Maddie.
Bestie, stop! I'm not even wearing makeup. I literally just woke up like this.
On today's episode of Brutally Honest, we meet Maddie. Driven purely by male validation, she is what's known as a pick-me girl.
Maddie claims she is anything but a pick-me girl, so we decided to interview her and ask her why she only hangs out with men.
I hang out with only guys just because they're like less drama.
Yeah, right, bitch. Maddie's family opted to send her to
I mean, that's not wrong. We are, in fact, less drama. And I got proof. I have the receipts. I literally have the receipts. We are less drama. This is true.
Controversial therapist Dr. Victor Blaine in an effort to help fix her behavior.
Maddie, from everything I've heard about you, you don't hang out with girls, you seek male validation nonstop. I don't think you can argue the fact that you're not
I am not a pick-me girl. Do not call me that.
That's not what I was gonna say.
Oh, then what were you about to call me, bestie?
A whore.
Yikes.
Maddie claims she's, quote, not like other girls, which is true, because most girls don't have a body count over 40.
Your bitch girlfriend is just jealous of me because I am not like other girls. I play video games, I love sports.
Oh, you love sports? Is that why you slept with the entire football team? Your dad has to be ashamed of you.
Whoa, hey.
Oh, ever heard of this? What was it? While we're on this, while we're on this, right? Ever heard of this Maddie Kowalski incident? While we're at this, we're talking about this. This girl started college, right? This girl started college, right? Got a train wrecked on her for drugs. Like 15 dudes in the same night. They even filmed this shit. It's crazy. This shit is crazy. Not like other girls. Mostly it's such a lie, true.
Hey, don't say that. Why not? Because there is no way this bitch has a dad.
You're the worst therapist ever. I'm giving you a 0-star review.
Damn, that's crazy.
This is Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist with a 0-star rating, which he claims is because he only tells his clients the truth.
I understand why my clients leave low reviews. The truth hurts. If my life was so bad that I had to go to therapy, I wouldn't want to hear the unfiltered truth about it either.
Dr. Blaine has faced immense backlash for his methods. When we asked him if that ever worried him, he said, "Not at all. What are they going to do? Whine to their therapist about it? That's more business for me."
I'm late on my mortgage, and I have no way to feed my kids. I just wanted to tell someone how I'm feeling. The only thing you should be filling is a job application out. I'm $200 for the hour. Why are you here?
When we asked Dr. Blaine how he felt about the hundreds of 0-star reviews he's received, he said, "Each person who left a 0-star review paid me $200 for the hour. The reviews aren't hurting my feelings, and they definitely aren't hurting my pockets."
And when I tried talking...
True. If I get $200 an hour for people yapping to me, true. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. It's the truth. It made me mean they don't love other girls. Yeah.
to him, he just said, "Get back in the kitchen."
Well, why weren't you in the kitchen?
You know what? Fuck you. You're a misogynist.
Hey, I am not a misogynist. I don't know why you stupid bitches are always saying stuff like that.
Shortly after filming, Dr. Blaine told us, "The unfiltered truth is hard for some girls to swallow, but other girls have no issue swallowing my truth serum. I don't want..."
Pause! Not the truth serum! I know what serum he is talking about.
Want to know what he meant by that.
Clients come in here all the time and tell me about their feelings, but then get mad when I tell them the truth. Well, get mad all you want, because facts don't care about your feelings, and neither do I.
Dr. Blaine's methods are hated by his clients, but he told us, "I don't care. I call it how I see it. And I see a lot of whiny bitches."
And these voices in my head, they just keep telling me I'm a worthless piece of shit. Damn. I didn't know I was telepathic.
When we asked Dr. Blaine if he ever feels bad...
Bro, some of these comebacks, some of these I need to keep. Some of these I actually need to write down. Like, some of these are great to weaponize. Holy shit. I might need to keep some of these for Twitter.
About being so blunt, he said, "No, telling people the honest truth is actually pretty therapeutic, and that's what therapy is supposed to be."
This past year, I've had like 20 guys just use me for my body.
20? Listen, you've put up career numbers this season, but I think it's time to hang up the jersey.
Shortly after this, Dr. Blaine told us, "I don't know why she was grinding so hard. They don't have a Hall of Fame for body count."
The truth hurts, so I get low reviews. One time...
I would, in fact, disagree with that. I mean, Bonnie Blue's right there. That woman's definitely going into the Hall of Fame.
My client came to me and asked me if I could help her find what was causing all the issues in her life. But when I told her to just look in a fucking mirror, another low review.
Dr. Blaine has no issue telling the truth. He said to us, "What else am I supposed to do? Be politically correct and tell a client she's not the reason her parents got divorced? Because, spoiler alert, she is."
I get validation from sleeping with guys, and I think that stems back to my childhood trauma.
You know, you're always talking about childhood trauma, but if my daughter had a body count as high as you, I'd have parental trauma. Take some fucking accountability.
Dr.
Those are diabolical. This is what I'm definitely gonna keep. This is one that I'm writing this one down. This one is so useful. I don't even need this one to when somebody throws a pity party. This is just universally applicable. That's crazy. Therapy is about hearing the heart truth. What I need a sister for then? That's just free therapy at that point.
Blaine told us his motto is, "It's me versus the world." Not sure if that's a good motto for a therapist, but okay.
And just when I think work is bad, every single day when I'm leaving, the same dude beats my ass and robs me. And this has been going on for 3 months.
Wait, every day for 3 months? Have you tried just like taking a different way home?
No.
At that point, it's his money. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm starting to understand this whole victim blaming thing, because that is definitely his fucking fault.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie to my clients because my grandma always told me
I mean, partially. Like if I'm an idiot and I have a lot of money with me, and then I walk through like an alley or a region in a city that crime is more common and like gangs and all that stuff, and I walk through that knowing that it is dangerous. I mean, I'm kinda at fault. Sure, partially, I guess. Pokemon, this video to your playlist, to the weaponizing playlist.
liars burn in the lake of fire, and I'm colder than a bitch.
Dr. Blaine told us, some people just need to hear the truth about their anxieties.
I mean, yeah, bro is definitely not committing the sin of lying. That's for sure.
I'd have anxiety too if I was annoying as some of these bitches.
I just feel like anytime I'm talking to someone, they think I'm annoying as fuck.
Wow, you just read my mind.
Dr. Blaine said, my mother always told me, tell the truth or someone will tell it for you. So I'm here to tell it for these motherfuckers.
Losing my toddler was hard. I'm just not the same anymore. I don't know what to do.
Have you tried growing a damn backbone? It's been 6 years, you fucking drama queen. You could have had a new one by now.
Saying that was wrong.
That is crazy. Okay, that one I won't keep. That one is diabolical.
On a personal level, but on a technical level, he's not wrong.
During one session, I just put an AirPod in and let my client rant while I just sat there, and I got a higher review. These bitches don't want to improve. They just want to trauma dump.
Dr. Blaine's methods are controversial, but he told us, my job is to help my clients improve, not to make them feel better. That's what booze is for.
I'm just losing hope. My dog died. My boyfriend died.
And I'm about to die of boredom. Jesus Christ, bitch, can we change the subject?
Dr. Blaine told us he watched Pinocchio religiously as a child. He said, funny how watching a cartoon about a puppet trying to turn into a real boy turned me into the realest motherfucker you'll ever meet.
Life just hasn't been the same since Dad died. I don't know what to do.
Have you tried getting over it? It's been 9 years, you fucking crybaby.
When we asked Dr. Blaine why he would say something like that, he said, I don't deal with crybabies. I'm a therapist, not a babysitter.
You tried to ruin me, Taylor's life! Fuck you!
Cassidy, what the fuck is wrong with you?
On today's episode of Brutally Honest, we meet Cassidy, who has a cult-like obsession with Taylor Swift.
Cassidy claims that there's nothing wrong with being a Swiftie and that it's...
At least she didn't name herself, Taylor. Like some women out there. Some callbacks will turn violent in real cases. Be careful how you use your truth. It shouldn't hurt you. Hey, I've used some of these on Twitter. Rage baiting.
Far from a cult. I agree. It looks way worse.
Cassidy's family opted to send her to Dr. Victor Blaine as a last-ditch effort to help her.
Cassidy, your family told me that you assaulted your grandmother for listening to a Taylor Swift song, but because it wasn't Taylor's version.
Yeah, because if you don't stream Taylor's version, she doesn't get the money.
Does she not have enough money?
Those jet flights to see Travis aren't free, honey.
Yeah, well, those flights are causing a lot of global warming, so.
Yeah, their love is causing a lot of global warming because it's warming all of our hearts.
That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Tensions were heightened after...
I'm gonna be real. Taylor Swift's music is absolute abysmal dog shit. There's nothing worse. I've listened to her recent songs, unfortunately. And I have questions. What was this woman smoking when she wrote these? Genuinely, whatever it was, I want it too. I wanna have that too. That must be good shit.
Cassidy found out Dr. Blaine's favorite music artist is Kanye West.
If you say Kanye West is better than Taylor one more time, I'm coming over there. And that wouldn't be fun for you because I'm in my reputation era.
Nah, I don't think that would be fun for you either. I'm in my slap of the era.
Whatever. I'm leaving. And just so you know, Taylor Swift could buy Kanye West and still have 700 million left for herself.
Nah.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. I have the numbers right here.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that was outlawed in 1865.
Well, I guess in some places in Africa, you have a chance. You have a chance. All the songs are the same, 350 plus about ex-boyfriends. True. And she tries to sing deep about stuff, but it's just not. It's just a lot of hot air, and Poke is getting cancelled on Twitter. Classic.
Fuck you guys! Fuck all of y'all! Taylor Swift is a fucking goat! You are a sick son of a bitch. What kind of therapist says that?
Me.
This is Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist with a 0-star rating on Yelp, which he claims is due to the fact that he only tells his clients the total, unfiltered truth.
Listen, I get it. The truth hurts. But what am I supposed to do? Lie? I'm a licensed therapist, not a licensed dick rider.
Dr. Blaine says he has a good reason for not telling occasional lies to make his clients feel better. He attributes this reason to his grandma, who always told him, all liars burn in the lake of fire.
Okay, so it sounds like your dad was right about you.
Why is everything you say so hurtful? This is therapy? It's supposed to be therapeutic.
This is therapeutic. For me.
Yeah. I can see it. No, Poke, don't ever take fentanyl. I don't. Nah, she just sounds like she's always on crack, and I'm like, maybe I want to be that too. Maybe I don't want to be on that too. That'd be funny.
When we asked Dr. Blaine how he felt about all his angry ex-clients, he simply said, shit, I'd be angry too if I had to pay someone to listen to me trauma dump about my daddy issues.
And then my boyfriend hit me and yelled, "You don't talk back to me." And I just have no idea what to do.
Well, have you considered not talking back? I'm gonna take that as a no.
After filming Wrapped, we told Dr. Blaine that victim blaming his clients is wrong, but he said not if it's the victim's fault. He's kind of got a point.
They hated Jesus for telling the truth. Now, am I saying I'm Jesus? No, but do my clients hate me because I'm right? Yes.
Dr. Blaine refers to himself as the Donald Trump of therapy, whatever the hell.
The Donald Trump of therapy. I see no issue.
Hell that means.
And my girlfriend's always trying to hook up with me at the most inappropriate times. Like in the car, at the park, on our hikes.
And you say no?
Yeah, why? Are you judging me?
No, I'm just trying to make sure I write all this down properly.
Dr. Blaine is quoted.
Gay question mark? Oh, it's perfect.
Is saying the truth hurts, and I'm here to rip off the motherfucking Band-Aid.
And all my friends think I'm gaining weight, so they've been calling me nicknames like Pudgy and Flabby, but I've just been ignoring them, which is the right way to handle that situation, correct?
No. The right way to handle that situation would be to go to the gym. What are you staring at? Is there a cupcake behind me or something?
When we asked Dr. Blaine if he gets some sort of weird...
If there were a cupcake behind you, then there would also be EDP behind you. You don't want that.
...weird gratification from telling the truth, he said, let's just say I'm like the opposite of Pinocchio, because every time I tell the truth, something else grows. I wish I could unhear that.
If you would have told me I was spending all those years in school studying psychology just to listen to white women complain about their daddy issues all day, I would have been a fucking janitor or something.
Despite this, Dr. Blaine claims he loves his job as a therapist. it's his clients who don't love his job as a therapist.
So what would you call it if my daddy issues have caused my entire life to revolve around getting attention from guys?
I believe the woke term is trauma, but the medical term is called being a whore.
When we ask
Goodness gracious. Oh my god, some of these are great.
Dr. Blaine how he felt about his number of clients plummeting due to his honesty, he simply said, "I'm going broke, and you still couldn't pay me to lie." He kind of popped off with that one.
Or what I want to do, and he never wants to see me, and he never wants to be with me, and when I want to hang out with him, he doesn't want to go, and he just
all right, damn, quit yapping, Jesus.
You're my therapist. I'm paying you to listen.
No, you're paying to hear my advice, not to trauma dump on me.
Okay, fine. Then what's your advice?
Here's my advice. Try shutting the fuck up more often.
Dr. Blaine believes that the simplest answer is always the solution.
You better not go on that fucking date.
We broke up a year ago, Maddie. You can't stop me.
Maybe I can,
Damn, that escalated quickly.
but I bet my fucking Draco can.
On today's episode of Brutally Honest, we meet Maddie, a crazy ex-girlfriend.
Listen, I might be a crazy ex now, but I was a great girlfriend. Brian, why are you texting another bitch?
Maddie, that's my mom.
That's still another bitch, Brian.
Yeah, I just saw a Reddit post recently of a guy's girlfriend getting jealous of his sister. You heard that right. Because they slept in the same bed. Yes. You absolutely heard that right. The girlfriend had sexual thoughts about her boyfriend and his sister. The more you know.
She was a fucking nightmare.
Maddie's loved ones opted to send her to controversial therapist Dr. Victor Blaine as a last-ditch effort to help her.
Stalking exes, teen cars, slashing tires. Maddie, you're fucking crazy.
Well, Dr. Blaine, Brian was the one who told me he liked crazy girls.
So you did all that other crazy stuff to him, but you never...
Oh no, I don't do that. It hurts my jaw too much.
Yeah, I think Brian was talking about a different kind of crazy.
Dr. Blaine continued to confront Maddie about her behavior.
Yeah, I held Brian's sister hostage when we broke up. But that doesn't answer why he dumped me in the first place.
He probably dumped you because he wanted to date a nice girl, not the fucking Joker.
Okay.
That one also goes into the list against crazy women. Perfect.
Hey Blaine, keep talking like that and I'll come beat your ass.
No, you won't.
I used to fuck Brian up.
Yeah, and Brian told me he didn't believe in hitting women.
Okay, and?
Okay, and I'm not Brian, bitch. I'm a believer.
That one is also peak. I'm not Brian. I'm a believer.
All of y'all, go, catch me outside. How about that? You are a terrible therapist. How can someone be such a misogynist?
I have never said a misogynistic thing in my life, you stupid bitch.
Meet Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist with a 0-star rating on Yelp, which he claims is because clients don't like hearing the truth.
Dr. Blaine is a victim-blaming, body-shaming misogynist, so I give 0 stars. Well, this client was an insufferable, flabby bitch, so I give 0 fucks.
Dr. Blaine claims he didn't become a therapist to help his clients feel better. He became one to help them be better.
She says she wants a boyfriend, but she won't give me a chance, even though I'm perfect for her. I watched The Bachelor with her, talked to her about her feelings, and I know all her favorite Taylor Swift songs. What other guy would do that?
A gay one. She said she wanted...
Okay. Equal rights. True.
...wanted a boyfriend, not to help you find one.
Dr. Blaine says his favorite movies are Pinocchio, American Psycho, and the one he made with my mom last night.
That was random. Homework stand for half of my energy wasted on random knowledge. Yikes, buddy. Homework evil.
Hey, what the fuck?
I just wish Bonnie would give me a chance. All her friends treat her terribly. She needs a guy like me who will stand up for her. What?
Are you really gonna make me say it?
You know what? Screw this. I'm out of here.
Mom, you don't know anyone named Victor Blaine, right?
Do I?
Oh boy. The poor guy. The poor narrator.
Know him? Honey, he's been inside me.
Okay.
I mean, that boy
Bro, what the fuck?
knows how to
Mom,
work it.
please.
I'm your best friend. Why the fuck would you sleep with my fiance?
Because I'm more compatible with Virgos than you, dumb bitch.
On today's episode of Brutally Honest, we meet Abigail, whose life has been taken over by her obsession with astrology.
I'm told this client will judge someone solely off of their star sign.
Wait, Grandma's a Cancer too? Slay!
No, I said your grandma has cancer. Her birthday's in April.
Astrology is just racism for white women. Anyways.
Oh, then I hope that Aries bitch dies.
So I'm basically dealing with a space racist today.
Abigail's family called
Space racist. This is so good. This is good. This is a good one. Space racist. Perfect.
controversial therapist Dr. Victor Blaine as a last-ditch effort to help her overcome her obsession.
Abigail, what made you think it was okay to sleep with her fiance?
My horoscope said me and him were more compatible. That's not my fault. Like, do you even remember what my sign is?
Is whore a zodiac sign?
Goodness! I'll keep that one as well. I'll keep that one as well. When somebody's like, guess what my zodiac sign is, or
Fuck you!
To disprove astrology to Abigail, Dr. Blaine had to do something he never does. Lie.
You of all people should understand why I act like this. We're both Cancers.
I'm not a Cancer. I'm a Leo. I just told you that in the dressing room so you'd let me hit. Worked, by the way.
I knew it! Only a Leo would do some bullshit like that.
And that's how you know this shit's really fake, because I lied again. I'm a Virgo.
What?
Gotcha.
Fuck this show, and fuck all of y'all motherfuckers! This shit isn't even that funny, ha ha ha! A therapist should never say shit like that. Who do you think you are?
I'm him.
This is Dr. Victor.
True. True. Yeah, astrology is fake. Congratulations. We know.
Dr. Blaine, a licensed therapist with a 0-star rating, which he claims is due to the fact that his clients don't like hearing the truth.
Listen, I'm not saying I'm any better than my clients, but they have to pay someone to listen to their issues. People pay me to listen to their issues. So, do the math.
When we asked Dr. Blaine why he was so against lying, he said, "My mother once told me, if you just tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. And watching people cry arouses me for some reason."
I tried to be the best daughter I could.
I've heard of that one before. I've heard of that weird kink before. There's a weird kink like that that turns people on.
Good. But I guess it was never enough. I just don't understand what my...
No, it was a woman got turned on by the fact that her boyfriend essentially felt like essentially she got turned on when her boyfriend was like helpless and sick and like she needed to take care of him, stuff like that. I think I lost millions of brain cells. I'm not even gonna hold back. I feel a little retarded watching this. Classic. We all do a little bit retardation.
My own dad would hit me.
I understand why. What? You're annoying as hell at 20 years old. I can't even imagine what you were like at 6.
When we asked Dr. Blaine how he felt about all his ex-clients calling him things like mean, narcissistic, and crazy, he said, "I just tell the truth, and telling the truth is crazy in a world full of lies."
And you know what's messed up? My mom, my dad,
Isn't that a Kanye quote? That is a Kanye quote.
and my boyfriend all said I'm gaining weight.
All 3?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so from the data I've collected, it sounds like you're gaining weight.
What the hell is your problem? You're a real asshole.
The clients never like when I pull out the data, but shit, the numbers don't lie.
When we asked Dr. Blaine why he has a 0-star rating if the numbers don't lie, he responded with, "The numbers don't lie, but my clients do."
Fuck you! What kind of therapist says you look like you gained weight?
One with eyes.
This is Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist with a 0-star rating on Yelp, which he says is because clients can't handle hearing the truth.
Don't come to this therapist unless you want to be body shamed. Dr. Blaine does not sugarcoat the truth, and I don't mean that in a good way. Yeah, I don't sugarcoat the truth, because if I did, your fat ass would probably try to eat it.
Dr. Blaine said, "Some
Bro. It's crazy.
Find my comments to be rude, but I find them to be true. So if saying a true observation about you is also a rude comment, you probably need to get your shit together.
Yeah, and last week he told me to spit on it, and I was like, ew, I am not in that
Can
era.
you please stop yapping for like 1 second?
Not you talking over me. It's giving misogynist.
Not you talking like a 12-year-old. It's giving me a fucking headache.
Dr. Blaine said, the truth hurts, but listening to that shit for an hour hurts more.
You'll never guess why I booked a session today.
Yes, I can. You can't lose your virginity.
No?
Parents found out you're gay.
What? No.
It's not one of those?
No.
Is it both of those?
Dr. Blaine told us, show me a girl that guy slept with, and I'll show you a fucking unicorn.
You're the worst therapist ever. Why even do this job if you don't want to help people?
Money.
Meet Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist with a 0-star rating on Yelp, which he says is because clients can't handle hearing the truth.
This couples therapist always flirts with my wife. Yesterday, she said I started an argument, and Dr. Blaine agreed, even though it wasn't me. John, if you're watching this, I'd ask your wife whose son you're raising, because that wasn't you either.
Bro. Some of these are really good. Some of these are genuinely really good.
Clearly, a 0-star review is the last thing Dr. Blaine cares about.
I'm going through a real rough patch, Dr. Blaine.
What's wrong?
Figured out my son's a furry, and I love him to death, but I'm trying to figure out what I should do.
Put him down.
Dr. Blaine said,
even the furries are catching strays right there.
sometimes the toughest choices require the strongest will.
Though furries usually wear fursuits, not that. Wouldn't that classify more as a theory end? Because I see people rocking this more that identify as that.
Ever since my accident in 2016, my life hasn't been the same.
Listen, you can't let the past control you.
You're right. I just wish I never fell into that gorilla exhibit at the Cincinnati Zoo.
What?
Yeah, I know it sounds
Harambe, that's crazy.
crazy.
Get the fuck out of my office.
What? I came to you for advice.
You want advice? Next time you fall off something, make sure it's a tall building.
I'm not really sure what just happened there.
I'm never doing therapy with you again. I mean, what makes you think you can tell me I look like I need to go to the gym?
Your weight?
Meet Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist with a 0-star rating on Yelp, which he claims is because he only tells his clients the brutal truth.
It's literally my job as a therapist to tell my clients the truth. And plus, I'm a horrible liar.
For some reason, I'm starting to think I'm mentally ill.
No, No.
There's 10 more minutes of this.
While Dr. Blaine claims he's only so brutal for the benefit of his clients, he does seem to enjoy making these remarks.
And you see, that's the thing about being a therapist.
Dr. Blaine, why are you hanging out with my abusive ex-husband? You're my therapist, not his.
All right, stay back, you guys. This one's not afraid to take a hit.
When we asked Dr. Blaine if his client's attempted assault scared him, he replied, "Why would that scare me? She's 0-4 with her ex-husband. I'm pretty sure I could have handled it."
And worst of all, my dad used to hit me when I was a kid.
So what? I hit my kids.
You have kids?
Well, not anymore, but let's focus here.
Wait, what?
Maybe the real issue is that your dad wasn't hitting you hard enough.
What happened to your kids?
Hello, Fickums.
Oh no. We don't always wear fursuits. Sometimes we wear bits and pieces, like a tail, paw gloves, the collars. I meant more so the mask thing. The mask thing is more so like the people that identify as animals. That's a specific one.
I told you to stop looking at my dog like that.
And I told you to stop letting your dog walk around with all that ass.
On today's episode of Brutally Honest, we meet Clay, a 33-year-old man who lives his life as a furry.
Clay claims there's nothing weird about being a furry.
Delicious!
So not only is he a furry, he's also a liar.
Clay's family called controversial therapist Dr. Victor Blaine as a desperate plea for help.
Clay, we're gonna start this session off with an easy question. What the fuck is wrong with you? There's nothing wrong with me. It's just a hobby. No, a hobby would be something like playing basketball or learning how to paint. Not this. If being a Foey isn't a hobby, then what is it? A mental illness.
In 2019, Clay's involvement in a dog park incident earned him nicknames like
the dog park incident. That does not sound safe for work.
Paw Patrol Predator and Dog Park Diddy. I can't get into the
Bro, what the fuck?
details on live TV, but just know he should be put down.
Most of the people in this crowd couldn't even afford to be a Foey. Guess what my fursuit cost? Your relationship with your parents? Wow. You know, you guys can judge all you want, but if simply dressing up like a Foey is what truly makes me happy inside, is it really that weird? Yes.
You know you're a fucking therapist, right? You should really work on being more body positive.
Okay, well, I'm positive your body could use some work.
This is Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist with a 1-star rating on Yelp, which he claims is because his clients can't handle the truth.
The other day, my wife lost her temper and just started hitting me.
What did you do about it?
I just stood there and took it like a man.
No, you stood there and took it like a bitch. Next time, try a right hook or an uppercut.
Goodness. Don't take this man's advice for this one.
While his methods might be harsh, he's technically not wrong.
I think the reason that, I sleep with so many guys is because it's the only time I can really feel validation from a man. I mean, my dad told me every single day until he died that I was a failure of a daughter.
So you're getting closure by proving your father's point.
She kind of reminds me of my ex-wife, Barbara. Apparently, I didn't give her enough validation either.
So how many guys have you slept with total?
Just him.
All liars burn in the lake of fire, Becca.
What are you trying to say, Dr. Blaine?
If God ain't sending her to hell for being a whore, it's for being a liar.
Whoa.
Well, my ex-wife
Holy shit. Oh my god.
is going to hell for both reasons. Fuck you, Barbara.
Fuck you. What kind of therapist would call me his ugliest client?
Any of the ones that you book a session with.
This is Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist who is hated by his clients due to his brutally honest methods.
Huh? But he doesn't have he doesn't have a 0-star rating anymore. It's now a 1-star. See? Look at this. It's 1-star now.
I've been avoiding the fact that I'm gaining a lot of weight. I really need to stop running from the problem.
No, the problem is you need to start running. Doesn't even look like you're doing any walking.
When we asked Dr. Blaine why he wouldn't lie to a client, he said, "Facts don't care about your feelings, and neither do I."
I need to know why no guy will date me.
It's because you're mid.
Did you seriously just call me mid?
Yeah.
Well, you might as well just call me an ugly pig.
Hey, wait. I'm sorry I called you mid. Ugly pig is a way more accurate description.
Dr. Blaine is quoted as saying, "I'm like the opposite of Pinocchio. Every time I tell the truth, something else grows." I wish I could unhear that.
I just always feel so
This is the same joke as earlier. That is literally just the same joke as earlier. And my model froze, which is not good.
stressed. I think it's time you finally come out.
What? I'm not gay.
Carl, I'm not gonna judge you for being gay.
Dr. Blaine, I'm straight.
Okay, but I will judge you for lying.
I am not fucking gay.
All right, that's enough. Get out of my office. And don't come back until you have a boyfriend. I want to see the real you, Carl.
You are a terrible fucking therapist. What made you decide to body shame your own client?
Your body?
This is Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist with a 1-star rating on Yelp, which he
did upgrade. He did, in fact, upgrade.
Claims is because his clients can't handle the unfiltered truth.
I caught my wife cheating on me, and I need to know why she did it to get closure. Start from the beginning. So I got home from work, and I don't think she heard my car pull up because I drive a Prius. It was the Prius.
What?
She cheated on you because you drive a Prius. I mean, what did you expect to happen when you got the thing?
Dr. Blaine told us, "The truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off. And I've pissed a lot of people off."
Well, my theory.
I mean, that's true. The truth does piss off people. 100%.
About why my mom is calling me a failure is because she's projecting because her mom called her a failure.
Or maybe it's because you're a 26-year-old unemployed alcoholic. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here.
According to Dr. Blaine's mother, Victor has never had an issue telling the truth, claiming his first words were, "Not gonna lie, Mom, you need to put on some fucking deodorant."
My dad was the worst. When he went blind, the first thing he said was, "Life's a little easier without having to look at your ugly ass."
Wow, that's horrible.
Wait, why'd you take your glasses off? I thought you were practically blind without them.
I'm just trying to make my job a little easier.
While that might have been slightly uncalled for, can you honestly blame him?
I booked this therapy session because I need to know why people are bullying my precious son.
Are you fucking blind?
This is Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist with a 1-star rating on Yelp, which he claims is because his clients can't handle the truth.
Every day I go to work with the greater good in mind, but no matter how hard I work, I feel insignificant.
Maybe because you are.
Are you saying my career isn't important? That my life's work was a waste of time?
Yes. You work at GameStop.
Dr. Blaine told us, "If I knew I'd be spending all day listening to white people complain, I'd probably work at GameStop too."
My new girlfriend warned me that she has daddy issues. What do you think she's trying to say?
She's trying to
What is she trying to say?
say, I have an excuse to act like a whore. Run.
When we asked Dr. Blaine how he felt about
Kinda, yeah.
ex-clients calling him things like mean, narcissistic, and crazy, he said, "I just tell the truth, and telling the truth is crazy in a world full of lies."
I never had a relationship with my dad, so to fill the hole he left in my life, I'm always looking for attention from guys.
So you fill the hole your dad left in your life by letting other dudes fill your hole.
I feel like the doctor job is spread nihilism. No, he's telling the truth. As he calls it, it's the truth.
Quite a literal approach.
You are a terrible couples therapist. My wife just told me she's falling in love with another man.
I was wondering why she came over last night.
This is Dr. Victor Blaine, a therapist with a 1-star rating on Yelp, which he claims is because his clients are, quote, bitch-made.
Social settings make me anxious because I really worry that I'm annoying. I'm scared I talk too much, and that's all I think about because I have so
Bitch-made is crazy.
much social anxiety.
It sounds like you need a little more social anxiety, because you don't know when to shut the fuck up.
When we asked Dr. Blaine how he felt about his hundreds of 0-star reviews, he said, "I don't give a fuck. Every person who left a review also paid me $200 for the hour."
I'm just so depressed. What would you do if you were...
Crazy. I'm tired and haven't studied shit. Poor Samax. Poor Samax. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good so far, regardless of you being tired. I watched the Shrek's fanfic video. What the fuck did you recommend me? Was getting my lab record done and I slept? Yikes.
Me. Shit, I'd probably be depressed too. Your life sucks.
When we asked Dr. Blaine why he refuses to lie, he said, "Everyone deserves to know the truth, even if that means you're the reason why your parents divorced."
Wait, why do you sleep with so many guys?
My dad never gave me any validation or respect, so I guess this is my way of healing from that trauma.
Your father doesn't respect you, and your solution is to get ran through? Amazing plan.
What kind of therapist says you're getting chunky to their client? You know I have an eating disorder, right?
Is yours the kind where you can't stop eating?
This is Dr. Victor Blaine.
Bro. Duck awful. Now stay awake and study. Good. Do that.
A therapist with a 1-star rating on Yelp, which he claims is because his clients can't handle the truth.
All right, I'm gonna have you answer a few questions. Why did you start vaping?
I don't know. I really feel like it gets rid of my anxiety.
All right, and when do you feel the most anxiety?
Mostly when my vape dies.
Okay, and final question. Are you fucking stupid?
When we asked Dr. Blaine how he handles the backlash, he said, "Every time someone tells me to fuck myself, I think about how great it would be if I could." All right. Moving on.
What did you just call me?
A whore? Did I not say it loud enough?
It's 2024, Dr. Blaine. Slut-shaming girls is embarrassing behavior.
I'm absolutely slut-shaming people. There's a reason I didn't share that here. You clearly didn't get the message, though. Sure.
Know what else is embarrassing behavior? Being a slut.
While that was slightly harsh, he's definitely not wrong.
My childhood was very traumatic. One time I failed a test, so my dad beat the shit out of me. Did you fail any more tests? No. Mission accomplished.
Well, that was it. That was the video. Never freaking again. Okay, that was a bit long. Anyways, that was interesting. Like, comment, and subscribe. It was still a good video, Salmax. It was still a good video. And it was interesting. Let's just call it interesting. Let's just call it interesting. It was an interesting video. The Shreks was real. Guys, I'm taking a quick break. I'll be right back. And I need to turn on the lights because I'm all freaky. Doing freaky things. Goodness gracious, Joe. 58 minutes? Are you okay? Do you need help? Goodness gracious. What the fuck? That's crazy, 58 minutes. What the fuck, man? Chill a little bit on the time. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Man, oh man. Bro wants to kill me. Damn! Let me click on something.
Scientists finally did it.
No. Do it.
On a calm September night in Perth, Australia.
Yeah, that will be the last video of today. I can guarantee you that much. That will be the last video of today then. One with 5 times. Yeah, we're never new. That will be the last video of today, that's for sure. That's the last one. Goodness gracious. Let's do 1.2 times. C's B's. No, not the B's. Anyways. Goodness gracious. You like jazz. You like jizz. Anyways. Who buried this lawyer alive? The Corin? Raine case? Well, Destiny Studios. We're gonna look at that. This is a long one. Sit down, kiddos. Here we go.
On a calm September night in Perth, Australia, a city known for its stillness.
Australia. Of course, Australia. Why would it not be Australia?
Something unthinkable shattered the quiet. By dawn, a woman who had spent her life.
I have an answer. I can already answer the question who did this. I can already answer who did this. It was a kangaroo.
Fighting for justice was gone, and one unsuspecting man became the subject of everyone's suspicion. Whispers spread from courthouse corridors to family dinner tables, each retelling darker than the last. This wasn't just a murder, it was a storm that would tear through one of Australia's most respected families and leave the truth buried beneath layers of lies, law, and betrayal. This is the story of that one woman and the questions she left behind. This is the story of Corinne Rainey.
I just like to avoid the music.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Desi Crime Podcast, a show where we dive deep into some of the craziest cases from around South Asia. I'm your host Ishwarya.
And I'm Aryan.
And the case that I have for you today is one that shook an influential suburb in Australia in 2007.
Shwara,
This might be a bit harsh, but this hairstyle isn't... this hairstyle isn't suiting homie Perth, the shithole of Australia. Yeah, but this hairstyle isn't suiting this man. He looks better with like the longer, I don't know, would you call it curlier? We need that fixing, buddy. I mean, it's 7 years ago, so that's very much, I mean, it's 7 years ago, so hey, he had a glow up.
So many crazy Australian Indian cases we have covered on the podcast. I think more than any other diaspora, Australia sort of comes to the forefront whenever we cover cases outside the subcontinent.
And not probably number of cases that we've covered of diaspora from there, but I think in magnitude of craziness,
yeah, sure.
What's gone down in the land down under is really...
Down under, I think frequency also, because the proportion... cases to the proportion of the Australian population.
Is,
I mean, it's a sparsely populated giant island where crazy stuff seems to be happening. But here in India, in the subcontinent, we just celebrated Diwali and wanted to wish all of you happy Diwali. This is being recorded a few days after. Yeah. And I just want to show you the lack of logistical sort of confluence between me and Aishwarya. When she picked me up to on our way to the studio today, this is how she picked me up. There was no, Aryan, let's record in a kurta pajama, let's record an ethnic. I'm wearing the blandest possible outfit while you are dressed like a princess. This is just...
Well, why not look good for a video? I see no issue. It's drug capital. That's crazy. More than Queensland. Interesting. I didn't know that stuff was going on in Australia like that.
It's bad. The only way I make peace with this is the fact that,
is the fact that his hair is now silver, white.
Yeah, anybody who is listening only on audio, you're probably saved from my appearance. Switch on the video to see what I've done to my hair.
Crazy.
But apart from that, Diwali.
Brother, that was not worth it. Nuh-uh. Whatever you did 7 years ago, nah, bro. Never do this again.
Might be over. The Diwali month is still on, and our Amazon Music Early Access is still available. So you'll get early access to Desi Crime episodes only for the month of October. Only on Amazon Music, free with your Prime membership. So go check out that now. Buy our book, Desi Crime book, available also on Amazon or your nearest bookstore. But enough about us. Aishwarya,
more about the story.
take us to Australia.
A thin trail of oil glistened on a quiet suburban street in Subiaco, a suburb of Perth. It was August 15, 2007, 8 days since 44-year-old Corinne Rainey had vanished without a trace. That evening, police officers had finally located her missing silver Ford Fairmont on Kershaw Street, abandoned and silent. As investigators peered under the vehicle, they noticed a line of oil leading away from the car, like breadcrumbs pointing into the darkness. Dressed in blue forensic suits and armed with flashlights, they followed the leaking oil down the road and towards the sprawling expanse of Kings Park, a vast urban bushland that borders the city. Each step into the park's eucalyptus-scented trail tightened the knot in their stomachs. Soon,
the koalas. They were the koala mafia. The kangaroo mafia. It was the fucking emus. They did this. They did this as a revenge. As revenge for I guess wrong target. Collateral damage against the Australians.
the trail veered off the pavement and into the trees along Lovekin Drive, one of the park's secluded lanes. There, amid the dense brush and red soil, officers discovered a patch of earth that looked freshly disturbed. What they found beneath would send shockwaves through the entire state of Western Australia. Under the glow of torchlight, detectives carefully brushed away the topsoil and leaves to reveal what lay beneath. In a shallow bush grave, buried head first in the dirt, were the remains of a human body. Even seasoned investigators felt their hearts skip. The body's clothing was disheveled, a blouse torn, jeans
Oh, interesting. So, interesting position. He didn't dig that deep, did he?
unzipped, details hinting at a brutal death.
When you say head first, do you mean like the body was vertically buried?
Vertically down, yeah, head first into the ground. Yeah, a really eerie detail.
Because usually, I mean, I don't need to say this.
That's kind of terrifying, because, right, you can, like, when she was, right, the title is that she was buried alive, right? That's terrifying, because, like, you're gonna be stuck head first in the dirt. And, like, whoever is burying you is gonna throw that on top of you. So you'll eventually don't even, like, you'll desperately fight for air. And I'm assuming she was also tied up completely, right? Or she was unconscious. Two options here. Tied up or unconscious.
But when bodies are uncovered, whether cremated or whether buried after a murder, they're usually lying flat.
Right. And I'm guessing it's really, really inconvenient also to dig deeper this way.
No, exactly.
So I don't know if someone has tried to do exactly this kind of top-down digging, or if someone is just not a perfect digger and has created a grave that's lopsided in a way where the body has ended up head first.
Yeah, but I would imagine it to be digging something that is vertically deep.
Yeah.
If it's still narrow,
yeah,
is very difficult to dig.
Right.
And if it is as wide as it needs to be, but still that deep, then you have just done a lot of extra digging.
Extra digging, right.
Which doesn't make sense if you're trying to save time.
Absolutely. And such an eerie detail keeps getting mentioned in this.
I mean, are we really arguing that somebody that buries somebody alive is in the mental headspace to make the decision on how to dig well? Are we really arguing about this? I don't see no point. I see no point. I see no point. Consider this. The person just needed a hole. That was it.
Case, the fact that her body was found head first.
That's very weird.
Yeah. The grave was isolated, a desperate attempt to hide a horror in one of Perth's most picturesque parks. And then, within moments, the once quiet park was immediately cordoned off and guarded through the night, whereby the next morning, forensic teams began painstaking work of excavating the site and gathering clues. They had little doubt whose body they had found. Nearby, one detective picked up a small object lying in the foliage, a paper place card like the one at dinner parties where they, cordon off your seat, with the name Lloyd Rainey on it. It was an eerie discovery that would later loom large in court, but on this day, the officer's focus was just on the grave. As news vans and police cars converged on King.
Is this another crazy husband story? This is another crazy husband story, isn't it?
Park, Perth's iconic skyline stood in contrast to the terrifying scene unfolding under the trees. By afternoon on August 16,
at least there's no beheading.
2007, Detective Senior Sergeant Jack Lee stepped before the gathering media, his face visibly disturbed. Quote, "I can confirm that the human remains found in Kings Park this afternoon are those of Corinne Rainey," he announced. The name sent a jolt through the community. Corinne Rainey was not just any missing person. She was a respected Supreme Court registrar, a familiar face in legal circles, and a mother of 2 young girls. The detective's voice was a mix of sorrow yet commitment. Quote, "This now becomes a homicide investigation. The person involved in this murder was at the scene for some time," end quote. In other words, whoever had done this had taken their time to dig a grave and bury her with thoughtful precision, an act as chilling as the murder itself. Reporters scribbled notes and cameras flashed as Sergeant Lee urged the killer to come forward. Quote, "It may well be that this has occurred and it wasn't intended. If that's the case, that person should come forward to the police," he said. A suggestion that perhaps this crime might have begun as something else, a confrontation or an accident on the road, before spiraling into tragedy. Behind him, a line of forensic officers continued to scour the bush floor for any hint of evidence. Footprints, fibers, disturbed plants, anything that might identify who had done this. The Chief Justice of Western Australia, Wayne Martin, issued a public statement that day on behalf of the court where Corinne worked, calling her a highly respected member of the court and a good friend, and expressing that all her colleagues were devastated by the news. In the span of a week, Corinne had gone from a vibrant professional and loving mother to the victim of one of Perth's most shocking crimes. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through Kings Park, detectives carefully removed Corinne's body, still clad in the dusty remnants of the outfit she had worn on her last night alive, and sent her to the coroner's office for examination. Yellow police tape fluttered in the evening breeze around the makeshift gravesite, now a place of grief and curiosity for onlookers from the road. The city's news outlets broke into programming with somber updates. Perth, mother of two, found murdered. Friends and family who had been holding out hope for Corinne's safe return were now crushed by confirmation of her death.
Surprise, surprise. I wonder where this is going. So, for now, we really just have family members and friends as the potential perpetrators. We'll see how this goes.
Outside the Rainey family home in the riverside suburb of Como, detectives quietly delivered the worst news imaginable to her loved ones. In the days that followed, Perth would come to learn more about the woman whose life had been so cruelly taken and the perplexing circumstances of her death. Corinne Rainey's story, from her extraordinary childhood journey to Australia to the fracturing of her seemingly perfect life, was about to unfold in the public eye. But on the day her body was found, one agonizing question loomed above all. Who killed Corinne Rainey? Police vowed to leave no stone unturned in pursuing the answer because a murderer was now roaming the streets free. What no one knew then was that this case would evolve into one of Western Australia's most infamous legal sagas that would grip the nation for years. And at the centre of it all stood Corinne's own husband, a prominent barrister named Lloyd Rainey, who was about to find himself cast in a spotlight no one could have predicted. But long before she became the name on everyone's lips in Perth, Corinne Veronica Ann De Silva had already survived a harrowing chapter of history. She was born in 1963 to an Indian family living in East Africa. Her early childhood unfolded in the lush...
Oh, okay. Interesting. East Africa, Uganda. Okay. Okay, born in Uganda.
Green Hills of Uganda, a country that by the late 1960s was under the grip of the brutal dictator Idi Amin. In August 1972, when Corinne was just 9 years old, Idi Amin infamously...
I don't want to make it, but I have to. Do you know the way? Murder is roaming free and De Silva. I got no idea where that name came from. Interesting, regardless.
ordered the expulsion of Uganda's entire Asian minority, giving them 90 days to leave the country. Families of Indian origin, like Corinne's, were suddenly rendered stateless, targeted solely because of their ethnicity. Corinne's parents packed whatever they could, shielded their children as best as possible, and fled the only home they had known.
A statement has been made that those who stay here after the deadline will be sitting on fire. So we do not know what that sitting on fire really means.
By 1973, the De Silva family arrived in Australia.
See, with dictators, that is very simple. Either jail or death. One of the two.
As refugees from Idi Amin's Uganda, hoping for safety and a fresh start. For young Corinne, the move to Australia was the beginning of a new life in every sense. The family settled in Perth, far from the turmoil they'd escaped. Imagine the cultural shock of a 10-year-old girl who had witnessed the fear and chaos of exile, stepping onto Australian soil, hearing English and unfamiliar accents, and seeing a world utterly different from the one she left behind. But by all accounts, Corinne thrived in her new homeland. Classmates and teachers soon recognized her sharp mind and determination. She excelled at Ross Moines Senior High School in Perth's southern suburbs, proving herself as a top student despite the challenges of resettlement. Outside the classroom, Corinne was deeply spiritual. She became active in a Christian youth group during her teen years. Those who knew her described her as compassionate and grounded.
Based, very based.
Someone who, even as a young immigrant girl, carried a quiet strength forged by the adversities her family had overcome. By the early 1980s, Corinne set her sights on a career in law, perhaps inspired by a drive to help others or to seek justice in the way her own family had been denied in Uganda. She earned admission to the prestigious University of Western Australia, where she studied law and continued to grow her network of friends and mentors. It was during these university days and early legal apprenticeships that fate brought Lloyd Rainey into her life. Corinne was working as an article clerk at the Australian Government Solicitor's Office when she met him, a young lawyer who was then a junior prosecutor. The two clicked immediately, both ambitious, intelligent, and driven by their careers in the law. While Corinne's heritage was Indian African and she'd come to Australia as a refugee, Lloyd's background was equally unique. Born in 1962 in Aden, now Yemen, to an Indian family, he too had come to Australia as a child. They were a Desi power couple in the...
Interesting. So, Indians in Uganda? And then also Indians in Yemen. Interesting. Very interesting.
Making two children of the Indian diaspora finding love and success in a new land. Corinne and Lloyd married in the early 1990s, embarking on what looked from the outside like a storybook partnership. Over the years, they built what one newspaper later called, quote, a seemingly perfect life. Respected senior legal roles, a generous joint income, a beautiful home.
Isn't it always like this? From the outside, it seems like a perfect life, but then one of the two is an absolute monster. Or both are monsters.
In the upscale riverside suburb of Como, and eventually two lovely daughters, Caitlin and Sarah, born in 1994 and 1997. Corinne rose through the ranks of the legal world, earning a reputation not only for her keen intellect, but for her warm personality. By her early 40s, she had achieved a prominent position as a registrar of the Supreme Court of Western Australia. In fact, she presided over significant cases. Her name even made the papers for handling a high-profile bankruptcy case involving a fraudulent real estate agent. Colleagues described Corinne as deeply spiritual, compassionate, and admired in Perth's legal fraternity. She led a church group now too, befriended the local grocer, and still found time for simple joys like her weekly boot-scooting dance class in the suburb of Bentley. To everyone around her, Corinne Rainey was the last person you'd imagine meeting a violent end, and unlike
There seems to be a, what's the word, recurring theme. Like, the person is completely innocent and hasn't done anything evil and then gone. We are everywhere, look around you, even around, you even found some in your area. I don't appreciate you stalking me. I'd appreciate if you'd stop stalking me.
victim, as the newspapers would later say, whose loss seemed utterly senseless.
What's boot dance?
Boot scooting, it's this like interesting sort of like hipster country, like Australian version of a dance.
Is that your attempt at boot scooting?
Yeah, this is like did? On a seat for sure.
Guys, those of you who listen on audio, sometimes you should have seen what Ashwarya just did. I'm sure boot scooting is a real form of dance. Whatever she did was not that.
And I'm not claiming it was either.
No boots involved in her scooting.
No scooting involved in my booting. Lloyd Rainey too was a star rising. He made his mark as a Crown prosecutor, putting criminals behind bars on behalf of the state, and later transitioned into a successful barrister in private practice. In Perth's tight-knit legal community, the Raineys were seen as a formidable pair, highly respected, well-connected, and on the surface, happy. On the surface is the key, because behind closed doors, cracks were forming in their marriage. The same year Corinne was promoted to the Supreme Court, Lloyd took a prestigious opportunity abroad, spending 18 months working in the Caribbean on a legal stint, while Corinne remained in Perth with the children. The long distance took its toll. Friends would later whisper that the separation exposed deeper issues between them, issues that only grew when Lloyd returned home. By mid-2007, those who knew the Raineys sensed that something was wrong. The couple, though still living under the same roof, had become estranged, essentially leading separate lives while co-parenting their daughters. What went wrong in a marriage that seemed to have everything? In the courtroom, that
A classic stalking you now. I stalked your mom. You might have a problem with, you may face some issues, some violent issues. I don't recommend. You might get your ass beat.
question would later be dissected in painful detail, and we'll get into it soon. But as of now, to the world, the marriage seemed ordinary. Not particularly happy, maybe, but that's not uncommon. The Raineys continued attending public events together, maintaining appearances. Those who saw them socially might have noticed a certain coolness between the spouses, but nothing to suggest the tragedy that was brewing. In fact, no one could have predicted what August 2007 would bring. Not Corinne's colleagues who admired her, not her fellow boot-scooting friends who laughed with her at the weekly dance class, and certainly not her two young daughters who adored both their mom mom and their dad equally. And in the first week of August 2007, those tensions that had been quietly mounting for months were about to explode into the public eye. The stage was set for a collision between private discord and public tragedy, a collision that would forever alter the lives of everyone connected to Corinne. Tuesday, August 7, 2007 began like any other day for Corinne. That morning, she kissed her daughters goodbye, headed to work at the Supreme Court, where she was known for her reliability and warm presence. By evening, the 44-year-old mother changed out of her office attire and put on something comfortable. It was boot scooting night. Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m., Corinne joined a casual line dancing class at the Bentley Community Center, a fun outlet where she and friends kicked up their heels to country.
All right, and then on her way home, it happened. It must have happened. I wonder.
Music and forgot about life's worries for an hour or two. That night, witnesses later recalled Corinne laughing, dancing, and looking as if any troubles in her mind were the last thing she was thinking of. When class ended around 9:30 p.m., Corinne waved goodbye to her friends and stepped out into the cool winter night. She walked across the parking lot towards her car, the silver Ford Fairmont, likely already thinking about the next day's tasks or the daughters she'd soon check up at home on. It was the last time anyone saw her alive. What happens next remains a haunting mystery. Corinne never made it home that night. At the Rainey house in Como, the lights were on and the youngest daughter, 10-year-old Sarah, was getting ready for bed under her father's supervision. The older daughter, 13-year-old Caitlin, was out at a friend's house that evening. By 9:45 p.m. or so, Lloyd Rainey later said he noticed his wife hadn't returned, which was unusual for her routine. Perhaps he assumed though she was delayed or just ran an errand. However, as the minutes ticked by, concern grew.
For now, it appears that the husband is innocent. But you never know. First of all, he could have hired somebody. Second of all, the testimony's wrong. We'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Caitlin arrived home between 10:40 and 11 p.m. and by then, Corinne's absence was alarming. According to Lloyd's account to police, he tried calling Corinne's mobile phone but got no answer. With one daughter asleep and the other now anxiously waiting, there was little he could do that late at night. Lloyd would later claim he thought maybe Corinne had decided to stay overnight with a friend after class due to some personal issue, though that would have been extremely out of character for her, he said. By the next morning, Wednesday, August 8th, Corinne still hadn't shown up. She missed work, which immediately raised red flags. Corinne was known to be dependable and prompt. Other family and friends raised the alarm now too when they couldn't reach her. That morning, Lloyd Rainey contacted the police to report his wife missing. Within hours, news bulletins flashed an alert about the disappearance of a, quote, Perth woman and a mother of two, noting that Corinne was last seen the previous night leaving a dance class. Police were, quote, concerned for the welfare of the missing Supreme Court registrar and appealed to the public for any information. At first, there was hope in everyone's mind. Perhaps Corinne had had an accident and was lying injured somewhere, or maybe her car had broken down and she'd gone looking for help. The possibilities were worrying, but a dark crime was not yet what people were assuming in those initial 48 hours. The Rainey family's silver Ford Fairmont was also missing, so police and loved ones searched Perth's roads and parking lots for any sign of the vehicle. Friends circulated her description and photo. Corinne was of Indian descent, 5'6" tall, with a friendly smile, a familiar face around the suburb. Her colleagues at the Supreme Court held out hope that any moment the phone would ring with good news. Meanwhile, detectives quietly started their inquiries. Standard procedure in missing persons cases is to look closely at those closest to the missing individual, if only to rule out any possible.
Well, that only leaves the husband for now. That does only leave the husband. The daughters are too young to do anything. The husband is innocent. Tell that to a feminist. We'll see. We'll see how this goes.
That meant Lloyd Rainey was questioned early. He recounted how he last saw Corinne when she left for her dance class and described his movements that night. Police noted that Lloyd himself was a seasoned prosecutor and appeared cooperative. He even went on television on August 13th to make a public appeal for helping find his wife. In that interview, Lloyd looked like any worried husband whose wife had been missing, pleading for anyone who knew something to come forward. If he was hiding any knowledge of what happened, he did not let it show. But despite his desperate pleas and quick action by the police, days passed with no sign of Corinne or her car. And then quickly, seemingly out of thin air, finally a breakthrough. On Tuesday, August 14, 2007, a week after Corinne vanished, a vigilant member of the public spotted an unattended silver sedan parked on a verge in Subiaco, an inner west suburb of Perth.
Oh, hi, look, I'm just wanting to report that missing car that's for the...
Okay, car found. Ducky, bye-bye. I'll go study for a bit now. I'll come back in my break. Take care, Somax. Enjoy your studying. Put in some work.
The mother that's missing? I'm 1 CDS 564.
Was that on the news, was it?
Yes, it was. Is that the Rainer woman? Rainer. She's missing for over a week.
The license plate matched Corinne's Ford Fairmont. Police were notified and swarmed the area by nightfall. The car was oddly positioned, as if hastily abandoned, but officers noted no obvious sign of struggle inside. No blood, no broken glass. But when they looked underneath, they found a gaping hole in the transmission oil pan, likely caused by a hard impact. Investigators soon deduced what had happened. The car had likely been driven over a low wooden edge or stump while off-road, ripping the oil pan open. Corinne, or whoever had driven the car up...
So somebody in the car? Somebody did maybe push her over something and then destroyed the car or something? She hunted with the car?
After Corinne disappeared, had damaged it badly enough that it began hemorrhaging oil. Standing on that quiet Sabiaco street, detectives realized that the oil leak was fresh and continuous, forming the drizzle line leading away from the Ford Fairmont. This was the clue that led them, literally, down the path to uncover Corinne's body. And then any initial hope the community felt gave way to horror as they discovered Corinne's body bruised, roughly a meter deep in the soil. Forensic experts carefully examined Corinne's remains at the site. Even to their trained eyes, there were no obvious fatal injuries. There were no bullet wounds or stab marks. In fact, the cause of death was not immediately clear at all. This perplexity would persist all the way to trial. However, subtle signs of trauma emerged, bruising around her head and neck, and a later autopsy which revealed internal injuries in the neck area, like hemorrhaging near the vertebrae, which indicated she had sustained, quote, injuries to her head, neck, and brain before death. One neuropathologist at trial described these as possibly caused by some form of neck restraint or blows, which are basically called rabbit punches, though not severe enough to be...
Oh, interesting. Interesting, okay.
...fatal alone. The most chilling detail came from her lungs, though. Traces of aspirated soil and plant pollen from Kings Park, where she was found, implying that Corinne likely took her last breath at the burial site, buried inside the ditch with her head towards the ground. In other words, she may have still been alive.
So she suffocated in what we would call the dirt. She suffocated in that hole. She suffocated in that hole and essentially died.
Unconscious but breathing when her killer dumped her into that grave. That thought sent shudders through everyone involved. Corinne Rainey may have been buried alive. On September 1st, 2007, Corinne's funeral was held, a day of grief and tributes that overflowed the church with mourners from all facets of her life. Her two young daughters, dressed in black, clutched their father's hands as the community mourned a life cut tragically short. The shock of her murder rippled, especially through Perth's Indian and Ugandan Nation community, people whose families had found refuge in Australia like hers did, only to see one of their own meet an unfathomable end. Underneath the condolences and the sorrow, murmurs of confusion and speculation had already begun. Who could have done this? Was it a random attack, a robbery gone wrong? As weeks passed with no arrests, some in the community and quietly within Corinne's own family started to fear a darker possibility. Was the killer someone she knew? Perhaps even...
Who knows? Guess who's back? Also, did you see the Uma Musume short that I posted in your Discord? Yes, I have seen that.
Someone within her home.
Ishwara, I'm curious. In the initial sort of day that she disappeared, you described that her husband was there at home looking after the daughters.
That's right.
Putting them to bed or whatever may be. So from that initial image, it appears that he was home and hadn't left. And I think this is also corroborated by the daughters themselves.
Correct.
Then you also talk about this accident, sort of the hole in the car that was probably some sort of an accident that led to it. What it appears to me right now is that there was a collision between two cars, and in that collision, or whatever it may have been, her driving off-road, the person who clashed into the car got scared about his actions and then proceeded to do what they did. How do people connect the dots to somebody in the home? What is that piece of evidence that makes them believe it might have been somebody inside?
I think so. There's two parts to answer what you're saying. Firstly, the way the car was hemorrhaging oil, it's not that there was an accident. There's no collision marks on the car on the outside.
Yeah, so
it's just hemorrhaging from the bottom, which is...
Okay, so no collision marks, sure. But if she was driving hastily and she drove over something that could have damaged it, I mean, that is still very much a possibility.
Indicating that someone has driven the car very rashly.
Okay.
Not that another car has come in collision with the car. So which is what the inspector said, that it's probably driven over like a side rail, it's driven over like a wooden paneling or something of that sort. That's damaged the car in the process. I think drawing the conclusion back to her husband and putting suspicion there is firstly very common.
Yeah,
like going back to the husband, a marriage that...
Probabilistically, totally get it.
Totally get it. You're right in pointing out that there are timeline issues. He does say he's with his daughters. Obviously, that's a strong alibi.
Yeah.
Neither of the girls are so young that they don't remember whether or not they saw their father that night. But there is that brief period that night where he's put one daughter to sleep and the other hasn't returned home. And that timeline actually will come into question soon now.
Okay.
But that is what people who suspect him say was his window for the crime. By late September 2007, those murmurs that we just discussed would explode onto front page news. Police were zeroing in on a suspect.
Okay, so we do have a time frame where the husband... So we do have a time frame where the husband potentially could have done it. Meaning the killer is someone she knew. Probably. They good to me, Daiwa. They good to your father. Goon everywhere.
It wasn't a stranger. On September 20th, 2007, roughly 6 weeks after Corinne's body was found, Western Australia police called an extraordinary press conference. Under the bright glare of TV cameras, Detective Senior Sergeant Jack Lee, the same officer who had announced the discovery of Corinne's body, made a statement that would come to define the entire case. Before a packed room of reporters, Sergeant Lee revealed that the police were now treating Lloyd Rainey as the prime and only suspect in the murder of his wife. The words landed like a thunderclap. It was almost unheard of for police to publicly label someone, especially a well-known lawyer, as the only suspect in a murder case before any charges are laid. The impact was immediate. Lloyd Rainey's name was splashed across headlines as the man accused in all but name of killing Corinne. The investigation was about to take a controversial turn, and the Rainey family's nightmare was far from over. The media, which had sympathetically covered Corinne's disappearance and funeral, now shifted tone to scrutinize Lloyd's every move. Outside the Rainey home, news crews camped out, hoping to catch a glimpse of the man now effectively public enemy number one in the eyes of many West Australians. Inside, Lloyd Rainey was reportedly furious and stunned. By naming him the sole suspect, the police had upended the presumption of innocence he was entitled to, a move that would later be harshly criticized in court. But at the time, the court of public opinion was already
Later harshly criticized. Does that already mean that he did not do it? Interesting. Yeah, that is kind of a bad move.
ready deliberating Lloyd's guilt.
Is there any precedent for why the police might have done this? Was this an investigative technique or was this just a
It got heavily
glaring mistake?
ripped apart. It was a glaring mistake.
I mean, I've never, ever, even in India, when those press conferences are held, where the wrong person is, take the Ryan school killings, where the wrong person is made persona non grata by the police have at least, even on wrong causes, apprehended the person.
Correct.
And
And
then
charged them with something
and then
officially.
saying they've done it. Not just this is the guy.
Yep.
And the guy's a lawyer.
Yeah, this is bad. And this will not go down well for the police.
Also, something different about the Australian legal system is that the burden of proof, once the prosecution proves that or has a charge levied in minor cases of financial scam and whatnot, the burden of proof shifts to the defense to prove
interesting.
that they are the ones that haven't done
But
it.
that's just minor crimes.
Minor crimes.
Got it.
There's certain crimes, like it can be financial crime or something like that. In homicide, it follows common law altogether, so nothing changes there. But it has this small variation that I thought might
Interesting.
impact. But
No, this is just a plain mistake.
Plain mistake.
So why were the police so convinced so early on that Lloyd had killed his wife?
I wonder, Notebook. Remember, before you get evidence, you cannot say this about someone. Yeah, that is kind of... Yeah. Apparently, except for minor crimes, apparently.
Behind the scenes, detectives had indeed been building a case, or at least a theory, from the moment Corinne's body was recovered. First, there was the marital troubles. Investigators learned from witnesses and family members that the Rainey's marriage had been deeply fractured. They heard stories of Lloyd's alleged affair with another woman, of Corinne's confiding to friends about her heartbreak, and of fights over money. Bank records...
Wait, he cheated? He cheated? Orbital cannon. Now,
when checked, showed that Lloyd had racked up significant gambling losses, nearly $50,000 lost through
a classic. Let's go gambling. A classic. Boys, gambling.
a betting agency in the year leading up to Corinne's death. Police theorized that money and control were the key issues. In fact, not long before her death, Corinne had reportedly told Lloyd that if he didn't fully disclose his finances during their separation, she would have his legal client subpoenaed to expose any hidden income. This was indication she was gearing up for a tough legal battle in a divorce. It was a clear motive on paper, a husband who felt cornered by his wife's demands and the potential loss of reputation and finances. Then there was the matter of the secret phone recordings. Early in the investigation,
Oh, juicy secret phone recordings.
While searching the Rainey house, police discovered evidence that someone had tampered with the home's telephone line. Lloyd Rainey, ironically a prosecutor himself, was suspected of having illegally bugged the home phone to record Corinne's conversations. In fact, on the very day they named him a suspect, police also charged Lloyd with unlawfully intercepting communications, the phone tapping charge.
Is it illegal to tap your own house?
It is, yes. It 100% is.
So is it illegal to, what about like downloading
Phone recording apps? I don't think that's illegal. I'm not entirely sure, but that's an interesting sort of convergence.
Because phones in 2007s, the landlines and all, they need to be bugged physically. There needs to be hardware installed.
Now you just got
Now you don't have to bug it, so to say. You can download an app, and I wonder if that is...
That's very interesting.
Because the case in India is for sure, and we know so many cases. We know friends, female friends, whose phones have recording apps downloaded in them when they're children, for their parents to have supervision over it.
Correct. We had it in one of our cases, the Padma and Lali
case. So would that be illegal?
I don't know. That's very interesting. All of this painted a disturbing picture. Was Lloyd spying on his wife's calls in the weeks before she died to monitor her plans, perhaps anticipating a divorce or an investigation into his finances? The notion that he planted listening devices in his own house suggested a level of premeditation and paranoia that was excessive. To detectives, it was another puzzle piece clicking into place. And then there was the physical evidence, but not much of it. That was trickier because this was fundamentally a circumstantial case. No one had witnessed the crime, and there was no smoking gun like a DNA match or a murder weapon with fingerprints. Yet, a few intriguing clues pointed towards Lloyd. Investigators had combed through the Rainey's home and cars. They noted what could be faint drag marks in the soil of the front yard, as if something heavy had been pulled across it. More telling were the botanical clues.
Interesting. Very interesting. We'll see.
Corinne's hair were found seed pods from a liquid amber tree, a decorative tree that grew in the Rainey's front yard in Como, a tree that did not grow in Kings Park. The presence of those seed pods suggested that Corinne might have been attacked, or at least was on the ground at her home under that tree before her body went to the park. Furthermore, soil and small bits of brick or concrete dust on her clothes seemed consistent with the notion that her body had been dragged over the brick-paved driveway of the Rainey residence. And then, of course, there was the strange dinner place card with Lloyd's name found near the gravesite in Kings Park. It was as if an accusing finger pointed from the grave back to Corinne's own husband. Taken together, the police formed a narrative. They hypothesized that on the night of August 7th, after Corinne returned home from her dance class, Lloyd Rainey confronted her, perhaps about the looming financial probe or their failing marriage, and something violent happened. They believed Lloyd killed Corinne at the house, possibly in a sudden fit of rage during an argument, and then faced the task of disposing of her body. The theory continued that he...
That could be the case. Sure, that could be the case. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll have to see. He does seem suspicious. And if he didn't do it, he does seem very controlling.
Temporarily hid her body, perhaps in the yard or somewhere discreet. Then later that night, after the children were asleep, he loaded her into her own car. To avoid using any shovels from his house, which could be traced to him, prosecutors later alleged he even borrowed a shovel or found one elsewhere while en route to the park. They imagined him driving into Kings Park well after midnight, finding a dark, secluded spot, hurriedly digging a grave in the hard earth, and burying Corinne head first. In this scenario, while driving out of the park in Corinne's car, he accidentally struck the bottom of the car, causing the oil leak, but he kept driving until the engine seized up in Subiaco. From there, he would have faced a long 90-minute walk home in the pre-dawn hours. Remarkably, according to the investigators, Lloyd then took his daughters to school the next morning as if nothing had happened, and even appeared in court that day for a corruption and crime commission hearing, showing no outward sign of distress.
If this is the evidence the jury has presented, and I'm in the jury, I'll say the man is innocent. Because A, it is completely circumstantial to me. B, the media trial aspect of who goes in declaring a man as the only suspect with this evidence on their hand.
Sure.
In fact, this is all drawing board stuff. This is all whiteboard and you're joining threads. This is not you coming up with, we've got the guy.
But if you're not the jury, and you're not the one making a pronouncement, what do you make of the fibers in the hair, the concrete, the drag marks?
To me, it is all, again, it is, yes, he is one of the many suspects by this point. Like, if I'm guessing if you're in the police room, you would put him at tier 1 of the suspects, but there must be a tier 2 and there must be a tier 3. And also, sure, there are so many... You know, when you want to come up with a theory for why something has happened, you reverse engineer a theory.
Correct.
Right now, it's sounding so reverse engineered, where they have joined so many dots from him leaving, how he might have caused the accident, in the rash driving, how he might have found a shovel on the way. He's just found a shovel while driving.
Yeah.
That's just, again, that's such a... When you're writing a screenplay, I've learned this technique of a happy coincidence in screenwriting, where one of the tips in screenwriting you're given is do not have too many happy coincidences because the audience is not dumb. When the audience suddenly sees that the investigator finds a clue out of nowhere, the audience is like, you didn't have any build up to lead to that.
That's
You're just putting that in there because you creatively couldn't come up with anything.
Right.
The mysterious shovel that just happened to be on the highway while
The mysterious shovel. Well, a magical shovel. It just pulled up. It was there. Yeah, I don't know.
he was rashly driving. To me, it's so made up. And again, this might have happened, but we're trying to prove somebody is guilty beyond reasonable doubt.
Correct.
I have a lot of reasonable doubt right now.
Fair enough. Despite what Aryan believes, which a lot of people believe too, to the police, if he truly managed all of that, it spoke to cold-blooded calculation. This hypothesis was compelling, but hardly ironclad. Still, by September 2007, Western Australia police seemed convinced that they had their man. Hence, Jack Lee's infamous pronouncement of Lloyd as the only suspect. For Lloyd Rainey, this was an unmitigated personal disaster. He was immediately ostracized by many. Some of Curran's own family members openly voiced their belief in his guilt, feeding information and suspicions. His clients withdrew and colleagues kept their distance. Yet, interestingly, a strong circle of supporters remained by Lloyd's side, including many of the couple's mutual friends who simply could not believe he was capable of such a heinous act. Most importantly, Caitlin and Sarah, the Rainey daughters, stood by their father, who by now was their only surviving parent. They were just 13 and 10, grieving their mother deeply, but they did not waver in supporting Lloyd, insisting he could have never hurt their mom. Facing the full force of society,
well, family members always, they're too close to make a rational, they're too close to make a rational, assessment of the situation. However, I don't know. It seems like he was a control freak for now, just.
Lloyd Rainey did something few in his position do. He fought back publicly. In September 2008, even before any murder charge was laid, he filed a defamation lawsuit against the state of Western Australia for that press conference that labelled him the prime and only suspect.
That's the problem with fighting a lawyer, that the lawyer knows the law and what he can do against you.
It was a bold move, essentially the accused suing the accusers, and it set the stage for a legal grudge match that would play out over a decade. But while the defamation case churned slowly in the background, the murder investigation continued. Despite naming him publicly in 2007, it actually took 3 more years for police to feel that they had enough evidence to
So until 2010...
formally charged Lloyd with murder. During that time, he lived in a strange limbo, technically a free man because he hadn't been arrested for murder yet, but under intense scrutiny and the cloud of suspicion. Detectives continued to interview witnesses and forensic experts, refining their case. And then finally, on December 8, 2010, as Lloyd Rainey was walking down a Perth City street, police moved in and arrested him for the willful murder of Curran Rainey. The arrest was very public. Officers handcuffed him in front of bystanders on bustling Barrack Street. He was frog-marched, even pat-searched, and spread against the hood of a police car in a display that some later criticized as unnecessarily theatrical. For the police, after years of investigation, it was a moment of triumph. For Lloyd and his supporters, it felt like a preordained conclusion to what they saw as a biased investigation. Lloyd was charged and soon released on bail to await trial, spending Christmas 2010 with his daughters under the weight of an upcoming murder trial. The spotlight of the media intensified. Every court appearance was front-page news. Every detail of his and Curran's private life now laid bare in court documents. Through it all, Lloyd maintained his absolute innocence, telling anyone who would listen that he had been framed or at least wrongly targeted. In a twist of fate, at the very same time he was preparing to defend himself against the murder charges, Lloyd's earlier defamation suit against the police was also inching forward. And then, the trial of the state of Western Australia versus Lloyd Patrick Rainey commenced on July 16, 2012, nearly 5 years after Curran's death. But this was no ordinary murder trial. It unfolded under unprecedented conditions. At Lloyd Rainey's own request, the trial was heard by a judge alone, with no jury. Lloyd's defense had argued, successfully, that given the massive pre-trial publicity and the public labelling him as the only suspect, finding 12 unbiased jurors in Western Australia would be near impossible. And the court agreed. To ensure impartiality,
I mean, that is very true. Like, he's like painted now as this like super villain, like, right? Like public enemy number 1. You're not gonna find somebody. The chance of finding somebody who would be neutral in a way is gonna be incredibly difficult. That was a smart move.
judge from outside Western Australia was brought in too. Former Northern Territory Chief Justice Brian Martin was appointed to preside over the case. Thus, one seasoned jurist would hear all evidence, weigh credibility, and ultimately decide Lloyd's fate. Over the next 3 months, in courtroom 7 of the Western Australia Supreme Court, a gripping narrative of circumstantial evidence was laid out by the prosecution. The state admitted there was no direct eyewitness or smoking gun. Quote, the state's case was circumstantial, but the evidence of motive was compelling, Prosecutor John Agwis said in his opening statement. Piece by piece, prosecutors constructed the story they believed.
So, this is very much based on media trial is dog shit, okay? This is all very much just like construed, a theory, basically. See you next time. Enjoy the stream, everyone. Take care, GD. Have a good day. Rest of your day.
Lloyd Rainey was a man with a lot to lose. They depicted him as a husband whose marriage was crumbling due to his own misconduct, affairs and gambling, and Curran's determination to hold him accountable financially. Witnesses recounted how Curran had been resolute about a divorce and about uncovering any hidden money Lloyd had. It was suggested that on that...
I have to say, though, how is this man getting pussy? Anyways.
Fateful night, an argument about these issues had turned violent. The forensic and physical evidence was painstakingly reviewed. Prosecutors highlighted the liquid amber seed pods found tangled in Curran's hair and the soil and the debris on her clothing that matched the home driveway. A neighbor even testified to hearing a dog barking frantically and what sounded like whooping noises that night, possibly a body being dragged or dropped, though this testimony was later deemed not conclusive. The dinner party place card with Lloyd's name found near the grave was introduced as a curious clue. Prosecutors posited it fell out of Lloyd's car or pocket while he was digging the grave, perhaps left over from a legal conference or event he had attended. Moreover, the state underscored Lloyd's peculiar behavior after the murder. They pointed out that he secretly disposed of the phone tap devices he had installed, right around the time police got a warrant to search for them. To the prosecution, this looked like consciousness of guilt, that Lloyd was scrambling to cover up illicit activities, even if not the murder, which painted him as deceitful. And then there was the timeline. According to phone records and the daughter's routines, if Lloyd was the killer, he had a narrow window, roughly from 9:45 p.m. to 11 p.m. to confront Curran, cause her death before Caitlin returned home, and then after midnight, another window of a few hours to bury her and get back home before dawn. The prosecution acknowledged it was tight, but argued it was doable, especially if the crime was not premeditated, but rather a sudden act that he then efficiently covered up. One fascinating aspect of the trial was the lack of a clear cause of death. Forensic pathologists testified that Curran's injuries were not definitively fatal on their own. There was no strangulation bruising on the throat, no knife wounds, no bullet. It was as if she had been knocked unconscious and perhaps asphyxiated, possibly by being face down in the dirt. Now the defense seized on this uncertainty, suggesting that if Lloyd had truly intended to kill his wife, it's unlikely he would have left the cause so ambiguous, implying perhaps an unknown attacker or an accident could be to blame. Lloyd's defense team, led by high-profile barrister David Edwardson, attacked the state's case on multiple fronts. They argued that the evidence was paper-thin and, quote, beset by improbabilities and uncertainties, end quote, echoing what they hoped the judge would conclude. They painted Lloyd not as a violent killer, but as a man wrongfully accused due to police tunnel vision. The defense contended that detectives zeroed in on Lloyd early and ignored other leads, a claim bolstered by some true...
Okay, we still got 16 minutes of this. Where is this going? Is he guilty or will he not be guilty? That is the question. You able my ass? Do you even know how hard it is to off someone within just 1 hour? He has to drive there. So he has to drive there, right? With his own car. Here's the question, right? If, like, the Silver Ford is her car, right? He has to go there with his car. Drive her to, like, wherever he buried her. That's gonna be rough. That's gonna be really rough. Or is it the family's car? But I'm assuming it's her car. If I understood that correctly. How is he gonna do that in 1 hour and 15 minutes? What? This is gonna be incredibly tight. What? Wow.
Truly troubling conduct that came to light. During cross-examination, it emerged that...
Because, like, if it's her car, he has to drive with his car to where she is. Has to get into... Has to, like, knock her out. Has to put her into her car. Has to drive with her car to the place where he buried her. has then to use the car. How does he do that? Drive off, and by reports, she was at least 25 minutes in digging land. That shit at least takes an hour, especially since he digged down. This doesn't. How is this doable? Hi, Jacob. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. How the fuck is this doable? No way this is doable.
Certain police investigators had behaved inappropriately. One officer had allegedly tried to pressure a pathologist to change his report to better fit the theory of Lloyd's guilt. Another had threatened a female lawyer involved in the case. The Corruption and Crime Commission would later find these actions unreasonable. This bolstered the defense narrative that some in the police were overzealous to the point of misconduct, eager to nail Lloyd at any cost. Perhaps the strongest points for the defense were the practical challenges to the murder theory.
Or if the club where she did that dance stuff is close by enough, he could have walked there, grabbed her, drove in her car to where he buried her, drove the car away, and then walked home. That's still gonna be incredibly tight.
They highlighted Lloyd's relatively slight build. He was 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed about 67 kgs at the time, and he had chronic back problems. Corinne, by contrast, weighed about 78 kgs and wasn't much shorter than him in height. Could he realistically subdue her alone without any weapon in that short time frame and then lift her and carry her into a car and later go out to bury her? It seemed physically daunting.
I mean, 5'8", 67 kgs, chronic back problems.
Chronic back problems also, by the way.
This was doctored evidence, and to be honest, look at him and you think he can dig properly with back problems. The weight different isn't that significant. Height different isn't that significant. He is physically, she could probably physically also overpower him in a way. Within an hour, no way. No way.
That meek a guy.
I think enough.
Not projecting at all. But no, I would say that, I think that is a pretty good argument.
Right? I think also deadweight, like a body just not...
Carrying a 70 kg human being
is no joke.
As an unseasoned assassin.
Correct.
That happens to be weak with chronic back problems and whose 67 kgs don't come from lean muscle. Okay?
Someone's trying really hard.
I'm trying hard. No, I mean, again, the defense has, the problem with the circumstantial argument is that the defense can have a circumstantial counter.
Response to that, right? And it's ripped to shreds. Yeah. The judge, Justice Brian Martin, took note of this, remarking that indeed it would have been a, quote, difficult task for Lloyd to move Corinne's body given his condition. Moreover, the defense pointed to the riskiness of Lloyd's alleged plan, driving Corinne's distinctive car through the city and ironically down Kershaw Street, where several of his legal colleagues lived, with it loudly leaking oil, then abandoning it in a suburb where it was sure to be found, and then walking 7 kilometers home in the dead of the night.
No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. He would have needed to jog at that point. At his age, with back pain, there's no way he'll walk. No way. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Completely impossible. That is impossible. It is. There's no way. There's no way. That is impossible. He would have needed to do all this, right? He would have needed to. Okay. Let's rewind again.
To shreds.
And it's ripped to shreds.
Yeah. The judge, Justice Brian Martin, took note of this, remarking that indeed it would have been a, quote, difficult task for Lloyd to move Corinne's body given his condition. Moreover, the defense pointed to the riskiness of Lloyd's alleged plan, driving Corinne's distinctive car through the city and
he drove her car. That means he wasn't there. So first he has to get there, get her in the car, drive through all of this, dig the hole, throw her in, and then get into the car, drive somewhere else, walk 7 kilometers home. No way in hell he could have pulled that off. Iceway, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. No way in hell. That is... If he's not the Flash, I don't know.
ironically down Kershaw Street, where several of his legal colleagues lived, with it loudly leaking oil, then abandoning it in a suburb where it was sure to be found, and then walking 7 kilometers home in the dead of the night. It all struck the defense as an absurdly conspicuous way for a supposedly clever lawyer to cover up a crime. As the trial progressed, the defense put forward an alternate theory that started to resonate. What if someone else attacked Corinne? Under cross-examination, police witnesses conceded that Corinne's attire, a ripped shirt and unzipped pants, could indicate a sexually motivated assault. The judge himself questioned why investigators had been so quick to discount the possibility of a stranger attack. It turned out that 2 convicted sex offenders had surfaced as potential suspects. This detail is wild to me and insane that it was ignored, but one of these men's DNA had been found on a cigarette butt just outside the Rainey home around the time of the murder. And one of them was stopped by police for a random breath test near Como on the night Corinne vanished. Officers noted he had fresh scratches on his hands and sand in his car, but they let him go after a minor traffic violation issue. Maddening. Just absolutely absurd. Yeah, I know.
What are you saying?
Yeah.
Aishwarya,
the incompetence here is just...
And again, this is not me fighting for this guy. He might as well be the actual murderer. Yeah. This is not how you conduct a police investigation. You know what this is reminding me of is the Suhaib Ilyasi case to a little extent, where everybody dives on one theory and then you try to come up with every possible reason.
I think it's just time-wise impossible. He is likely an unfit man. He wouldn't need to do all this, right? Get her, bury her in 15 minutes. Because otherwise, if he walked home, he would have needed to walk home in like 7 kilometers per hour. And that is already for like some young people already incredibly strenuous to walk at that speed. No way in hell is he. If that wasn't his other car, if like he must, if it would have only been possible if he pre-planned this, that means the hole would have been there already.
And fracture in marriage, which all exist. And the thing is, fractures in marriage exist.
Yeah, they do.
Fractures in almost all marriages exist. And if a marriage is more than 10 years long, if there are 2 kids in a marriage, you can pinpoint to gambling, alcoholism, infidelity. Something has happened in 15 years of being with a person that, if reverse engineered, in hindsight, can be attributed to a certain tragedy.
Sure.
Which is not to say these things didn't contribute to the tragedy. I'm just saying that if that's all the reason you have, when there is a convicted sex offender,
2 convicted sex offenders,
whose DNA has been found on a cigarette butt, one is found with scratch marks near the scene of crime in a random breathalyzer test. These are things you prod further. This is so annoying. It doesn't sound like the investigation of a quote-unquote first world country.
It doesn't. And which is why I think trial by media is such a commonly thrown around term.
I think this is just like husband, wife dead, easy husband, problem solved, next.
But what's unique that's happening in this case is the police have pushed forth the trial by media. They are such a trusted source of information like this. They are, in so many cases, they are the only ones who have any information that they keep guarded for decades on end. So when the police comes forth and says, you did it.
Then it's you, buddy boy.
Everyone's like, what does the police know that we don't? They most probably know. That's
also
crazy.
This is Australia. This is not as polarized a country, especially in the 2007, and as other, this is not the O.J. Simpson trial where there are
racial
half and half
tensions
people come. It's not that. This is, you trust the police, and if the police say something, you believe it.
That's right.
And they believe this man did it.
The defense suggested that the presence of these 2 sex offenders so close to her was no coincidence. Perhaps Corinne encountered a predator after leaving her class or as she approached home. Such a man could have attacked her, they argued, and possibly left her unconscious, explaining...
I mean, that is an option, certainly. I think I'm the first person to hand feed a cricket. Cool, Cocos, cool. I would not hand feed the cricket, but hey, you do you. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
The unclear cause of death before panicking and burying her in the park. This was speculation, but it planted reasonable doubt. By October 2012, after weeks of testimony and evidence, both sides made their final submission. And then on November 1st, 2012, Justice Martin delivered his verdict. The tension in the courtroom was palpable. Lloyd Rainey sat beside his defense lawyers, his daughters, and a small group of loyal friends behind him, while across the aisle, Corinne's siblings and parents held one another, bracing for whatever was to come. In a lengthy judgment that he read aloud in summary, Justice Martin acquitted Lloyd Rainey of the murder charge, finding him not guilty on all counts. For a moment, the courtroom was silent, as if everyone exhaled at once. Caitlin and Sarah Rainey hugged their father as they cried. Lloyd, the former prosecutor, had just been saved from what could have been a life sentence. Justice Martin's reasoning pulled no punches towards either side. He stated unequivocally that the case against Lloyd was, quote, beset by improbabilities and uncertainties, just as defense had argued, and lacking in crucial evidence. The prosecution's timeline, he found, was possible but highly improbable given the physical and logistical challenges. The judge noted that Lloyd showed no signs of fatigue or injury the next day in court, which he found implausible if Lloyd had spent the whole night committing such an arduous crime. But Justice Martin didn't exonerate Lloyd as an innocent man living an upstanding life. On the contrary, in his remarks, he described Lloyd's conduct in several matters as, quote, disreputable and discreditable. The judge specifically cited that Lloyd had illegally recorded his wife's phone calls, lied under oath about it, and destroyed evidence, the recording devices. These actions, Justice Martin said, cast significant suspicion on Lloyd. Quote, in some instances, quite strong suspicion, but discreditable conduct does not prove guilt, and suspicion, even strong suspicion, falls well short of proof beyond reasonable doubt, he concluded. It was a remarkable statement. In effect, the judge was saying Lloyd Rainey may very well be deceitful and a liar and a cheat to his wife, but that doesn't make him a murderer. Justice Martin also leveled criticism at the investigation. He found that while there was no definitive proof of a police conspiracy against Lloyd, there had been, quote, instances of unacceptable conduct by some investigators, ranging from inappropriate to reprehensible, although he stopped short of saying this misconduct undermined the core of the investigation.
So, how is this gonna turn out? Do we actually get whoever is responsible for this in some way, shape, or form? Probability, you mean competence? No, that's not what he said. He meant improbable that he could have done it, looking at the logistic and also like time issues physically as well.
Notably, he remarked that the evidence, in fact, quote, was consistent with a sexual attack on Corinne, implicitly shunning the police for not pursuing that angle equally. Outside the courthouse that day, Lloyd Rainey stood on the steps, flanked by his daughters, and spoke to the media for the first time in years about the case. He was emotional, thanking Justice Martin for a fair trial and expressing his profound grief for his wife's death. He said he would, quote, never stop fighting to find the real killer of Corinne, and pleaded for anyone with information to come forward.
It's been 5 years since Sarah and Caitlin have been without their mum. They haven't been treated well by many people. But apart from that, they still don't know, and we still don't know, what happened to Corinne, and that is a terrible tragedy.
Meanwhile, the state prosecutors were left reeling. They had poured enormous resources into this case and now had a very public defeat. They appealed the acquittal, arguing the judge had made errors in weighing the evidence. But in 2013, 3 appellate judges unanimously upheld the not guilty verdict, closing the door on any retrial. Lloyd Rainey was a free man, acquitted in the eyes of the law. Yet the story was far from over. The fallout of this case would continue to unfold, and the question of who killed Corinne Rainey would remain. With the trial behind him, Lloyd Rainey stepped out of the dock and into an uncertain future. He had been found not guilty, but in many ways he was not truly free. The murder of Corinne remained officially unsolved, and in the court of public opinion, the stain of suspicion is not easily washed away. It was as if the law had drawn a blank, leaving Corinne's true killer free and unknown. In the aftermath, calls grew for a fresh, independent look at the case. Lloyd Rainey himself became one of the loudest voices arguing authorities to find the real murderer. In August 2014, he even cooperated with the television documentary, The Lloyd Rainey Story, where he broke his post-trial silence. In it, he and his defense team spotlighted those 2 alternate suspects, the convicted sex offenders, whom they felt, quote, should have been investigated with as much rigor as Mr. Rainey, end quote. The documentary revealed tantalizing details to the public.
So, we literally don't know who it is. And whoever did it is still roaming free. Wow.
Like the cigarette butt with a stranger's DNA and the man with sandy, scratched hands near the scene. Lloyd's interview was emotional. He asserted that the police had stuffed this up by zeroing in on him and missing the chance to catch a predator. Quote, they owed it to her to get it right. They owed it to my children, he said. The plea was clear. Someone else did this. Please find them. Facing public pressure and wary of eroding trust, the Western Australia police finally agreed to a cold case review. In May 2015, nearly 8 years after the crime, Police Commissioner Carl O'Callaghan announced the formation of Operation Delve, a fresh team with a, quote, new pair of eyes to re-examine evidence and leads. Crucially, none of the investigators from the original task force were allowed on this new team. An independent forensic expert was to assist, and even interstate detectives might be called in, all in hopes of bringing an objective perspective. Commissioner O'Callaghan was careful to avoid outright criticism of the first investigation. Publicly, he maintained that a review did not mean the initial probe was flawed. But reading between the lines, it was clear. The police recognized that many citizens were not confident that justice had been served, and the reputation of the police was on the line as much as the quest for the killer. Operation Delve quietly went to work, sifting through every piece of evidence again. In the interim, Lloyd Rainey pursued his own justice in civil court. In late 2017, a judge finally delivered a verdict in Lloyd's defamation suit against the state. The court found emphatically in Lloyd's favor, ruling that Detective
Damn, another win. The police was racist. I'm throwing the racist card. I don't think so. I think they just didn't bother and thought this was an easy case. I think they just didn't care all that much. They just saw wife dead, husband alive, husband did it, moved on, because there's no evidence to show that racism played a role.
Jack Lee's 2007 comments indeed defamed Rainey by implying that he was his wife's killer, and it rewarded Lloyd a record-breaking 2.62 million Australian dollars.
W. That's a W. He may be a weird control freak. I'll give them that, but it is unlikely that he... I mean, especially since he's like... Why would he desperately want to find who did it when he did it, and then they find who did it, and then they found out it was him? That'd be a bit weird.
In damages. In scathing language, the defamation judgment concluded that senior officers at court formed a prejudicial view of Lloyd and approached the case with an assumption of his guilt from the start. It was a vindication of sorts for Lloyd, a formal acknowledgement that the police had wronged him in how they handled the case. But the victory could not restore his reputation completely, nor could it bring back Corinne. Lloyd's professional life had been in limbo. In 2014, the Legal Practice Board of Western Australia had cancelled his law license on the basis of the phone tapping and evidence destruction findings. Though he got it reinstated in 2016, after a tribunal cleared him of certain allegations, by 2020, the pendulum swung again. The Western Australia Court of Appeal ultimately struck him off the roll of solicitors for the misconduct of secretly recording his wife and lying about it under oath. It was a stark reminder that acquittal is not absolution. Lloyd walked free from the murder charge, but he would never again don the barrister's wig in a courtroom. All this time, Operation Delve continued, and by mid-2016, the cold case team completed their review. But in a frustrating outcome, they concluded that there was insufficient evidence to charge anyone new. Essentially, after rereading every statement, retesting forensic samples with an updated method, and reconsidering persons of interest, the review did not uncover the smoking gun that had been missing. The police did not publicly release the full report, and they even denied Lloyd access to it during his defamation trial. All that was known is that the case remained open but stagnant. No arrests, no new leads announced. The trail had gone cold. Years have now passed. Caitlin and Sarah Rainey grew up without their mother. Each milestone...
Yep. So we don't know who did it. We have no perpetrator. Nothing. We got nothing.
In their lives overshadowed with her absence. By all accounts, they remain close to their father, who despite everything was the parent who raised them through their teens. Corinne's family continues to mourn her quietly, her elderly parents still desperate for answers about who took their daughter from them. In the public memory, the Rainey case occupies a space of unresolved intrigue. It's a story of a bright, loving woman who escaped one form of violence in her childhood only to fall victim to another decades later in a land that was supposed to be safe. It's the story of a legal system forced to turn its critical eye inward on a botched investigation, and of a man who, whether innocent or not, suffered an extraordinary fall from grace.
That's crazy. Wow. Here's Croc Rock. Hi, Croc Rock. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I saw your video. We're gonna watch that.
In the end, the question who killed Corinne Rainey remains unanswered. Corinne Veronica Ann Rainey's memory lives on in the hearts of her daughters and all those who knew her kindness and strength. The book on the Rainey case is not truly closed, not while a killer walks free and a family still yearns for answers. For now, it rests as an unfinished chapter in the annals of Australian true crime. If you have any information that might shed light on the murder of Corinne Rainey, please contact Crime Stoppers. Her case remains open.
That's it. Wow. We got no conclusion to this. We got no conclusion to this whatsoever. No, you haven't watched it. I will watch it. Chill. We got no conclusion to this. That's crazy. Wow. So basically they essentially nuked the man's reputation. Right? They nuked the man's reputation permanently. Found nobody else out of either incompetence or malicious or maybe even maliciously targeting the man, as if like because it's easy, right? Easy target, the husband. Nobody else comes into question. It's a cold case. I think it'll remain a cold case. Because, dude, this was in... The last update was in 2012, 2013. Now imagine this. Whoever did it possibly might already be dead potentially. That is crazy. Stone cold. Yep, absolutely cold. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, Croco, your video. Your video.
How can one of the most famous...
Interesting. Let's see what this is about. Okay. Okay. Nobody alive has seen London After Midnight by Antonia Carlotta. Interesting. This is a movie, I'm assuming. I have no idea what this is. Obviously, if nobody has seen it, nobody that's alive, then you could obviously not know what this movie is about. Anyways, we're gonna look at that. Sounds interesting. What this is about. Let's go.
How can one of the most famous horror films ever made be one that no one alive has ever seen? Made in 1927, it starred the most famous horror actor of
1927. Famous horror actor.
Of the silent era. Featured a vampire looks so disturbing it would cause nightmares even today. And then it vanished, never to be seen again. This is the ghost story of London After Midnight, the most famous lost horror film of
Lon Chaney. In London After Midnight. Interesting. And silent movie, obviously.
all time. But unlike most ghost stories,
Hold up, I have this on speed up. We don't want that. We want this to be normal.
this one is real. I'm Antonia Carlotta, and this is Universally Me, the channel for all things Universal and classic horror. My family started Universal Studios, and they practically invented classic horror. And even though London After Midnight is an MGM film, it is still part of the same dark history. The monsters, the makeup, it's all connected. Let's rewind to the 1920s. Universal had put out The Hunchback of Notre Dame and The Phantom of the Opera, massive hits that proved scares could be big business. But MGM, they were a prestige studio. They were classy and highbrow. They were the opposite of spooky. So why would they greenlight a film about a vampire in foggy London? Well, audiences were hungry for thrills. Even though horror wasn't really established as a film genre yet, it was getting more popular, and even the most elegant.
I think saying that nobody has seen this movie might be more on the hyperbole side, because if nobody has seen it, how would people know the movie existed, right?
Studios were starting to take notice. MGM didn't want to be left behind. But if they were going to do horror, they needed a sure thing. Enter Todd Browning and Lon Chaney. Browning was already known for his fascination with the
Lon Chaney. Okay, that's the name. Pronounced it wrong.
Grotesque and bizarre. And Lon Chaney, he was a living legend, the man of 1,000 faces. The guy who became his characters with makeup and wires and wax and a vision like no other at the time. He did not just play monsters, he transformed into them. Chaney and Browning had worked together at MGM before a lot. They made The Unholy Three, The Mystic, The Blackbird, and The Unknown. And all of their collaborations were kind of dark and strange.
What the fuck? What the fuck is homie doing with his feet? The feet. Feet fetishists would be very happy for this one.
So when Todd Browning pitched a detective story disguised as a vampire movie, complete with shadowy mansions and hypnotism and psychological twists and turns, both MGM and Lon Chaney said yes. They called the film London After Midnight. Now here's where things get a little foggy, figuratively and literally, because like I said, this movie is lost, so we don't know exactly what it's like. But we do have...
Never mind, it is in fact lost. That means we got nothing? No picture material? Nothing?
Have production stills and shooting scripts and a reconstructed version made by TCM that uses about 200 photos. Here is the gist of the movie. A man is found dead in his London mansion and the police call it a schmuicide. I don't know if I can say that word on here.
Sewer slide. I googled. There's no clips on YouTube. The fuck? Huh? You kidding me? It's gotta be something. No, nothing comes up. Just a few, like, shorts, and that's it, and a few pictures. What the fuck? That's actually a gone movie. Okay, I remember hearing about this movie a long time ago. Never heard of it, and it's actually gone. There's nothing there. Crazy.
5 years later, strange figures move into the house, most notably a top-hatted vampire with razor teeth, bugged-out eyes, and a menacing stare. Spoiler alert, he is not actually a vampire. He is Lon Chaney in disguise, playing a detective trying to solve the murder by hypnotizing suspects. And yes, that means that Lon Chaney is playing double duty in this film as both the detective and the vampire. Now let's talk about this face. The Man in the Beaver Hat, he was called. And there's a really good chance that even if you haven't heard of the movie, you've seen this face before. And just a reminder that Lon Chaney would do all of his own makeup. He was such a trailblazer in his techniques.
Damn! That's kind of sad and depressing that the movie is gone.
His popping eyes were made with wire, and he's got this mouth full of sharpened teeth that make his smile so creepy. And I've heard that in some scenes he used fish hooks to pull his smile back extra wide, but that might just be a rumor. As I mentioned, Lon Chaney is just pretending to be a vampire in this film, but this still is one of the earliest film representations of a vampire with fangs. Though, of course, today we know most vampire fangs to be a little different. The effect was uncanny. He was not a suave and sophisticated Dracula like we would get just a few years later. He was pretty gross and animalistic. And more than most monsters, I would not want to cross paths with him in a dark alley. I think that I would very much fear for my life.
I mean, those teeth. Those teeth. And Coco's watched The Hunchback of Notre Dame and The Phantom of the Opera. Okay. Interesting.
Life. London After Midnight is the most sought-after horror film in the world. I'm sure many of us would kill to see it. But I also think that the legend may have grown bigger than the movie ever was. Not to say it didn't do well. It had a budget about $150,000. It made a little over $1 million, and it did do well with audiences in 1927. But critical reviews were mixed. A lot of people said that the plot was very convoluted and not enough time was spent on Lon Chaney in makeup, instead spending too much time on the less exciting detective scenes and some not so necessary comic relief by actress Polly Moran. The last time this movie was seen was in the 1950s by two historians, and they said it was fine.
1950s. Interesting.
They said it was not Lon Chaney's best film, and they also said it wasn't as good as The Mark of the Vampire, which was the sound remake with Bela Lugosi just a few years later. Classic horror fans have been obsessed with London After Midnight for decades, and it's reached this mythological status that just can't even be challenged or disproven because it can't be found. So how did we lose?
So this is essentially like a conspiracy theory. The movie existed, still would want to watch it even if it wasn't a masterpiece. I mean, it's interesting just to watch lost media, but it's what were these guys in the 50s thinking? I've seen it here. Oh no, aura farming.
Lose it. Who's to blame here? Well, I think we take for granted all the ways that we can watch movies and TV shows today. Even in my childhood, right? I could get DVDs, VHS, Laserdisc. But a century ago, you could see a movie in theaters and then you very well might never see it again. So by 1965, there was one known print in existence sitting in vault number 7 on the back lot of MGM. And I guess their first mistake was not having backups. On August 10th, 1965, either an electrical short or an explosion from a chemical reaction from deteriorating film ignited a fire that very easily devoured all of the highly flammable nitrate film in the vault. MGM was actually unique in even preserving these early productions to begin with. Most studios had already thrown them out or burned them all. But in the vault, they didn't have a good ventilation system.
I wonder how many movies that were genuinely good were just like thrown away. I saw that remake. It had one of the worst twists in movies. Interesting.
They didn't have sprinklers, so once the fire started, there was nothing they could do about it. Every single film in Vault 7 went up in flames, and just like that, the one copy of London After Midnight was gone. A moment of silence, not just for London After Midnight, but for all the films that were lost that day. I know we lost Lon Chaney's A Blind Bargain, Greta Garbo's The Divine Woman. And when you think about it, its entire careers, innovations, pieces of history that went up in smoke kind of because nobody thought that they mattered enough. We may never know all that we lost.
So basically, the equivalent of the film equivalent of the what's the word? The Library of Alexandria. Wasn't it called that? Library of Alexandria? I could be wrong, but that's pretty much the equivalent.
Now here's where the ghost story kicks in, because yes, the official line is that London After Midnight is gone, 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 lost forever. But sometimes films have a history of rising from the grave. Want proof? Silence by Rupert Julian was lost until it was rediscovered in 2016 in a French archive and restored. There were 2 prints of Metropolis found in 2008, one in Argentina.
Oh, look at that! Interesting. Lon Chaney was such a great and versatile actor in so many movies. So many of his movies are gone. True.
Argentina and one in New Zealand. There were prints of Oswald the Lucky Rabbit thought to be lost that were found in 2015. Even Spanish Dracula had been lost until the 1970s. And just this past fall, there was an old Universal film from 1922 called The Heart of Lincoln by Francis Ford that was found on Long Island. Heck, even my mom found...
Interesting. I mean, that's cool. If people found movies occasionally, that's pretty damn awesome.
A lost film once. She had bought a film canister on eBay that she thought was cool, and the seller said something like, oh, there's this old film in it, it's probably going to be too expensive to ship, should we just throw it out? And my mom was like, no, whatever it costs, I'll pay, just send it. And when we got it and started looking at it, it was an old Mary Pickford film that no complete print existed of. So I think she actually donated that to get restored. So it's not crazy to think that London After Midnight could be sitting unlabeled in somebody's attic or left in some abandoned theater or just misfiled in a dusty archive.
Who knows? That might be the chance. I mean, there might be many movies that are just like laying around and nobody's doing anything with them. I wonder. See? Now you know why I cleaned all my VHS, all my VHS cassette, like all of them, and I cleaned them. Now you know why. Because there's movies out on there that I've never seen ever again since they ran on regular TV. Maybe I'm schizo, but I thought I heard a mouse in here.
Archive. Of course, the longer we go, the more hopeless it feels, but I truly believe that there are so many lost films out there just waiting to be found. And the more that we talk about them, the more we share their stories, the more likely somebody is to know what they're looking at and do the right thing when they find it. And here's the thing, even if we never find London After Midnight, even if we don't have the film, it never stopped influencing horror and kind of culture. I, of course, already mentioned The Mark of the Vampire with Bela Lugosi, the sound remake a few years later. It also very much inspired Gene Simmons in Kiss. And more recently, the Bob...
That'd be very interesting. Lon Chaney last movie was a sound movie. When he talked, he has a very raspy voice. Okay. We found London after midnight before GTA 6. We're never getting GTA 6.
So if you're ever in a dusty old attic, if you're thumbing through reels at a thrift shop or working in an old theater or an archive, check the labels, check the film. London After Midnight might be out there waiting to be found, and it could be you who finds it. Don't you want to be a hero? Don't you want your name associated with the Lon Chaney's for all eternity? Find that film. If you love these classic horror deep dives, don't forget to subscribe, hit the like button, leave me a comment so I know you're here, and don't let this video get lost. Share it with all of your friends. Thank you so much for watching.
Anyways, interesting. So, this is interesting. I would like to see that movie if it ever gets found. It probably won't. It's probably most definitely lost media that you're never gonna find again. Damn, they had a really shitty practice back then in throwing away movies. I didn't even know that. I would be like, if I was making movies, I would be like archiving the shit out of everything. That's really interesting to know. I did not expect that. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, I did not expect that. Wow, cool. I did not expect for them to actually throw stuff away. That's kind of wasteful. I have a different mindset. I like to archive things. Anyways, now Deer's video. Let me click on something.
What kind of therapist?
No, not Dr. Victor Blame again. This one.
Useless!
The Aura farming tournament again. Anyways, we'll jump in 5 years. It will be 100 years since he died. Crazy. Okay. GTA 6 delayed. Yeah, once again, November 2026.
Useless!
What's up with them? They're on edge because of the aura farming tournament.
They got to ass on camera. This is the clearest video I've ever seen. This is the most HD shit ever. This is 4K.
I mean, we all know Jin Woo's ass. We know it. We know it.
How did they get you in 4K?
That ain't me.
And we're back again at the Aura Farming Tournament. How's the lineup looking like today, Charles?
Spectacular, Stephen. We have 2 matches taking place today, so we'll definitely see some.
Seto Kaiba versus Trunks and Piccolo versus Doctor Strange. Yeah, sorry, but Kaiba's cooking Trunks. There's no way. Kaiba's cooking Trunks. No way. And Piccolo's cooking Doctor Strange. There's no way that Trunks wins this. It's over.
Some fantastic techniques on display.
That's right, Charles. So it seems Jeff is still stuck in traffic, so let's have Zonkleberg tell us more on the match. Zonkleberg?
I'm down here.
Oh, what's it looking like over there?
Yum. Ain't no clean, no.
This is not the time for a fit chat.
So as we can see, we have Sato Kaiba, who is yet to arrive. Will he be using the pull-up technique? He sure has us guessing. On the other hand, we have Trunks, who I must say has one of the toughest fit I've seen.
I wasn't expecting Trunks to join the tournament.
He always showed off his fit, no matter the circumstance. I'd say it was only a matter of time.
He shows it off more than you.
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Wonderful analysis, Zonkleberg. Now let's head straight to the first match.
Guess he decided to show up after all.
Looks like he's using the pull-up technique.
Is that a jetpack?
Pulling up in a jetpack is something else. That guy's a natural.
The crowd really enjoyed that pull-up. Let's see how Trunks responds.
Come on, let's see what you got.
This guy pulled up in a jetpack? Showing the fit isn't enough. I have to aura farm with my sword.
What's this?
He's controlling his sword?
That son of a bitch.
He left that sword on the ground on purpose.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the technique. The nonchalant technique.
Yeah, it's over for bro, by the way. Yeah. That's horrible.
Oh my word!
I see why you're so familiar with the technique.
Hey, how do you have that pic on your phone?
Well, that was an unexpected turn of events.
He does seem to be in good spirits.
I'm gonna go kill myself.
Let's head over to the second match.
It's your turn, Mr. Piccolo.
Looks like Piccolo is making a statement already.
But where's Doctor Strange?
A portal?
Why is he acting like he didn't open it himself?
Is he about to use the same portal technique as Jin Woo?
Where did he pull that cape from?
A 360 cape reveal followed by a full dive, and he changed his fit mid-air too.
This guy has better control of his cape than I do.
I've never seen someone cape farm more than Piccolo before.
Cape farm. Well, Mori can cook Piccolo. He does it also without the wind and the Italian accent.
You know he has other techniques too, right?
What?
What's going on?
He's creating a clone of himself?
What on earth is this man thinking?
It's not like he's going to try and special beam himself.
Is that impact frame farming?
What type of technique was that?
He calls it the clone technique. He creates another clone so both of them can aura farm at the same time. You saw how one was cape farming in the explosion while the other one was B-posing after the dodge. It was well calculated and risky. Not everyone can pull it off.
This man keeps risking his life for the sake of aura farming.
The game is truly back, Steve.
Guess that leaves him as the winner. See you next time.
Great to have you here, Piccolo. What was your mindset going into this one?
I had to change my approach a little bit on how I approach the game. I wasn't that good in the first 2 games here in this building. I watched a lot of film, detailed it out, changed my...
Such a silly video. So silly. Why? So silly. These are so silly. Why, dear? Anyways. We're gonna do, I think, one last video. This jumped into my eye.
You alright?
We all are farming this man anyways. Might as well continue. See. The thumbnail of this video is crazy. What do you mean Hassan flashed somebody? I hope you learned. Yes, I learned how to aura farm more. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. This by sensitive society. The Assad allegations are insane once more. I don't know. What does that even mean? I am curious where that is going.
You alright? I think I just got flashed. Really?
There is no way you are telling me. Is this Cutie Cinderella? There is no way you are telling me Hassan flashed Cutie Cinderella.
In the parking lot.
It's pretty funny when you think about it. Oh, not really. He's back!
Hey, what is going on, guys? New day, new influencer allegations. True story here, I was playing Ninja Gaiden 4, and after doing that for a few hours, I checked my Instagram DMs. One of you guys sent me this tweet, and I had to pause my game, immediately hop on, and talk about this. Cutie Cinderella, we all know and love her.
What the fuck? I mean, I don't like Cutie Cinderella because, in my opinion, she lacks a backbone, right? She can't defend herself. Who is Sylvie? A degenerate fuck who made his girlfriend apologize to her rapist. He also likes to harass disabled women to the point of, what's the word? Almost losing their home. He was also part of the cancel mob for Kirsche and yeah. He's also friends with the blower people, right? Niara, Anna Valens. You get the idea. Crazy reason to dislike someone. Hey, she has no backbone in the sense. Cutie Cinderella has no backbone in the sense that she essentially, when confronted, she's audience captured basically. There is a clip out there where she says she would rather talk with a racist and talk them out of being racist. And she was shamed for that and immediately apologized in tears. That's the kind of backbone the lack of backbone that I don't like.
And I'm still salty I got blocked by her. I didn't even do anything, all right? I'm an angel on Twitter. I don't know why she blocked me, and I still cry about it every single day in the shower. Cutie Cinderella puts Hassan on the naughty list and talks about uncomfortable Halloween experience.
Hassan.
Interesting. How this all is changing around. All his orbiters, all his defenders, all his like little side people all turning on him. Ludwig, though that man is also incredibly audience captured and has no backbone. It's just interesting.
Naughty.
Hassan is naughty.
Addicted to Zins.
Addicted to Zins, posts his package online, tells his friends to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
He also, during Fear and, he put on his costume and he came in and he said, "You can see my dick in this." And I said, "Hassan, I'm not looking." And then he proceeded to hump the air and he said, "Look." And I said, "I'm not looking."
That's crass.
And then Will did the same thing. They both really wanted me to see their
You don't think it's
penises.
weird that Cutie's female friends are trying to make her look at their penises?
Or you mean her male friends?
Male friends.
Her male friends. Sorry. That is what
That is weird as shit.
I meant.
Yeah.
And I said nothing, all right? I just inserted this image and it says, every hotel got the Sneeko chair. Yeah, Ludwig is not beating the cuck allegations. It does seem...
Not another one to the collection of cocks.
Seem like Ludwig is upset. Well, honestly, who wouldn't? Like, if anyone is flashy, well, not flashy, but if anyone's like, you know, showing their junk to your girlfriend, I think any normal, rational guy that isn't a cuck would be upset. If you're a cuck, I'm sure you're having a blast. You're like, yeah, this is a dream come true. I wish people did it more often. Not to sound like a tough Redditor and not to sound like a cringy Twitter user, but if someone was doing that and I had a girlfriend, because we all know that YouTubers don't have girlfriends. If I had a girlfriend, but it's like, if someone did that to my girlfriend, like, I would be extremely pissed. Now, this makes me wonder if this was one of the factors that made Ludwig said, yeah, you know, once I...
See, weren't there many women saying that Hassan behaves weirdly towards them? Like also fairly chauvinistic and stuff? Wasn't that an allegation a while ago that he behaves like this? Am I missing something? Did I misunderstand something? I think people said that a while ago. I'm pretty sure.
Retire. I'm not talking to his son. And the interesting thing here is that this comes from QT directly. So for her to be like, yeah, that was pretty weird. And if I'm not mistaken, this is not the first time this happens. Hey, bro, I'm showing your girlfriend my dick and you're still going to defend me.
Oh my god. Oh my, even with the shock collar. Even with the shock thingy, goodness gracious. Bro, that's vile.
This is a crazy thing to put out. Now, do I actually think Ludwig is a cuck? Well, I mean, if he doesn't say anything about this, then, I mean, he's not helping the rumors. 0 days without sexual misconduct revelation.
Accurate. So what? That goes just onto the pile of sexual misconduct. Emiru, this, Nina, Lynn, and Zoe. I mean, it started a while ago with NMP. It just keeps going. It just keeps going.
Twitch. What's in the air with Twitch? If I knew a guy who flashed his dick at my girlfriend like that, we would no longer be friends. I would immediately cut that person out of my life. Totally valid and normal response. I mean, it's what I would do. I think it's what most guys would do. It's just weird. It's disrespectful. This just popped into my mind. Do you guys remember Mango? The guy Ludwig got drunk who was a recovering alcoholic.
Let's up those numbers. Yeah, I don't know. Also, I just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. The only thing that can get flashed to my fiance can be Tectone's bald head. That's it.
Like, that guy was humping women at Ludwig's party, and he got canceled. Once again,
rightfully so. Well, yes, rightfully so. But then again, that is very much Ludwig's fault as well. Why do you invite a recovering alcoholic to a drinking event? Like, what the fuck are we doing? I feel like that, like, Ludwig has still not been called out enough for that. and throwing him under the bus afterwards.
So, and I still think that Ludwig is to blame for that. I mean, inviting an alcoholic to a drinking party is like sending a predator to be a kindergarten teacher. I mean, my examples are just the best, aren't they? Just imagine if you sent EDP to be a preschool teacher. No one with a decent head on their shoulders would ever do that. Anyways, going back to Mango, that guy lost sponsors, he got crucified, a lot of backlash for once again assaulting women and humping them and touching them, just being weird, all right? And using the I'm drunk as an excuse. I get it, when you're drunk, you're a bit more loose, right? You like to get crazy, and hey, who doesn't like getting a little cray-cray from time to time? But I draw the line at humping random strangers. It's like, that's something that I've never done, all right? And I've gone quite wasted before, and I've never thought, you know what, that girl.
Can't relate. I've never been drunk. Never in the slightest even. Can't relate. But yeah, true.
Over there, who's by herself, time to dry hump her because I'm drunk, so I could just use that as an excuse. Nah, it does not work like that. So if that guy got excommunicado from Twitch for that, and Hassan doesn't, that is Twitch's hypocrisy part. How many times have they done this? I think it's been like 20 times that he's done ban-worthy things that he completely gets away with. How long before Ludwig?
Again, this is just like, at this point, pretty normal. Not gonna lie. I mean, even consider this, right? Nina Lynn has been banned for a little bit while essentially essaying a dude. The dude even broke out into tears. You can't. Again, I'm still convinced that Dan Clancy's fucking these women. I'm sorry. I'm absolutely convinced. I'm even convinced about a certain Orca VTuber. Anyways.
Wake hops on stream saying his son didn't mean it like that. I just wanted to react to a very specific thing that is related to the thing that we just saw with QT and her saying that, yeah, her son was showing me the Habibi D. Let's just put it this way. It's not helping the Hassan, QT, and Ludwig sitting in a specific chair allegations.
I feel every time Hassan flirts with QT Cinderella. Oh, he retweeted this one of a fan obsessing over his supposed on-screen romance with his.
What the fuck? Oh yeah, nah, bro, it's over. Yeah, bro, he's not beating the allegations. Bring him the chair. Sneeko will be proud.
His friend Cutie Cinderella. This one crosses a line. You can turn on the audio for this one, Zach, I think.
If it's what you truly want.
So it says, I genuinely feel every time Hassan flirts with Cutie Cinderella.
I can wear her skin over mine. Her hair over mine. Her hands as gloves.
Septum piercing theory. It's always the septum. It's always the septum.
Her teeth.
Do you think that's regular stuff to reshare?
That's unhinged.
Like, obviously the video itself is weird enough, but it's... Why is he retweeting a conspiracy about him flirting with his friend?
Yeah, I think this is pretty weird. Parasocial fans shipping. This is just adding gasoline to the rumor, to allegations, to the once again Ludwig culture situation thingy. And it's like, I'm scared and I worry for the mental health of the average Hassan Piker fan. It's creepy. I don't get it. I never.
If I found out that my girlfriend and a friend of mine are flirting, somebody is gonna get to hear something. That's for sure. Yeah, at that point, I'd end the relationship. I'll be real. I'd end the relationship. People have no boundaries nowadays.
Got this, but at the same time, least mentally ill Hassan Piker viewer. What do Ludwig and iDubbbz have in common? Apparently more than you think. Now, I wonder if Hassan is doing this to get back at Ludwig for saying that, yeah, Hassan shocked his dog, and he said he's no longer friends with me. Well, I'm going to troll him. It wouldn't be surprising if that was Hassan's tactic to get back at Ludwig. Makes sense now why Cutie said she goes over to Hassan's every day. You know what? I think if you're nearing iDubbbz territory and people are starting to compare you to iDubbbz, I think that's one of those moments where you gotta be like, I gotta put a stop to this. Because
now, if Cutie starts an OnlyFans, we have confirmation even.
If this keeps building and building and building, we're gonna have iDubbbz 2.0, Valkyrie POV, and even Eden.
Well, female cugs are rather rare though. They do exist though. There is a subreddit for it. They do exist. They are rare, but they do exist, and it's weird as shit.
Klein got into this. He says sexual harassment, no question. Ludwig, WTF, bro, support your GF. That's not crass, it's effing disgusting. Combined with him sharing this on TikTok, then he shares this video that I haven't seen.
I don't think my boyfriend would like me sharing, especially after you two walked in and showed me your penis.
We did not show you our penises. You put us in these hussy costumes. Hussy
Disneyland.
costumes.
I did not put you in a hussy
You
costume.
put us in hussy costumes. You put us in hussy costumes.
She handed us the costumes and she said,
Hold on.
"Oh, your penises might show."
HR.
We try them on. We come in and we go, "Cutie, do these look all right?"
Hold on. In her defense, you did both show her your
They
penis.
walked in, they said, "Can you see my wiener?"
Yeah. Hassan put his leg up and started thrusting and said, "Look at my cock."
I think we've seen clip after statement. At first, I thought, yeah, I mean, it could just be jokes, just friends. We all have friends.
Twitch streamers. The bottom of the bottom. What the fuck? And there's people looking up to them, by the way. There's people in their chats that look up to them as like the magnum opus of goodness and what a good human being is. Fucking weirdos, bro.
And we all flash each other, am I right? We all do that. We've all done that before. We always flash our female.
Yeah, we're so like friends. The homies always show me their dick. What the heck is going on? Sure, the homies always show me their cock. Like, bro.
Friends, that's like the most normal thing to do, you know what I mean? Hassan set the trend. It hasn't been the best last month or two for Hassan. First he shocked his dog, now we get these allegations. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be him.
Pause. I need to go back. I need to turn off autoplay, kiddos.
All right.
I do. Anyways, okay. To summarize the whole situation, Hassan may have actually flashed Ludwig's girlfriend. That is horrendous. Anyways. Yo, Ludwig, I'll order you the chair. You can even pick. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Hope you're a good actor. I don't know. I don't act. I should be more like Dr. Victim Blaine. And, say the cold truth. Hurt people's fifis. That's my mission. Anyways. I think I'm gonna end here. I don't really have anything I want to watch. I need to go on this little search tomorrow, that's for sure. But yeah, I'm gonna end here. Have a good day or night. Don't goon or gump. You will be caught. I will watch you, then drag you under your bed, or into the basement. But like Ludwig said, I'm not your friend. Ludwig also said to a friend that he should drink more alcohol. To his alcoholic friend, or a recovering alcoholic friend, that he should drink more alcohol. and then threw him under the bus after pushing him to drink more alcohol and behave more weirdly. And then didn't even apologize for anything. I don't think you should take a man's advice on friendship that throws his friends under the bus after fucking up their life. Yeah, I don't know. That's a bit rough. That's a bit rough. Ludwig the fence sitter. Bro, he's not just fence sitting, he's living on that fence. Anyways, guys, I'll be back tomorrow. Have a good day or night. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't gooner gump. Take care, guys. And I don't know. It's Men's Health Month. Take care of your homies and take care of yourself. That's important. As usual. I've been pushing this more this month, especially this month. And get your balls checked. Get your balls checked. You are not immune to testicle cancer. Testicular cancer? I think that's how we call it. Anyways, take care, guys. Bye-bye.